Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Origin of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Orzammur's Noble District. Chapter text. Setida sighed at her reflection. The antique armor was certainly impressive, but she couldn't help but feel overdone in steel made more for show than for battle. At least she'd managed to convince Lord Harrowmont that it wouldn't do for her to attend a feast celebrating her military command while wearing a surface silk gown. Grumbling, she threw the helmet onto the bed as the door behind her opened. Gorim entered, pretending not to notice as the helmet clattered to the floor. "Greetings, my lady. You are dressed and ready." "Excellent. I couldn't find the armor's matching dagger, but I scrounged up a rather fancy long sword. Do you wish to wear your shield to the noble's feast?" She nodded, twisting her crimson hair into a tight bun atop her head and fixing it with an elf-made pin. "Yes. Let them see me as a warrior." Gorim shut the door firmly and responded, as opposed to the paragon of beauty. He gave her a low, appreciative whistle. A laugh escaped. "Close the door," she murmured in a sultry tone. "I'll show you a paragon of beauty." Gorim snorted. "Don't you remember how this game goes? I get undressed, then one of your brothers or cousins appears and thrashes me. I'll take my chances somewhere outside the palace if you don't mind." He gave her an appreciative glance. "Well." He shrugged. "Thoughts for later, I suppose." He winked at her playfully, and his voice changed from flirtatious to businesslike. "Moving on to the business at hand. The king expects you to make an appearance at the feast, but there's no rush. The noble family heads will spend hours boring your father with petitions and petty grievances." Setida nodded. "What shall we do in the meantime?" "As part of the celebrations, permits have been auctioned off to members of the merchant caste who wished to sell wares in the Diamond Quarter. Lord Harrowmont has also opened up the provings for young warriors to test their mettle before the upcoming battle." He gave her a wry look. "Rumor has it that Harrowmont hopes you'll be swept off your feet if a well-placed young nobleman wins the provings in your honor." "I could use a little sweeping off my feet," she said thoughtfully, adjusting the sword and shield strapped to her back. "I've got a well-built, magical broom just for you." Gorim grinned. "But that's for later. What shall we do now?" She shrugged. "The proving sounds appealing. Let's go have a look. With you as always, my lady. The day is ours until the feast." Movement caught her eye as they walked past her brother Belen's room. A rather lovely dwarven woman stepped out of the door. "My Lord Belen." The coy, downcast expression turned abruptly to panic. Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Your Highness." Covering her mouth with her hand, the young woman fled back into Belen's room. Setida exchanged an amused look with Gorim before following. The flustered young woman stammered apologies, looking like she wished the stone would swallow her up where she stood. I'm sorry. I thought you were Prince Belen coming down the hall." She covered her mouth with her hands. "Forgive me." Setida held up a hand in a calming gesture and made her voice gentle. "Who are you?" Gorim shuffled his feet a moment before responding for the girl. "She's..." He hesitated. "Er." He gave her an awkward look. "It seems she's one of your brother Belen's newest." He wouldn't quite meet her eyes. Companions. Prince Belen is attending the feast being held in Lady Ejikin's honor." "No harm done," Setida said to the young woman. She refrained from rolling her eyes at Gorim. Considering what kinds of things they'd gotten up to when they were younger, he really had no call to be embarrassed. The girl shook slightly and got her breathing back under control. "I will show myself out, with your leave, my lady." Setida smiled. "Stay, if you and Belen would prefer. I will pretend I didn't see you." She gestured for Gorim to follow her out of the room before allowing herself to smile. "She's..." The young woman was casteless. She wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing at the moment. "Pretty. I didn't notice." Gorim didn't quite meet her eye. "Liar." A scuffle was taking place just off the steps of the royal palace. Lord Volney, in full armor, loomed over a smaller dwarf in scholar's robes. Volney kept tapping his fingers against his warhammer as if contemplating violence. Please, Master Volney, the scholar was saying. My work is accredited by the Shaper. These books are lies written by the enemies of House Volney. I write only what I find in the ancient records. Lady Egican. The scholar cried out, ruining Setida's thought of just walking by and ignoring the situation. You can vouch for my work, can't you? Your father loved my History of Egican, Paragon, King, Peacemaker. Setida planted a pleasant expression on her face. Ah, I greatly enjoyed that book as well. This worm has written a book that slanders my house. Volney thundered. That's a serious charge, Setida responded skeptically. Volney continued, apparently mistaking her comment for agreement. He deserves to die for what he has written of Paragon Volney. She rubbed her hand against her forehead and sighed. What exactly has he written, Brunton? The irate lord turned to face her, punctuating his words with grand, overwrought gestures. He says that Volney, the paragon who founded my house, known throughout the world as the greatest of men, was a fraud. And not precisely, the scholar interjected quickly. When the assembly names a paragon, that man or woman is then, by definition, everything one can aspire to be in the world. They form their own noble houses, and are revered as living ancestors. But paragons start off as men. Volney was more than a man. Lord Volney interrupted, taking a step towards the scholar. Setida moved to head Volney off, her voice sharp. Brunton, you're acting like a fool. Am I? He tried to loom over her, apparently forgetting that they were, in fact, standing on the steps of the royal palace, surrounded by guards loyal to her family. Would you allow this coward to slander your ancestors? I have written no slander. The scholar pleaded. Volney became a paragon by the narrowest margin in history, 1 vote. A vote mired in rumors of intimidation, intrigue, and outright bribery. The records of that vote are kept in the Shaperate and are a matter of fact. Not liking history doesn't make it any less true. The scholar is right, Setida said firmly, holding a hand up to Volney, arresting his attempt at forward motion. Volney gave her a frustrated look. You're taking his side? What if he published a book like this about your paragon Egican? The truth is more important than your pride, Setida responded calmly. You would not say so if it was your house, but I shall respect your wishes. For now. Excuse me, your highness. Behind her, Gorham bristled at the implied threat. That fool has no idea how weak his house is, or how low he sits in it. Shall I have him killed, my lady? Stone save her from posturing menfolk. What do you think, scholar? She asked. The scholar appeared startled by the question, and spoke hesitantly. Well. He lowered his voice. Historically it has been prudent to eliminate a small threat before it becomes larger. She sighed, and turned back to Gorham. He's not worth a blade. Leave him be. As you say, Gorham responded with a note of reluctance. As he gathered the papers Volney had knocked to the ground, the scholar gushed, You've shown House Egican a friend to research, history, and the glory of our people. Carry on with your work, scholar, she responded, already moving away. Of course. I have much to document and organize. Good day, your highness, and thank you. Though she did not intend to make any purchases, browsing the merchant booths was always an excellent way to get a feel for the moods of Orzammar. Today's market seemed heavy on surface goods, silks, and perfumes. Even a few of the smith crafters were showing examples of elfish-made bows. She thought for a moment about purchasing one, but ultimately decided against it. The bow had never been her weapon, and she was sure some Desher or another would read more into the purchase than her simple curiosity was worth. Greetings, my lady, spoke a young dwarven woman, dressed in the latest fashion. May I say you look striking today? Is this your paramour? He wears both his vambraces, unmarried and eligible. For a moment, Setida felt as though Gorham was trying to hide behind her. I'm flattered, ladies, but I'm not a noble. I'm a knight of the warrior caste, he answered. Warrior caste isn't bad. The young woman tapped her lips thoughtfully as she gave Gorham an admiring look. The slightly older woman with her admonished, Teely, we didn't pay gold for these permits to take warrior caste. I guess you're right. Sorry, sir. Sedida gave Gorham an amused look. What's going on here? They're noble hunters, my lady. Because a man takes his caste from his father, they hope to bear a noble lord's son. If a noble hunter succeeds, she is raised up to join the house as a concubine to care for her son. It brings new swords to a house, so many nobles look favorably upon such women. Well, that much she already knew. She was more curious as to why he wasn't leaping at the opportunity. Maybe he was getting serious about his little serving girl. The women started to shift nervously. Sedida gave her words a tone of approval. We could certainly use more Ejican swords. Then perhaps you'd tell your brothers to come say hello. Responded the younger woman, her voice a little breathless. Teely, mind your manners. The older woman gasped, but Sedida didn't miss the hopeful look. No, it's all right. I will mention you. If for no other reason than to see Trian turn purple at the notion. My lady is kind and generous beyond her duty, the older woman responded gratefully. Gorham glanced at Sedida as they walked away, and caught the ghost of a smile. You'll mention them. Sedida smiled. It wasn't that bad an idea. Maybe if she phrased it about duty to the house. Who knows? Perhaps a night with a couple lovely ladies could calm Trian down. And if he had sons to distract him, maybe he'd leave the rest of us alone for a while. Gorham shrugged. I'm not entirely certain Trian would know what to do with them if you left them both on his bed wearing nothing but ribbons. Sedida pursed her lips thoughtfully. Oh, there is an idea. I think I know what to get you for your name day. What do you want, blonde, brunette? Gorham smirked. Anything but a redhead. Those are way too much trouble. Sedida laughed. Sedida cursed softly. Trian was walking towards her, shadowed by Belen. Teasing had its place, but in full view of everyone was not it. She planted a polite smile on her face as she strode forward to meet her brothers. Belen's own smile was cheerful. Atrast Vala, big sister. How surprising to run into you out among the common folk. Trian didn't bother with a smile. His face was set in lines of harsh disapproval. Especially since duty requires you attend our king father at the feast today. Have you so little respect for him to disregard his wishes on a day set aside for you? Behind her, Gorham spoke up. Lord Harrowmont told me we wouldn't be need for hours at least. Silence. If I want the opinion of my siblings second, I will ask for it. Trian didn't even bother to look at Gorham. Yes, your highness, Gorham said before taking a slight step backwards. Sedida bristled slightly. Don't speak to Gorham like that. Trian gave her a surprised and irritated look. I'll speak to the lower houses and castes as they should be spoken to. Now do as I say. Sedida rolled her eyes. All right, I'm going. Trian gave what almost passed as a smile. Perhaps you were right, Belen, when you said our sister wasn't all useless breeding flesh. He must have seen her flinch, because his tone and face softened slightly. I'll be along later to toast your command. He looked for a moment like he wanted to say something else, then he shook his head. Come, Belen. Gorham stepped towards her. He started to put a hand on her shoulder before remembering they were in public. Instead, he planted a cheerful smile on his face. That was fun. Nothing like being talked down to by the next king. Sedida closed her eyes for a moment, then shrugged. He means well. Gorham couldn't quite keep the frustration out of his voice. You always defend him. I wish I had your understanding. The corners of her lips twitched as she fought to regain her earlier good mood. She forced her voice to become light. I didn't even get to tell him about the pretty girls. Gorham gave her a slight nod. Somehow I think Trian isn't in the mood for that sort of thing right now. He smirked. Or ever. He jerked his head in the opposite direction of the palace. Her oldest friend knew her well. Shall we? They walked through the market. Gorham watched Sedida move easily through the crowd, smiling and making polite conversation with merchant, noble, and guard alike. He noted more than a few were reduced to stammers by the kind smile of the princess. Tapping the hilt of his sword, he gave a glare to a young guard whose eyes wandered inappropriately, and saw a blush creep up the boy's cheeks. Not that he could really blame the kid. He shook his head, and followed her towards a booth displaying a variety of fine weaponry. The merchant hesitated, then spoke. "Greetings, my lady Ejikan. I am so honored to have you visit my booth. I have a..." He lowered his voice. The man couldn't have made it any more clear he was conspiring if he held up a sign. "Proposition, but I dared not approach." Gorham stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. "Yet you dare now." A raised hand from Sedita held him back. "It's all right. I'll hear him out." Gorham nodded. "Very well, then. Speak." The merchant shuffled his feet, eyes flicking to Gorham's sword before he turned his attention back to the princess. Yes, just so. Here is the thing. What I mean to say is..." "It's all right," Sedita said, her voice warm. The merchant blushed slightly. "Sorry. So nervous. I had a dagger made. For you. As a gift for your first command. I, sent a messenger to deliver the dagger to you." Prince Traian had him thrown out. He held up his hands as he rushed to reassure the princess. "I don't know what offense he caused, but I had him beaten severely." Sedita exchanged a look with Gorham, and he saw irritation in her eyes before she glanced back at the merchant. "I'm sure Traian has his reasons." He nodded, clutching an item to him. "Won't you at least look at the dagger?" "I'll take a look, but no promises." "Of course. 1,000 thanks to you. Here it is, your highness." He held out the dagger as though he were offering his firstborn child. Gorham couldn't quite keep the admiration out of his voice. "That's an amazing piece, merchant. You do me much honor, sir. The blade has been crafted over a period of 2 years by masters of every art. I wish to bless the lady's first command, and hope that someday, when she rules, she will wear it." Gorham felt a chill in his blood. Dangerous words to speak aloud, in the middle of a public market. Traian is heir. He will rule when King Endrin returns to the stone. If the assembly wills it. "Forgive me, sir, but Whispers Day, the second child of Endrin, will be chosen." "Whispers, indeed. It's a princely gift. If Traian recognizes it, though, it may send the wrong message." His hand itched to clasp the hilt of his sword, then he caught the expression on the face of the princess. "Or the right one, depending on your view." "I'll take the dagger." Sedita's voice was contemplative. "Thank you. You bring uncountable honor to me." He handed it to her, and Gorham saw actual tears in the man's eyes. He kept his own voice light. "What he means is that you'll bring uncountable gold to him if you wear that piece in public." Sedita was nearly to the gate when a guard stepped into her path. "My lady. Are you heading to the proving arena?" She smiled. "Yes. I intend to watch the provings." The guard nodded. "We have been charged with the task of escorting you to the proving grounds." Gorham saw her face go a bit murderous, and spoke up quickly. "I clean forgot about that. Forgive me, I should have informed you sooner. The king decided you are not to travel through the commons unguarded. I am quite capable of walking safely to the proving." Gorham heard the sword in her voice, and saw the guard start to melt under the weight of the princess's gaze. Gorham coughed. "I did mention the merchants that won permits to show their goods in the Diamond Quarter," he said delicately. "There were only so many permits auctioned off, and quite a few were turned away. Your father fears you will be harassed on the way to the proving." He saw relief flood into the face of the guard as she nodded. "This is silly, but I will comply. Will we be leaving then?" The guard asked. "Yes. We are at your command." "You are Padar, yes? Of House Turin?" Sedita asked the leader of the guard. He swallowed. "Yes, my lady. I hear you held a passage against 4 Herlocks on the most recent excursion." Gorham smiled to himself as he watched the princess put the men at ease. It took only moments for Padar to begin to lose the businesslike tone, and the 2 younger guards were well on their way to being her loyal vassals by the time they'd reached the arena gate. The proving master glanced in their direction, then glanced again and quickly got to his feet. "Your Highness, it is an honor to have you here. Have you come to watch these brave warriors do battle in your honor?" Sedita rolled her shoulders. "No, I've come to fight." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gorham place his palm over his face and shake his head. "Your Highness, this proving is in your honor." "Then honor her by doing as she says." "Lady Ejikin will fight in this proving," Gorham said. "I will honor today's warriors by testing their skills," Setida said. "Of course. It is well within your rights." He went to the podium. "Men and women of Orzammar, we have a late entry to these provings, held for the honor of House Ejikin. I give you." He took a deep breath. "The Lady Ejikin, herself." Gorham tried to keep his excitement contained as he watched his friend enter the duel. Beside him, the two younger guards were less restrained, openly cheering for the princess. One started to make a comment when the Lady Ejikin went toe-to-toe with Adalhelmi, then glanced at Gorham nervously. Gorham couldn't quite blame him. There was something about two beautiful women squaring off in the proving that could get the blood flowing. For a moment, he thought wistfully back to the days when he and the princess had been foolish and rather randy teenagers. Then he laughed at himself and turned his attention back to the proving. Frandlin Evo fought well, even managing to land a hit before Setida swept his legs out from under him. Hopefully, she'd gotten it all out of her system now. The proving master was practically beaming when she returned to where he was standing. "Congratulations. Frandlin Evo is as fierce a competitor as I've ever seen. You've vanquished every warrior of note in today's proving. The ceremonial helm commissioned by your father for today's winner is yours." Setida inclined her head gracefully. "Send it to Frandlin Evo." He fought bravely. The proving master looked surprised, then approval lit his face. "The people will remember your honor and generosity for all time." She gave him one of her warm smiles before turning to the guards. "I am ready to leave." Padar nodded. "Your wish is our command." The two younger guards could barely contain their excitement on the way back, and nearly fell over themselves congratulating the princess. Gorham exchanged a look with Padar, who merely rolled his eyes before resuming his businesslike expression. They parted ways with the princess promising to come cheer the young men on when they fought in the next proving. Gorham fell into step behind her. "Harrowmont is going to be annoyed." He caught her cat-like smile. "Which you intended." "It's not the matchmaking that bothers me as much as the fact that he thinks I don't actually know what he's doing." Gorham chuckled. Duncan stood quietly, watching the various dwarven nobles scheme. Honored guests the wardens might be in the dwarven halls, their presence was not enough to put even the slightest pause to the manipulations. Hopefully, they could get what they came for and be on their way before they got enmeshed into too many plots. There was a minor stir to the crowd, and he glanced towards the door. A dwarven woman had entered, and was being respectfully greeted. This then, would be the princess. He saw her note him and move in his direction, and straightened before giving her a formal bow. "Greetings, my Lady Ejikin. It is an honor to meet you at last." To his surprise, she returned the bow. "The honor is mine, Warden. I have had the opportunity to recently meet with your father. He speaks highly of you. He says you may be the most skilled warrior in all of House Ejikin." She gave him a warm smile, stepping back from the crowd so that they could speak more privately. "There is no may about it, I am the best." Despite himself, he laughed. "Yes, he mentioned your humble nature as well." He found himself drawn in by the smile. "We need more Grey Wardens like you. Even as the Darkspawn weaken here in Orzammar, they are stirring on the surface. A blight has begun. Soon the fight must go beyond the deep roads, lest the Darkspawn threaten all the world." To his surprise, her face became contemplative. "I wonder if father would allow me to join you." Duncan blinked, then chuckled. "Alas, I do not think he would take kindly to that suggestion. As the child of the king and heir after Lord Trian, your place is here. True, I belong with my father and brothers, but it is the duty of the royal family to protect Orzammar from the Darkspawn. And that means aiding the Grey Wardens in whatever manner we may." Her words gave him a surge of hope that perhaps this trip wasn't wasted after all. "I admit, I do not know as much as I should about the Grey Wardens. You know of our dedication to destroying the Darkspawn, our frontline presence during a blight. What else would you know? Are there many of my people in the Grey Wardens? Over the centuries, many dwarves have made names for themselves in our order. These days, however, there are fewer dwarves and thus fewer dwarven Grey Wardens. A pity, since dwarven warriors have the most experience fighting Darkspawn. What does joining entail? Being a Grey Warden means abandoning all ties to your old life. It means dedicating yourself to destroying the Darkspawn. Now that is something worthwhile. Alas, I am an Ejican, and Orzammar needs me here. Her voice actually sounded regretful. Then it is a good thing you have other paths before you. Some are not so lucky. A fair point. Tell me, do you recruit only from the warrior and noble castes? We take those worthy to be Grey Wardens where we find them. I must attend to my father now, but I would like to speak with you on the morrow. I may be able to help you on finding some worthy. That would be most kind of you. He kept his face polite, but he had a feeling he'd just become enmeshed in a plot. Now it is time for deshers and speeches. Enjoy the feast, be careful of the ale. I wish you luck, and will speak with you again in the morning. After meeting with Endrin and Trian, the princess had been almost like a breath of fresh air, despite the fact she clearly had something up her sleeve. Endrin doted on his only daughter. If she could convince him to render more aid than just a few speeches, then perhaps whatever she planned was not too high a price to pay. The brilliant red of her hair made her easy to follow in the crowd, and he watched her move through the nobles. She was approached easily, and treated with respect, far more so than Trian had been earlier. He felt a bit of shock when he heard her speak in favor of restoring surface dwarves to their rights, especially given that her father had moments earlier spoken on the importance of tradition. Dutiful she may be, she had a mind of her own. Perhaps an alliance with Orzammar's newest commander wasn't a bad idea at all. Setida strode to the living quarters, Gorham a few paces behind. She considered her impression of the Warden commander. Cautious perhaps, but impressive nonetheless. And rather pretty for a human. She caught sight of her brothers, and steeled herself. Trian spotted her first. So you are a commander now. In name, at least. Wait, what's that you're wearing? That dagger. Outrage filled his voice. A gift, made for me by a loyal subject. Trian practically snarled. I told that man not to presume to bribe House Ejican. If your favor is bought so cheaply, it is your own shame. You should be attending our father at today's feast, not gossiping with second-rate smiths. Set it aside. Belen, how was your day? Her younger brother's smile never faltered. Interesting. I would have been at the feast, but Trian had need of me. The world does not stop and start with your meager achievements. Not even tonight. Now, do you have some purpose in bothering us? Father wants you, Setida said. Of course he does. We must discuss strategy before the upcoming battle. Belen, stay here and stoke the new commander's conceit if you like, but then get to bed. Belen's smile dropped the moment Trian was out of sight. I honestly don't know how you put up with him. He's not that bad. At least he didn't used to be that bad, she thought to herself. There was a time I would have agreed with you, but I've recently had to rethink my views on our brother. She frowned. You sound serious, Belen. Unfortunately, I am. Trian has begun to move against you. I never thought his much-proclaimed honor would allow him to actually act on his jealousy. Big sister, Trian is going to try to kill you. What? I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't overheard him giving orders to his men. Trian's decided you're a threat to his taking the throne. Maybe he's right. How am I a threat to Trian? He fears what you are becoming, in the eyes of the people and the assembly. Trian's the named prince, but only the assembly can proclaim a king. It would be unusual for the assembly to ignore the king's choice, but it does happen. The founder of House Bemot became a paragon and king in one move from the assembly, and he was a commoner. Gorham said. That was an extraordinary case. But at least a half-dozen times, the assembly has named a lesser family member, or even someone from another house, as king. Twice, it was a woman. Enough. I won't listen to this, Setida said. Belen laid a hand on her arm. You can't turn a blind eye to this. Your life is in serious danger. Setida jerked away. I said I won't listen to this sort of talk. Belen threw up his hands. You are as noble and stubborn as ever. After Trian kills you, I suppose I will be the heir. But that's not how I would wish it. Enjoy your command. I fear it will be short-lived. He stormed away. Gorham set a hand on her shoulder. Come, my lady. The hour grows late, and you need your rest. Setida unclenched her fist. I may sleep with my sword tonight. And I will be right outside the door. May the paragons smile down on us. The invitation came promptly the next morning, and Duncan found himself being given a tour of House Egican's armory. Setida's second, Gorham trailed a few steps behind them. After a few minutes, Setida led Duncan to an unused portion of the armory, away from the din of the smiths. Clearly, the position was meant to provide some privacy. Tell me, Duncan, what do you know of the casteless? That Orzammar believes they are tainted by the sins of their ancestors, and so polite. You won't offend me with plain speech. They are treated like dirt and denied any chance at decent work, so many turn to crime just to survive. We treat Nugs better. She looked back out at the armory. I've heard there are some casteless that, in spite of being forbidden to take arms, have proved themselves capable and cunning warriors. I wonder, perhaps, if they may be what you are looking for. Something tells me you have more in mind. Duncan found himself intrigued by the direction the princess was taking. Some casteless serve with distinction in the Legion of the Dead, but the Legion does not speak of individual prowess. Casteless Grey Wardens, on the other hand, could make names for themselves, and serve to prove that they are more than we allow them to be. She gazed up at Duncan. You get recruits familiar with the deep roads, who know Darkspawn sign and lore. I get a chance to improve the lot of all casteless. What say you? Have you particular individuals in mind? He folded his arms and watched her carefully. I'm chasing a few rumors. The problem is getting them and you in the same place at the same time. The guards are eager to impress you, and so clear the casteless out when they see you coming. You are staying a few days. Yes. We need to know how many Darkspawn may be pushing towards the surface. Difficult for you to get that close. I may be able to assist there as well. Perhaps a strike by the Dwarven military to distract them so your people can get what they need. Duncan's eyes widened slightly. Such a thing would be more than I dared ask your father. We would be most grateful. Setida smiled. I wish we could do more, but we haven't numbers enough. Come, let me show you what our smiths have been working on. We've found new ways of making weapons more potent against the Darkspawn. Astrastvala, big brother. Trian glanced up from where he was examining a shield. His face softened when he saw her. Astrastvala, sister. Was there something you needed? Setida tossed a small package onto the table. At the market I noticed Lady Jaelia sighing over this scarf, but her sister distracted her before she could make the purchase. I had Gorham go back for it later. I thought perhaps you could present it to her as a token. Trian blinked. I appreciate your forethought in the matter. House Helmi produces fine warriors, and I find I'm fond of Lady Jaelia. Setida smiled. It will make for a strong alliance, he said. He glanced down at the shield, then back at her. I was rude to you yesterday. You did not deserve it. Setida smiled. It was the closest Trian would ever come to an apology. I assume something is troubling you. Anything I can do. It is ghosts and shadows for now. She saw a few of those ghosts and shadows cross his face. Her brother had not been sleeping well of late. She knew as well as he did that their father was a lot more ill than he let on. Already, the crown weighed heavily on Trian's brow. She did not envy him its weight. She sat on the edge of the table. She set a hand on his shoulder for a moment, then sighed. If we get 10 minutes to breathe anytime soon, we should do a stalker run. I think I can take you. He actually managed a smile. Little sister, the day has not yet come when you could best me. I'm not so sure. I have learned the art from the best, you know. He patted her leg. I wish I did have the time. It's been too long since we. He sighed. I may not have time for a stalker run, but perhaps a game of stones later. Looking forward to it. She tilted her head to one side. Did you get a chance to speak with the Grey Warden? I fear he wants more than Orzammar is strong enough to provide. Perhaps a blight will remind those surfacers of what Orzammar deals with every day. Setida nodded. If the Darkspawn are moving towards the surface, perhaps we could use the Grey Warden's presence here to do some judicious scouting. There may be the opportunity to lay the groundwork to reclaim territory. The risk would be great. True. But on the other hand, you could be the first Ejican in generations to actually control Ejican Tag. Trian frowned thoughtfully. A notion worth considering. Have you discussed this with Father? I thought it better coming from you. Good. As Setida started to walk away, he spoke again. About the dagger. I gave it to Gorim. Wise. Dedication such as his should be rewarded. I could not agree more. He hesitated. There is another matter I wished to discuss with you. I know Harrowmont has been trying to convince you towards a match. Trian set down the shield and gave her an appraising look. I wish you to consider his nephew, Renville. House Harrowmont has been ever loyal, and the match would cement ties between our houses. And Renville seems like a fine young man. Setida nodded. I will consider him. He is certainly a more palatable option than Lord Eder Maino. Trian bristled. House Maino oversteps itself. I am dining with Valen tomorrow. I will instruct him to have a word with his brother before I do. Parth, brother. Eder is unworthy of you. Eder barely qualifies as annoying, let alone offensive. She made a placating gesture. Was there anything else? That will be all. Atrast Tunsha. Gorim raised an eyebrow at Setida before falling into step beside her. Well. Belen's wrong. Trian's planning a marriage for me, not a grave. It could be a way to have you let down your guard. Trian is many things, Gorim. Subtle is not one of them. I see your point. Are you going to go along with his plans? Setida sighed. He could have chosen worse. She sighed. He chose Lord Renville Harrowmont. What did you tell him? That I would consider him. What should I have told him? That I already have all the man I need. She waggled her eyebrows at him, and he snorted. Why not? I'll just wear a sign that says, assassinate me, before Lady Ejican marries beneath her. They looked at each other, then laughed. I like Renville, he said. His men hold him in genuinely high regard. Good to know. I'm not unopposed, just. She sighed. Not ready to settle down. She shrugged. He was receptive to the thought of the feint into the deep roads. By tomorrow, he'll present it to Father and forget completely that it wasn't his idea. Gorim frowned. You plan to let him take the credit. I don't care who gets the credit, as long as the job gets done. Who knows, perhaps becoming king will calm Trian. We can only hope. Perhaps we should get going. Eder Maino has been trying to court me again. He's a fool. It isn't Eder who concerns me. It's his brother, Valen. She folded her arms. Eder's flirtation is harmless, and he knows it as well as I. Valen, however, seems to think he has an actual chance. Does he think your father or Trian would ever agree to such a match? I think I'll run off and join the Wardens before I let that happen. She shook her head. Gorim, if anyone knocks on my door, I have left you with strict orders to execute anyone who disrupts my sleep. You are sneaking out of the palace again. Who, me? You could let Trian fight off his own assassins. If they came at him with blades, I've no doubt that he would. Which is why they will come at him with poison. Gorim ran a hand through his hair. You could at least let me come with you. What, and have them all think we ran off to Kinoodle? She shook her head. Then I'd be fighting off the assassins coming for you. She gave him a reassuring smile. I'll be fine. Setida ran a hand through her hair. The potion darkened it to a mousy brown. Dressing in servant's clothes and carrying a bundle of laundry enabled her to walk almost anywhere without being given a second look. She saw a merchant give Valen the bottle, and smiled. Antivan brandy. Valen certainly knew her brother's weak spots. She returned to the palace, and washed the dye from her hair. The next morning, she was waiting to fall into step with Valen as he entered the palace. She gave him a flirtatious smile. "Good morning, Valen. How is your brother?" Valen's eyes looked her over with quiet satisfaction. "He is well, your highness. If you have a moment, I'd like to discuss a small matter with you." She gave him a coy look, and walked into the library. He followed, as she knew he would. "Close the door." He did so, then turned towards her with a smile. And stopped short as the point of her blade touched his chest. "Your highness. You have a bottle of Antivan brandy." She flicked her eyes to the bottle he was dangling by its neck. His eyes widened just slightly. "Yes. A gift, for your brother. He has." "Pour a glass," she said, tilting her head towards the cups she'd left on the table earlier. "Your highness, I." "Pour." He swallowed, then obeyed. "Your highness." "Drink." "I." He shook his head. "My lady, this was a gift for your brother." "I intended." "I am aware of your intentions, Valen." "Drink." "I." "Come now, Valen. A drink of fine Antivan brandy, or a sword through your gut." One would think it would be an easy decision. There was nothing warm about her smile. His face was pale. He looked down at the sword, then back up to her face. He swallowed. "How did you know?" "You told me. Just now." He nodded. "I'm sorry, my lady." "A name, Valen." "Birat." "Drink, Valen. And this will remain between you and I." "Thank you, my lady." He took the cup, and sat at the table. "My brother, he had nothing to do with this." "I know." He nodded. Then drank. The cup slipped from his fingers as slumped to lay face down on the table. She sheathed her sword, then walked away. She jumped when Traian flung open the door to her room. He looked around, and she saw relief fill his eyes when he saw her scribing at her desk. "You are all right? You didn't drink any, did you?" Sedida blinked, then gave him a confused look. "Drink any?" He came around the desk and pulled her to her feet, peering into her eyes. "Lord Valen. You spoke with him?" "Yes. Half an hour ago," Sedida frowned. "What's wrong?" "He invited you to share a drink with him." Sedida nodded. "He did." "Antivan brandy." I declined. I did not wish to give him notions, especially after our conversation yesterday. Traian sagged in relief. "The brandy was poisoned." Sedida put a hand over her mouth. "But, wasn't he supposed to be taking lunch with you?" "Brother, I ran into him only by chance." She watched realization enter his eyes. "It was meant for me," he said. She laid a hand on his arm, then drew him into a hug. He rested his head on her shoulder for a moment. He drew back, then looked at her. "A good man is dead. You could easily have been killed as well. When I find who is responsible." Sedida tapped her mouth. "He said." She furrowed her brow. "What was the name?" "When he was inviting me to join him for the drink, he said." "Birat." She shook her head. "I was in a hurry to get away." "Birat maybe." Birat had given him a good deal on the bottle. "Birat," Traian said. "I will have my men look into this." He gave her a tired smile. "I did not congratulate you on winning your fourth proving. I am catching up to you, brother." "Humph," he said, a trace of a smile on his lips. "Perhaps I managed to thump some skill into that hard head of yours." She returned the smile, then sighed. "Lord Eder is going to be sorely grieved. We should do something for the family. Eder is young, but he has a good head for tactics. You could take him under your wing." Traian's lips twitched, but even that ghost of a smile warmed his eyes. "A good thought, sister. It may have been chance, but his brother gave his life for me. I will offer Eder a commission among my men." He sighed. "Have you thought about what we spoke of the other day?" "Yes. I would prefer a match that made you happy," he said softly. "Renville will be returning in a few days. Perhaps I will invite him to sit with me at a proving. You and Lady Jaelia could join us as well." I may like her, but I'm not entirely convinced she's good enough for my brother. She winked at Traian. Make the arrangements. Traian started to walk away, then turned back. Jaelia would, should I get her something? I will make that arrangement as well. He nodded, then left the room. She smiled, then looked up at Gorham entered, closing the door behind him. I dropped the name. Think he'll find anything? Traian. Sedita shook her head. No. But he'll say something to Farron, and you know Farron. You may have to actually give him the scent, but he'll follow it all the way to Riven. She glanced down at her desk. Oh, could you do me a small favor? Of course. Would you make an inquiry of your serving girl? I need to pick up a token for Traian to give Lady Jaelia. Gorham shook his head and laughed. You know, at some point, Traian is going to need to do his own courting. And may the stone catch us when we fall. Chapter 2, Dust Town. Chapter text. Kevin touched the hilt of his blade and pondered, not for the first time, how best to stick Birat. Single thrust up under the rib cage. Stab through the neck, then slash open through the front. Base of the skull. At least Birat wasn't laying hands on Rika. Words were just words. Still, nobody had the right to talk to his sister like that. I can't keep gambling on you forever, precious. You got a sweet look, something to light a man on fire. But you got to make it count. Birat brushed the back of his hand over Rika's chest. Rika stepped backwards. Please, Birat. Can we not do this in front of my brother? Birat gave Kevin a leering look. Why not? He knows the slope of the land, don't you, boy? Kevin was unsuccessful in biting back the angry reply. Didn't I tell you not to talk that way to my sister? Birat smirked. You've told me a lot of things, not one of which meant more than a fart in the mittens. Before me, your sister was just another duster. Now check her out. Braids down to here, gold-capped teeth. She can recite elf poetry and play the string harp. Every man's dream. All she's gotta do is find a lord, squeeze out some kid who looks like him, and we're all living the easy life in the Diamond Quarter. Rika put a hand on Kevin's arm and whispered. Please don't get involved. You know that never goes well. I don't like to see him treating you that way, Kevin replied. He didn't quite keep his voice low enough. Birat stared at him. I'll treat her however I like, as long as you both eat off my plate. You keep your head down and say aye to any job I decide is low enough for scum like you. In return, I put out coins so you can doll yourself up and get a bellyful of some nobleman's brat. Then you both go free. And I get to join the family and be called, my lord, for the rest of the little prince's life. Kevin kept his fists unclenched through sheer force of will. And her son will call you uncle and come visit on name days. Birat laughed. That's what everyone likes, a casteless with a big mouth. But I didn't come for the joy of your company. I've been looking at my investments, and this one hasn't borne much gold. I'm giving you another week, precious. If you haven't found a patron, you're back to sweeping streets. Rika spoke up, stepping between her brother and Birat. But, I have. I've met someone. That is, I didn't want to promise, but he seemed interested. Kevin looked at Birat over Rika's head. So get off her back and tell me my job for today. Your buddy Leski's waiting outside. He knows what I'll need from you today. Don't even think about bungling this job. Your whole family's on loose sand with me right now. And I know you don't have anywhere else to turn. Birat turned and stormed out of the shack, slamming the door behind him. Rika picked up a cloth, then set it down before picking it up again and fidgeting with it nervously. I'm sorry you had to see that. Kevin moved up to stand next to her, and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You don't have to hide anything from me, Rika. She leaned into him. I know. You've always been a good brother, always tried to protect me. Sigh, I should have told you. Birat's been warning me ever since two of his other girls found patrons at Lord Harrowmont's reception. They've been getting gifts already. Lord Rowson gave Elsie a surface silk gown and she's not even pregnant. Birat's getting impatient. Kevin held her for a moment. I just wish we didn't have to kiss up to that cave tick. You know the other options. Cleaning mittens. She sighed. Begging. She opened her mouth to list another option, then closed it again. They'd both had to take that one already. She sighed again. Going to the surface. No, unless you find a way to save us all from Darkspawn and become a paragon, we're pretty much on Birat's leash for life. She straightened up, then pulled the overdress on over her head. Birat expects too much from you. Kevin stepped up to help her adjust the garment, straightening the back. You know how desperate the nobles are for more children. They can barely field enough soldiers to hold the walls against the Darkspawn. If I could give one of them a son, the whole house would celebrate. And we'd all be raised up to the noble caste to join the family. She sighed. It's what Birat's betting on. That's why he paid for my clothes. My voice lessens. He wants to share the reward. Did you say there was a noble who was interested? Yes. That is, I hope. He certainly seems. Her smile was just a touch dreamy. Charming. He treats me like a real lady, not just someone to tumble and forget. Kevin's smile was genuine. Who is he? I don't want to say. She turned towards him with an apologetic look. In case I'm wrong. It just seems too mad to think of one of the most important men in Orzammar with. She waved a hand at herself. Someone like me. Anyway, time is rusting, and I need to get dressed. These fashions will be the death of me, 100 buttons on each sleeve. She sighed again. And Leske's probably already outside waiting for you. You're right. He pinched her nose playfully. Goodbye. She smacked him with the cloth. Stay out of trouble. I'll see you tonight. Kevin walked into the next room and sighed. His mother was face down on the table again. He shook his head and went to move the dishes off the table so she didn't knock them to the floor again. What's that? Why are you bothering me? Rika. No, mother. It's Kevin. Your son. He couldn't keep the irritation out of his voice. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You think I don't know my own kid? What are you doing here, anyway? Rika said you were finally making something useful of yourself. She stared up at him, the remains of her breakfast crusted into her face and hair. You have to stop this, mother. You're killing yourself. You tell me, just what do I got that's worth living for? What about me? What about Rika? I know you both hate me. I know what I done to you, but it was for your own good. The world's a cruel place. You. She hiccuped. You had to learn that. You think you'd be where you are now if I'd let you hide from a few slaps. Everything you are, I made you. She slammed her fist weakly into the table. Kevin shook his head. I've got work to do. Try to dry out by the time I get home. Oh, I shouldn't keep doing this to you. I know I shouldn't. It's just so hard. Heard her voice change as he started to walk away. Hey, where's he going? Why's he leaving? Don't leave me. She started to weep. Rika came into the room and began guiding her to the pallet. Never mind, mother. Why don't you just lie down? That's good. Kevin watched her settle their mother into the bed. The old woman was snoring before she was all the way down. Mother seems worse today. Rika stood. She comes and goes. I think the moss wines finally routed her brain. Watch out for her. I don't want her to hurt herself. He clenched his fist briefly. She's hurting no matter what we do, brother. And you wonder why I keep telling you to find a way out of this gutter. She punched him lightly in the shoulder. So get moving, unless you know how to do a double cross lace on the back of this thing. She gave him a threatening look. He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. I'm going. Goodbye. Leske was leaning against a broken hovel when Braska exited the house. About sodding time. I was starting to think I'd have to bust in there and get an eyeful of that spicy sister of yours. Giero. Kevin patted his dagger. Haven't I told you never to talk about my sister that way? Leske grinned broadly, waggling his eyebrows. But no hot-blooded dwarf can help himself. Those perfect lips, just made to be screaming my name. You must have had a few naughty thoughts yourself, huh? What do you say? That I might have to feed you your spleen. At least I'd have something to eat. Leske shrugged. But much as I'd love to keep chatting, we'd better get down to business. Kevin made a disappointed sound. I was hoping our mission was me making fun of you. Leske patted his shoulder sympathetically. No such luck. Boss says we're out for a search and discipline. One of his smugglers is holding out on him. Name's Oskias. Some surfacer. Birat got word that he's been selling shipments topside that never make it to Birat's ears down here. He wants us to find the rotter and see what goods he's holding back. He's stealing from Birat? I like him already. He fell into step next to Leske. Well, yours will be a short and tragic relationship. You ready to show him some pain? I don't think it's right to just kill this guy. We're not just killing him. First, we take back anything he stole and then we kill him. Come on. You can feel bad later. Fine. But at least find out what he's done. Whatever lets you sleep at night, my friend. Kevin entered the tavern, then looked around. Leske nodded at where the merchant was sitting, and he headed in that direction. Almost lazily, he took the seat across from Oskias. Hey, I was saving that seat. Leske moved to stand at Kevin's shoulder. That's real thoughtful, Oskias. It's tiring work looking for you. Oskias gulped. How do you know my name? Kevin showed just a hint of teeth. Did you think Birat wouldn't find out you're cheating him? Look, I always been loyal to Birat. Oskias held up his hands. He's been good to my family, I know how much I owe him. Save your excuses. Leske, search his bags. My pleasure. Leske started to step around the table. Wait. I do have some lyrium. It's just ore. I made a side deal with one of the mining families. If it worked out, I was gonna bring Birat his cut, I swear. I'd be crazy not to. Leske and Kevin exchanged a look. Suicidal, one might say, Leske said. How much ore did you take? Just a little. Maybe 25 sovereigns worth dash. Leske's mouth opened. 25 sovereigns. Oskias held up a hand. Most of that's with my buyers on the surface. I just picked up a few nuggets down here. If I were to, maybe give you a piece, that's a lot of coin. Could you, forget to mention this to Birat? Kevin exchanged another look with Leske. I'm listening. Kevin said. I don't got any coin myself. I make that topside. But you can take the ore, sell it, maybe get enough to get out of this nest? What do you say? Give me all you have, and I'll pretend you weren't here. Kevin said. All I have is the 2 nuggets, but they're yours if you let me out of here. Leske shook his head at Kevin. Are you breathing smoke? Birat'll kill you if he catches you with his lyrium. Me? You think I wouldn't share with my best friend? Kevin gave him a knowing wink. A slow smile spread across Leske's face. Well, that's a whole other story. We'd need to sell it before we go back to Birat. And to someone who won't run to him. Tell you what, cut me in 50, and we'll take it to Olinda. Remember her? She likes me and refuses to work with the old man. Deal. Oskias looked from one to the other. Then what happens to me? I'm killing you. Kevin saw Oskias's face go pale behind his beard. As far as Birat knows. Got it. Yes. Yes. I'll go back up to the surface right now. I'll move to Orlais, to Antova. Thank you. You're as noble as you are strong. May the ancestors bless your steps. He fumbled a small pouch out of his bag as they lead him out of the building. He handed it to Kevin, hands still shaking, before he turned and fled. The two shoved each other back and forth playfully as they walked back into the commons. Leske led them straight to Olinda's booth. Leske. You old scamp, what are you doing here? Trying to charm me out of another set of ribbons for your girl. Leske gave her a charming smile. Trying to talk you into being my girl, Olinda. You know my heart's breaking for you. Don't you go saying that around my husband. She laughed as she shook her head at the man nearly young enough to be her son. How have you been? Kevin stepped up. We've got some lyrium to sell you. Well. She blinked. That's not what I was expecting to hear cross those lips. Where exactly would someone like you pick up lyrium? Where do you think? Kevin gave her a wink. I think. She shrugged. That's probably something I should never know. Leske elbowed him. Didn't I tell you she's a gem? How much do you have? 2 nuggets. I can give you 30 silvers per nugget. Only 30? Disappointment filled Leske's voice. It's less than it's worth, I won't lie to you, but the market for its topside and that won't be easy for me to reach. And I'll have to find a buyer who won't ask where it came from. For that, I can't afford more than 30. I'll sell you 2 nuggets, Broska said. For 30 each, and this, he said, picking up a bottle of moss wine. All right, then. Let me take that off your hands. And you probably shouldn't come around here for a while. She looked around. Just in case. Kevin handed Leske his share of the coins as they headed in to report to Birat. Try not to blow it all on drinks. Maybe drinks and a bit of slightly less masculine companionship. Leske waggled his eyebrows. I mean, you're pretty and all, but... I forget, why am I not stabbing you right now? Good morning, Duncan. Father has asked me to accompany you to the proving. I appreciate that. Any time spent in the princess's company was welcome. Though he did have to admit having an actual bed in the royal palace was no great hardship to endure for the sake of said company. A couple of the wardens had made joking remarks about his old bones. I think he hopes if she's escorting you, she won't sneak off and win this one, Gorham said. Duncan laughed. Sedita punched Gorham lightly on the arm. It's understood that the winner will be presented to the Grey Wardens. We actually have a fairly impressive turnout. Maynor appears to be the favorite to win. He's a veteran of 4 campaigns against the Darkspawn. Not much of a commander, but a good man to have at your back. He's your recommendation. Sedita hesitated, and Duncan nodded in understanding. I don't mean to do him a disservice, but the man hasn't had an original thought in a decade. Still, he can thump skulls with the best. She shrugged. There are a couple others I may point out to you, if they show up. I appreciate that, he said, falling into step behind her. Gorham trailed along a few steps behind, leaving them to converse privately. He found the princess remarkably easy to talk to, and to his surprise found himself regaling her with a tale from his rather misspent youth. Her laughter was warm and friendly, and he found himself more at ease with her than he had been any save his fellow wardens in more years than he cared to consider. She introduced him to the proving trainer, praising the man generously enough that he nearly fell over himself giving Duncan details on the various competitors. Duncan made a few mental notes, more in an attempt to keep his thoughts from wandering to the princess than any real effort at considering recruits. After the fighters were announced, Sedita glanced around. Would you like to mingle a bit, before the fighting starts? Duncan raised an eyebrow. You aren't going to. Sedita sighed. My presence will make them nervous. Or get certain ones thinking I came to watch them, she muttered almost under her breath before looking back up at him. Either outcome is something I wish to avoid. Gorham and I will be in the balcony when you are ready to join us. Waiting patiently. Not hiding from Darvi Anak Volny at all. Thank you, Lady Ejikin. He gave her a half bow, and watched her walk away. A dwarf. A princess. Half his age. He shook his head. And a blight on its way. He had better things to do than consider certain notions. Kevin ducked his head as he entered the shop. Birat's goods were widely varied, and he wondered how many of the goods were stolen or otherwise unethically acquired. Birat was engaged in conversation with a casteless woman he recognized as Jarvia. He felt a tiny chill. Birat, at least, killed quickly. The king is old. His rule won't hold much longer, Birat was saying. Prince Belen seems far more sympathetic to our interests than Trian, Jarvia said, tapping her fingers thoughtfully against her sword. Kevin felt his blood chill further. Even just being around such talk was dangerous. Birat gave the smug smirk that made Kevin want to stick a knife in his gut. Belen has some tastes of his own that he knows I can provide. He stopped talking as he caught sight of Kevin and Leske. We'll finish this later. It's about time you two showed up. What happened with Oskias? Kevin shrugged and walked towards him casually. He didn't have any lyrium or gold on him. Birat shook his head. What kind of rot are you trying to feed me? He told us he'd been putting together a side deal for lyrium, but he'd already sold it. Leske tried to mimic Kevin's casual stance and tone. Jarvia. Send a dig troop topside. If Oskias had a hiding spot up there, I want us up to our elbows in it. As you say. The woman had a strange gleam in her eyes as she looked at them. Kevin began to feel something like a nug caught in a trap. And the matter of... Birat narrowed his eyes. Punishment. There was something in his tone. Don't worry. I killed him myself. Very interesting, seeing how my cousin was at Tapsters this afternoon. And he says he saw something change hands between you and Oskias, and then the duster sodding stood up and walked out on his own 2 feet. Does that sound like what I asked? Jarvia, what does that sound like to you? Birat folded his arms. Sounds like some jumped-up face brands thought they could take a bribe and let him walk free. That's just not right. She ran her eyes up and down Kevin, and licked her lips slightly. Yep, nug in a trap summed it up fairly well. The lady says it's not right. You wouldn't disagree with the lady, would you? I'm not stupid enough to kill Oskias in public. Kevin said, injecting an offended note into his voice. He shook his head. Leske glanced at him. Right. I mean, no one's gonna say spit to you, Birat, but we can't move that free. We needed to get Oskias somewhere private. We took him to the lava sinks behind the mines. You won't be seeing him again. Birat narrowed his eyes. I don't like you making me look weak. He shrugged. But it's smart to keep the swordcasts from asking questions. Suddenly he smiled. That's why I like you too. Now, I got something else for you. Make some use of your... He waved a hand dismissively. Unique skills. Broska gave an unconcerned shrug, ignoring his heart pounding in his ears. Do I get to make some other duster cry? Not if you know what's healthy for you. Birat's voice was sharp. This one I want you to be invisible. The warrior caste is hosting a proving today, all the best fighters, last man standing, you know the sort of thing. They're showing off for some Grey Warden who's looking for candidates to drag off to a life of eternal glory. Now, it's not often we get every name fighter in Orzammar lined up like that, and I have certain acquaintances who take an interest in this sort of thing. You're taking bets on the fighters. Kevin began running through his mental list of people who would pay a few coppers for a good tip. There's a lot of coin to be made when people get the fever up. Favored fighters: an officer named Maynor, veteran of 4 Darkspawn campaigns. Everard's a long shot. Just got back from the Deep Roads offensive. Some young buck who has all the ladies drooling. I've a lot of money riding on him. Mine and other people's. I expect to see that 8-to-1 payoff. Understand? So how am I supposed to help Everard win? Kevin asked. He wondered if he dared bet his newly acquired silver. That kind of payoff meant gold. The fight only gets announced to contestants themselves. Birat smirked. To prevent illegal gambling. So first, you'll have to find Everard, see who he's fighting, and when. When the name Maynor comes up, I want you to slip this drug into the bastard's water. It'll slow his reflexes, just enough to take the edge off, not enough to show. But it wears off quickly, so don't use it until just before his fight. All right. We'll go now. You bet you will. Here's your pass to get into the grounds. The proving starts as soon as the clock strikes. And when I say I have coin on this, I'm not talking about some pittance, like the value of your life. If I don't see Everard's name on the winner's sheet, you better make sure I never see you, or your sister, ever again. Kevin had to force his fists not to clench when Birat mentioned Rika. "All right, which bookie are we visiting?" Leske asked as soon as they were out of Birat's shop. Kevin grinned. "One that doesn't work for Birat. I'm betting 20. You?" "I'm betting it all. Gold, Kevin. We could buy our way in, instead of just getting stuck with Car to make work." Even speaking in a whisper couldn't keep the excitement out of Leske's voice. "Darvin will be at the arena. He'll take his cut, but he won't report us to Birat," Kevin said. He strode across the arena bridge. "Maybe we'll actually have a chance to watch a few of the matches. Wish I could have watched the glory proving. Adal Helmi going toe-to-toe with Sedida Ejikan. Pisk hasn't shut up about it. You'd think they'd been mud wrestling stark naked, the way he tells it." Kevin stumbled a bit as the image popped into his head, then he laughed. He coughed, then approached the guard on the arena door. The guard sneered. "Turn around, Brand. No castless on the grounds." "But I have a pass right here." Kevin waved the document Birat had given him. "HRMMMM." The guard all but snatched it out of his hand. "Looks legitimate." He glared at Kevin. "Go on through, then. But stay to the trenches. Grey Wardens don't need some eyesore getting between them and the fighters." He shoved the pass back at them before moving aside to let them enter. Kevin felt a small tinge of relief as they entered. He walked into the main hall, Leske a step behind. He was attempting to figure out where Darvin might be when Leske elbowed him. "Stone's Embrace. That's one of them. One of the Grey Wardens." Kevin turned his gaze in the direction Leske was pointing. The lone human was fairly easy to pick out of the crowd. "I dare you to go over and talk to him. Say, 'Welcome to Orzammar, Warden Sir. May I drink your bath water?'" He chuckled, then winked at Leske before heading in the warden's direction. Leske started frantically shaking his head, and Kevin just smiled. Duncan was walking through the arena commons when two dwarves in particular caught his eye. They had marks on their faces, and were getting strange looks from some of the others present. One had dark hair styled into several braids and had only stubble. The other wore his blonde hair tied back, and his beard and mustache sported rather intricate braids. The dark-haired one caught sight of him, and elbowed his companion. They exchanged a couple words, and then the blonde walked over to him. He smiled and crossed his wrists to give a formal bow. "Stone met and blessings on your house." He noted the dwarf's surprised look. "That was the proper greeting for an outsider last time I visited Orzammar. Has it changed? Or is there a reason you're looking at me so strangely?" "In my part of Orzammar, we just go with, 'Hello,'" the dwarf said. "We do the same in my part of Ferelden." "Hello then. My name is Duncan. I'd say, of the Grey Wardens, but I suspect you already know that. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kevin." Kevin hesitated. "Of?" He shrugged. "Nobody." "Ah, of course. That's what the face brand means, then." Duncan mentally kicked at himself. Sedida had told him just that not even an hour before. "I remember that now. Is it true you're here looking for recruits?" "The Wardens are always looking for those who have the courage to spend their lives in battle against the Darkspawn." He gave the young man an appraising look, and realized that he matched one of the descriptions Sedida had given him earlier. It took a small act of will to keep his face straight. "It's rare we find both those with the skill and the will. The best Wardens are ruthless to their enemies, compassionate to their friends, and inspiring to their troops. It's a lot to look for, but I hope to find it here." He noted the other dwarf waving to get Kevin's attention. "And I hope you may find what you are looking for." Leske just shook his head. "Duster, you are insane. You knew the moment you said 'I dare you,' I was going to go talk to him," Kevin replied. Leske grinned. "I dare you to let me date your sister." "What's that, you want me to push you into the lava?" Kevin asked. "Let's do what we came here to do, and then get lost." "Right. Everett is this way." Leske led him towards the fighters' quarters. "Let's find out when he's fighting." He started to knock, and the door swung open. Everett was laying on the floor. Kevin started to step forward, assuming foul play, when the gladiator let out a loud snore. Leske let out a string of curses. Sod it. He's stone drunk. He could draw a dead man for his bout and still lose. He shook his head. Birat's going to kill us if we slip up here. He's already jumpy enough after that stunt with Oskia's dash. Kevin ignored Leske as the man continued to babble in panic. He shook Everard, but the man didn't respond. He was considering dumping the basin of water over the man's head when Leske grabbed his shoulder. Hey, I just had an idea. Do I want to hear this? Kevin asked. Maybe he could get his hands on a healing potion of some kind. So, you've been rubbing my nose in how you're the meanest thing with a blade, right? Leske spoke fast, waving his hands in his excitement. He pointed. Everard's armor is over there and you're about the same size. A slow smile spread across Kevin's face. He nodded, then looked at Leske. If I do this I'll win by skill alone. I won't use the drug. Leske's eyes widened. You've got a heart of steel, Salroka. Get in the armor. He had to shove Leske's hands away as the man tried to help and nearly buckled the greaves on wrong. The helmet was all that was left when he heard Everard's name called. Time to go. Place the bets, he said, shoving his coin purse into Leske's hand before rushing off. The arena master only gave him the barest nod before letting him onto the field. Duncan's eyes fell on Sedita the moment he entered the viewing stand. She smiled, then patted the seat next to her, and he moved to join her. She gestured at a servant, and a moment later, Duncan was being offered a cool drink. He accepted it gratefully. You look thoughtful, she said. He tore his thoughts away from the direction they'd been headed, and took a sip from the drink before replying. I just met a young castless that matched a description you gave me earlier. She laughed. First time I let you walk around on your own, and you find the guy for whom I've been searching 3 days. She shook her head. And? He approached me. Even asked about recruits. She leaned towards him, eyes bright. And? I gave him the speech. With luck, he will seek me out again. He smiled at her, then tore his eyes away from her pale green ones and looked out at the fighting ground. If he does, perhaps I will leave Orzammar with 2 recruits. Sedita shot a glance over her other shoulder. If Harrowmont doesn't stop with the matchmaking, you may just leave Orzammar with 3. He felt his heart pound, and told himself to stop being foolish. He kept his voice light. Remind me to tell Harrowmont to keep up the good work. She elbowed him playfully. Hush you. It's starting. Duncan smiled as he watched Everard down his first opponent. The man certainly was fast. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sedita lean forward, her eyes narrowed. He turned towards her. She met his eyes. That's not Everard, she said, careful to keep her voice quiet. What? He asked, keeping his own voice low. I don't know who is wearing that armor, but it isn't Everard. He was under my command only a couple weeks ago. He is nowhere near that light-footed. She looked back to the fight. Duncan watched the man take out his opponent easily. Whoever it is, he is winning. I noticed, Sedita said contemplatively. She turned to look at Gorham. Do me a favor. Make sure I've got a dozen or so of my men handy. Gorham nodded and immediately left. Duncan looked back at her. Lady Ejikin. If this gets ugly, I want to keep the peace. I see. The dwarf had just finished his last fight when a wobbly dwarf walked out into the arena. Beside him, Sedita let out a small hiss. Duncan raised an eyebrow. I take it that is Everard. It is indeed. Below them, Everard stumbled towards the center of the ring. Wadash. Is it my bout ready? Hey. That's my armor. The proving master starred, a dumbfounded expression on his face. Who are you? How dare you disrupt this sacred dash? Maynor pushed the healer away from him. Wait. I know that man. That's Everard. He turned slowly to the armored man. Then, he shook his head. What impostor did I fight? The proving master stepped up to the podium, his voice ringing loud and clear. Remove your helmet, warrior, and let all who watched you see your face. The combatant unfastened the strap on the helm, then let it fall to the ground. Duncan shook his head as he recognized the blond dwarf that had spoken to him earlier. The man smiled up defiantly. I am of no caste or clan, but I have defeated you all, he shouted. Beside him, Setida was directing her men. They moved quickly down to the arena floor. Duncan watched as the proving master's face all but turned purple with rage. Casteless! You insult the very nature of this proving. Guards, take this, he nearly spat the words. Filth away. Duncan stood, hoping to buy time for Setida's men to reach the man. Hold your men, I pray you. This warrior has defeated the best you have to offer. Is that not what this proving is for? The proving master's jaw nearly unhinged. He swallowed and made a visible effort to control himself. We are honored by your presence, Warden, but this proving is not solely for you. There are laws which have governed this arena for 1,000 years. This man is no warrior. He is casteless, rejected by the ancestors. His very footsteps pollute the stone. He has no place here. Duncan looked down at the man standing proudly in the arena. He smiled. Except as your champion. The proving master gave him a disgusted look. Guards, take him. Setida stepped up to the podium and called out, alive, if you please. The proving master started to protest, and one glare from the princess had the man stumbling backwards, hands up in a gesture of surrender. Now, see. The proving master swallowed. Lady Ejikin. Setida gestured at her newly arrived guards as they entered the ring, and looked down at the man in the ring. Alive, Master Corlin, she repeated. I assure you, we will get to the bottom of this. Yes, of course, as you say, my lady. Duncan saw Kevin's face as the princess's men pushed past the other guards to take him into custody. Kevin looked up and met his eyes before letting the guards take him away. Duncan smiled, then looked to Setida. She raised an eyebrow in response. Well. He shook his head. A bit impulsive, perhaps, but I can't question his skill. Or his. Several words came to mind. Bravery. What happens now? He fell into step beside her as she made her way out of the stands. They'll arrange a trial of some sort before the Shapers. My father may oversee. I'll talk to him. He may prefer to let you handle this more. She sighed. Discreetly. She looked up at him. And think of it as you doing us a favor. How long do you think? A couple days, more or less. I'll head off the calls for blood. Thank you. As soon as they were out of earshot of the crowd, he heard her let out a delighted laugh. Stone, did you see him? That's one for the stories. She hugged him, then threw up her hands. He beat them all. In front of everyone. Stone, if he can manage half that performance for the Wardens. Duncan shook his head and found himself smiling at her enthusiasm. She'd been beautiful before, but with that half-wild, joyful smile on her face. It was a sight he'd take with him anywhere. I suppose all that is left is for me to conscript him. Not all that's left. Stone, I almost forgot to tell you. I talked Traian into speaking with our father. The feint is being arranged for 2 days from now. She ran a hand through her crimson hair, then made herself calm down. When you meet with the Ferelden King, have him send formal word. I'll start work on Traian and my father. She smiled. With luck, we will fight at each other's side in the days to come, my friend. I look forward to it. Chapter 3, Carta. Chapter text. Harl elbowed Duncan as a dwarven woman entered the warehouse the Wardens were using as a camp. Duncan rose to greet her, then blinked as she drew back the hood to reveal crimson hair. My lady Ejikin, what brings you here? Duncan smiled at the dwarven woman. She touched a finger to her lips. I'm not here, Duncan. And we aren't having this conversation. She beckoned him closer. I was able to prevent the casteless from being summarily executed, but it seems someone else arranged for him to be removed from the prison. Duncan sighed. Some insulted noble, I assume. Setida shook her head. No, I fear he is back in the hands of the Carta. It seems a particular idiot called Birat may have been behind what occurred today. Which does, fortunately, provides us with a few more options. I gave quite the tongue lashing to the guards who were supposed to be watching him, and made it clear if they don't want their princess to personally take an interest in making their lives miserable, they will find him and bring him back alive so a proper trial can be done. The guards are out looking now, but you may want to keep an ear out, perhaps offer your assistance. She glanced over her shoulder. If they were just going to kill him, they'd have done it in the cell. If we act quickly, we may yet save him. Duncan nodded. I appreciate your help, Lady Ejikin. She nodded, then handed Duncan a wrapped package. He glanced at her curiously. I intended to present this to whoever won this morning's proving. I can no longer do so officially, of course, but... She winked at Duncan. It belonged to Forel Ejikin, an ancestor of mine who served as a Grey Warden. He nodded and slipped the package into his satchel. I'll see what we can find out. She drew the hood back over her head. I'll clear the way for you, as much as I can. Good luck. She left. Duncan looked over at the other wardens. You heard the lady. Alistair shot him a smile, and Harl gave him a playful salute as they followed the other wardens out of the room. Duncan exited last, and headed towards the commons. Kevin looked up at the ceiling. He was pretty sure it looked different than it had before he'd been knocked unconscious. He could hear something hissing. It took a few moments for him to realize it was Leske's voice. Are you awake yet? PSSSST. He tried to figure out what direction the voice was coming from. Can you hear me? How hard did they sodding hit you, anyway? Did you have to put up such a fight? Leske? What happened? As soon as everyone say your face brand, the place went mad. Shut all the doors, examined everyone for family and caste. One of the guards recognized me and figured we must be working together. They burned 3 candles to the stump interrogating me about who put us up to this. I think they knew, you know, about Birat. Kevin felt his blood go cold. Birat said he'd go for Rika if we're caught. We need to go. You think I didn't look for a way out? Rika's not the only one in danger here. They could kill us. But these cells are built straight into the wall, and they confiscated all my lockpicks. What's it look like on your side? You see any way out? Kevin started to look around just as the guard entered. He went to his knees, holding the back of his head, and coughed weakly. The guard gave him a concerned look, and Kevin let himself slump against the bars. He reached out and grabbed the guard as soon as he came into range, yanking the man into the bars with enough force to crack his skull. He heard Leske laugh as he grabbed the guard's keys. A few moments later, they were free and grabbing gear. If we want to get away with this, we can't leave one man alive to tell Birat what we've done, Leske said. Where are we? Karda hideout. Ah. Well. Okay. So, kill everyone isn't that bad a plan after all. They'd killed almost a dozen men before they reached the main room of the hideout. He could hear Birat's voice. I'm cutting the whore free. If that turncoat brother of hers doesn't know his place, I don't need precious Rika either. Rika? That the one you got all done up in lace? The thug leered. I've been wanting to get my hands on that. Kevin made a mental note of who to kill first. Heh, I know what you mean. Another man said, making a lewd gesture. Birat spread his hands in a gesture of generosity. She's yours if you want her, boys. And let me tell you. He leered. It tastes as good as it looks. Birat. He was definitely killing Birat, Kevin thought to himself as the thugs began to laugh. Birat looked up as they entered the room. What in Sodal is that doing out of its cage? Let's teach this little duster a lesson. Kevin's knife caught the first thug in the eye before the man could draw his blade. Leske moved in on the second thug as Kevin moved towards Birat. Birat stumbled backwards as he drew his blade. He managed 2 wild swings before Kevin cut him down. Behind him, he heard Leske give a joyful laugh. Did you see him there, all, when we're done with you? And you just charged in and sodding slaughtered him. You have to be the luckiest duster in Orzammar. Birat's dead and we're standing here. Hail to the Sodding King. Kevin cleaned his daggers on Birat's vest. As long as he never made it to Rika. Well, he was sure talking like she's still alive. But I won't turn down the chance to go take another peek. Hey, could you tell Rika I killed him? I mean, it doesn't do you any good if she thinks you're the most virile warrior in all the stone. Kevin shot him a look, then turned his gaze down to the dagger he held. Do you really want to say that when I'm holding a weapon? An excellent point. Now let's go find somewhere to hide. Duncan smiled as he approached the knot of guards outside of Birat's store. It appeared the ruse would be unnecessary, as the casteless had somehow managed to free himself and his erstwhile companion. Still, it appeared the danger was not over, and he was about to be taken back into custody. There they are. Seize the fugitives. A guard shouted. The leader of the guards walked towards the two men that had emerged from the shop. Drop your weapons and walk down slowly. We will use force if you resist. If this is your idea of a heroic rescue, you're too late, Kevin called out to the guards. He smirked. You do not speak until the Shapers have judged you. Duncan stepped into the circle the guards had made around the two dwarves. One moment, my friend. Did you not suggest this Birat might have arranged their convenient escape? The leader of the guard glared at Duncan. Regardless, the penalty for impersonating a higher caste is death. Duncan remembered what Sedita had said. If Birat is as influential as you say, perhaps he also masterminded this Everard's impersonation. He heard Kevin's amused voice. Birat won't be a problem anymore. He's dead. The captain of the guard looked shocked, then quickly got himself under control. Duncan made a mental note to mention the man's reaction to the princess. Birat had many enemies, but also powerful allies. Birat would have butchered us if he hadn't killed him first. Leske said. Duncan glanced down at Kevin. Your friend has once again demonstrated his courage. We Grey Wardens travel far and wide in search of those with the potential to join our ranks. It seems I have found one. What are you saying? Kevin gave him a confused look. That I have found what I sought in Orzammar. Let me make my offer formal. I, Duncan of the Grey Wardens, extend the invitation for you to join our order. This man is a criminal, the guard captain said, shaking his head. You can't do this. I can and I am, Duncan said before turning his attention back to the man beside him. It would mean traveling to the surface lands and thus leaving your people, but it does offer you the chance to strike a blow against the Darkspawn and the Blight. Then sodding yes, let's get out of here now. Kevin's face broke into a smile. Then before these witnesses, I hereby recruit you into the Grey Wardens. Know that you are most welcome. This is highly irregular. The warrior families will be. The captain of the guard trailed off as the rest of the wardens began to gather, along with some of the princess's men. Most upset. He shook his head, and the guards began to wander off. Duncan noted with some amusement that they'd completely forgotten about the existence of the second casteless in their eagerness to be away. Look at you, you duster. A warden. And to think I knew you when you were stealing bread. The other casteless was saying. Duncan reached into his satchel and removed the package Sedita had given him. He wished he could announce it as a gift from the princess, but thought it wiser not to at this point. Before we brave the deep roads, I would like to make you a gift of this mace, since you have so few possessions of your own. It was once wielded by the warden Foreligican. I believe he was related to your king. I know you will continue his proud example. He stepped away to give his new recruit a few moments to speak to his friend, and noticed one of the princess's men was standing protectively behind a young casteless woman. From Dust Town to the Grey Wardens. Leske shook his head. You don't watch out, Salroka, you'll end up a paragon. And then I'll never hear the end of it. Kevin smiled at him, then looked to see Rika approaching. He gave Leske a look. If you lay a finger on Rika, I'll be back with an army. Leske shook his head. Why do I think you mean that literally? I'm going to miss you, Duster. Now go. Before I make a fool of myself. Rika threw her arms around him. I can't believe you're really leaving. And as a Grey Warden. When Sir Duncan said he wanted to recruit you, I almost fell over. When I heard you were arrested, I rushed to the arena, but by then you were gone, and Sir Duncan and the princess were telling everyone they had to find you. Will it be safe for you if I leave? Kevin whispered into her ear as he hugged her tightly. Rika smiled up at him, her eyes bright with happiness. This has been a lucky day for both of us. I spent the afternoon with my new patron. If everything works out. She hugged him back just as tightly. Maybe I can even greet you as an equal if you return. This the man you spoke of earlier? Yes. She let out a small, happy laugh. He calls me his Amber Rose. Isn't that sweet? He has a voice like a poet. He already promised to move Mother and me into better lodging, where he can find me more quickly when he wants me. And you'll be happy like this. I am. Truly. I could never make a life fighting Darkspawn. But if I can bear a son who makes his house proud, that's all I can ask. Go, little brother. Make the world a better place. She kissed him on the forehead. Kevin smiled at her, then followed the rest of the wardens back to their camp. You said your name was Kevin? Duncan asked. The dwarf shrugged. Kevin Broska. He glanced back towards his sister, and made a decision. Maybe just call me Broska. Broska. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Broska kept turning the mace over and over in his hands as if scarcely believing it was his. We head into the deep roads soon. A scouting mission more than a hunt. Broska nodded, and Duncan continued. After that we are heading topside for a while. A brief stop at Highever and then on to the Ferelden Mage Tower. Topside? Broska asked, then shrugged. Not like I have any rank to lose going to the surface. Once we get done with this investigation, we'll stop by one of the compounds and make your membership in our order official. So? Broska smiled. About this wardening business? Yes. Do we get paid? Duncan smiled. Somehow, he thought his new recruit would do just fine. He took another drink. Where did you find Riveni rum? Would you believe we have apparently had a bottle in the wine room for at least the past decade? Sedida shrugged. She looked down at her own glass. I've never had it before. I don't even recognize some of the spices. I believe they use cardamom and oranges, both of which are difficult to locate in the south. Duncan smiled, and then gave her a concerned look. I hope aiding us did not cause you too much trouble. I'm not sure Trian is even aware anything happened. Sedida set her cup down. How is your new recruit working out? Sardovad having a recruit for whom sleeping on a rough mat in an unused section of cavern is a step up. Ah, but that's also the fine dwarven spirit at work for you. We come from the stone, it's a part of who we are. Put of us in one of those surface feather beds I keep hearing about and then you'll hear some real complaining. Duncan laughed at that. He'll be a warden. Feather beds are a threat he'll never have to worry about. He laid his fork down. Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the company. She tilted her head at him. Tired? Not particularly. Sedida smiled. Then shall we go to bed? He blinked, and then returned her smile. Chapter 4, Exile. Chapter text. Sedida left the fancy armor on its rack, and went for the more practical plate. She added a small hand axe to her belt before picking up her shield and heading to the door. Gorham was waiting just outside. She gave him a quick once-over and noted that he'd added a crossbow to his weapon harness. She gave him a nod of approval. Time is rusting. The mood among the soldiers was excitement as she walked through them. Here and there she stopped to hand out a smile, compliment, or a quick instruction to fix an errant strap. Her father was dressed in his armor, and she struggled to keep the worried expression off her face. Even surrounded by guards, he had no business on the field. She sighed, and walked to join him. Duncan checked to make sure his wardens had all their belongings. He'd sent Alistair to get Broska a more appropriate suit of armor, and the youngest warden was currently having a good-natured argument with the dwarf over whether it was better to carry a shield or a second blade. Outside their camp, the dwarven soldiers were preparing for the feint. He decided it was safe enough to make a more personal farewell, and headed to the palace. He waited until a passing guard moved out of earshot before approaching the princess. He hesitated briefly when he saw her frown at the guard's back. Is something wrong? He raised an eyebrow at Setida, and then raised an eyebrow at where Gorham was standing. Politics. Nothing you need to worry about, my friend. Setida shook her head. Just dwarven politics. A part of me envies your new recruit. I wish I could leave all this behind and go do what needs be done instead of worrying about which Desher has his beard in a knot today. Not too late for you to pack a bag and come along. For a moment, Duncan found himself filled with the irrational hope that she'd say yes. He told himself, again, not to be foolish. Setida smiled. Good luck, Duncan. And if Orzammar can do more, send word. I'll do what I can. She touched his hand. Do come back for a visit, after you are done saving the world. Duncan smiled as he nodded. He glanced down the road to where Trian stood, berating the guard. He feared that Orzammar would be a different place once King Endrin passed. A pity Setida was not the firstborn. Still, if some of the rumors he'd heard had any truth to him, perhaps that would not be an issue. Endrin was polite to the wardens, but if it were Setida on the throne. Alas, saying such out loud could only cause problems. As commander of Orzammar's military, Setida would still be positioned to be of plentiful help to the wardens. Always nice working with the dwarves, who knew better than any the threat of Darkspawn was not some abstract fade notion. And as a commander, perhaps they would indeed find themselves fighting side by side. He gave her a bow, and went back to join the other wardens. Setida watched Duncan head back to the other Grey Wardens. She gave them an approving look and noted that they'd acquired armor for their new recruit. The casteless dwarf looked a bit nervous at the company he was keeping, and his fingers kept touching the mace at his side as though assuring himself it was still there. Part of her was actually tempted by the playful offer. Were it not for her duty to Trian. It took them almost an hour of marching to reach their destination. Harrowmont stepped forward, his voice ringing through the stone tunnels. Trian and his men will clear the way for the Grey Wardens to descend into the easternmost caverns. Those caverns are still infested by the worst of the Darkspawn. We cannot risk our own troops there. Understood, Lord Harrowmont. We should be able to sense the Darkspawn and avoid them once the way is open. Duncan's voice was steady, and his face calm. A man doing his duty, rather than a man seeking glory. There was a mild pang of disappointment that she would not be with the group escorting the wardens. She had a feeling watching Duncan go into battle would have been a sight to behold. May the paragons favor you, and the stone catch you if you fall. Endrin's voice sounded strong. She didn't even want to think about how many potions he must have down that morning. Her elder brother raised his maul above his head as he turned to his men. Come, men, glory awaits. A cheer answered his words. Setida hoped it was for him rather than the mission. She didn't miss the joyful look on Eddar's face as he strode behind her brother. The Grey Wardens joined the procession. Harrowmont's voice came again, a little quieter this time. Belen, you and your men will second the king, clearing the main road. Setida's eyes narrowed slightly. That wasn't the plan Trian had mentioned to her earlier. Don't you think it looks a little? Belen spoke up. Cowardly to allow these humans to take our place where the fighting is thickest. Belen looked crestfallen. And yet there was something. Setida shook her head. Are you questioning the battle plan? Harrowmont asked, his face betraying his irritation at her younger brother. Of course not. I'm sure your caution is for the glory of us all. Enough, Belen. King Endrin glared, and Belen shrunk in on himself slightly before his father's eyes. Take your men and make ready. Harrowmont and I need to have words with your sibling. Good luck, my sister, Belen said. Setida turned, eyes following him as he left. Something was off. She felt a small chill. Harrowmont gave her a fatherly smile. Your father has a special mission for you. In the eastern deep roads, there is a secret door carved into the stone. Endrin's eyes were bright as he looked at her. Part of her wanted to throw up her hands in frustration. A blight, yet another assassination attempt on her elder brother, and her father was playing favoritism games now? No wonder Belen had looked out of sorts. The door leads to a tag abandoned long ago by your ancestors. The Darkspawn have made it impossible to reach, Harrowmont said. Endrin laid a hand on her shoulder. My father believed that the shield of Paragon Ejikin remains in that tag, under the stones of the central room. Reclaim the shield, and glory will be yours. It should be Trian's, she thought to herself. He needed it, now more than ever. The shield of Ejikin would be quite the find. Perhaps she could finagle some way to present it to Trian. Maybe some kind of ceremony as they reclaimed the tag? She forced her attention back to Harrowmont. We've sent 2 scouts ahead to make sure the tunnels are cleared, but be careful. One of the scouts will meet you at the first crossroads you come to, the second will be further in. When you get to the door, use your signet ring to open it. Questions? Yes. Few she could ask before this many years. What were you thinking came first to her mind. Where do we go from there? The crossroads where you meet the first scout will be the rendezvous point. There, you can present the shield to the lords and demonstrate the strength of Ejikin. May the ancestors watch over you, my child. Endrin's smile trembled just slightly, and she gave him a respectful bow. Stone, if he kept this up, the assembly really was going to try to stick her with that blasted crown. She entered the cavern, heading in the direction Harrowmont had given. Gorham held his silence until they were some distance away from any ears. This sound a bit rehearsed? Orchestrated? Sedida shook her head. Idiotic. I think the king is a little concerned you might just decide to join up with the wardens after all. Gorham tapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword as he followed her into the cavern. I hope that is all there is to it. She ran a hand over the back of her neck. It's not. There is something else. I'm missing something here. She narrowed her eyes. Could father actually want the council to name me to the throne? Is it that outrageous a notion? Gorham asked. My lady, I know your feelings on the matter, but you cannot deny how many of your people want to see you on the throne. I can do more for them behind it, Sedida said. Where my hands aren't bound. And I will not see Trian's birthright taken from him. She sighed. It would destroy him. She shook her head, then cocked her head to one side as she heard a scraping sound. Gorham caught the motion, and put a hand to his sword. She drew her own, and together they moved to face the approaching Genlocks. Her smile was warm when she recognized the man waiting for them in the crossroads. Frandlin Evo returned her smile. You made it, Commander. Did you run afoul of any darkspawn? Sedida shrugged. Nothing we couldn't handle. We didn't expect any activity in these tunnels at all. Once I finished scouting the tunnels, I hid here to avoid the darkspawn. Most tunnels are dead ends. The one we want is swarming with those fiends. It's going to be a fight. I didn't get a chance to speak with you after the proving the other day. Your performance was exceptional. She kept her features steady as she observed him. Most people, upon being complimented by their princess, smiled or blushed. Evo, however, turned slightly green. Your gift of the helm was amazingly generous. He turned away slightly as he spoke. I will treasure it always. May today's battles bring us even more glory. He swallowed, and then his voice became brusque and businesslike as he turned back towards her. I'll take rear guard. Shall we move? Sedida exchanged a quick look with Gorham before she continued to head into the tunnel. She'd have to examine the oddity of Evo's behavior later, she thought to herself as the Genlocks began to move towards them. The scout popped up from behind a couple of rocks. You're here. I thought the darkspawn had got you for sure. I'm not that easy to kill, Sedida said. Any lightheartedness she might have felt at the start of this little expedition had long since faded. Something about this whole thing smelled wrong. Then I'll make sure I'm behind you if we're swarmed. We want the tunnel ahead, but there are darkspawn tracks all over it. Be careful. I thought these tunnels were mostly abandoned, Sedida said as she continued down the tunnel. Gorham had shifted his position to rear guard. Her lips twitched slightly. Her second could read her like a book. Well, abandoned isn't vacant, apparently. Still, 2 months ago, we couldn't get within a mile of this place. I'll follow your lead, Commander. They'd made it almost into the Tag before the mercenaries showed themselves. Their leader swaggered forward. So glad you could finally join us, he said, opening his hands and spinning around to indicate all the men with him. We feared you'd gotten eaten by Darkspawn. Turns out the shield isn't quite as easy to retrieve as I was led to believe. I wager you know where it is, though. He hooked his thumbs into his weapon harness before leering at her. So maybe you tell me where it is, and I don't let my boys have a go at you before I kill you. Senator rubbed her forehead irritably as she examined their numbers and positions. The shield's a metaphor. It's in all of us. If they weren't going to be serious about this, neither was she. The leader smirked at her. Oh. She's a funny one. Just what I needed. Now kill these idiots. He started to draw his sword, and the bolt from Gorham's crossbow caught him between the eyes. Setita's smile was fierce as she raised her shield and charged. She felt a slight jolt of surprise when Evo charged beside her. The two of them spun, back to back, slicing through the mercenaries foolish enough to have tried to stand their ground. Gorham followed them in as the scout drew his own crossbow and started taking pot shots. Her eyes caught sight of the man aiming the ballista, and she gestured to Gorham before moving across the field, drawing the fire. She threw herself to the ground as the bolt fired, tumbling back to her feet in time to drive her sword into the stomach of a mercenary. Evo blocked an overhand blow with his shield before taking the sword arm off his opponent just as Gorham reached the man working the ballista. Gorham brought his shield up and simply slammed into the man, crushing him between Stone and Angry Warrior. Setita caught a crossbow bolt on her own shield before closing with the last of their attackers. She dusted herself off, then smiled. Nice work, she said, looking over her companions. Gorham had a small scrape on his forearm, and Evo had the start of what would be a rather impressive black eye. She wondered for a moment why he wasn't wearing the helm she'd gifted him. The scout was untouched. Let's find this shield and head home. The puzzle was slightly more annoying than difficult. Stone slid back, revealing their prize. That's it. We've got it. It was rather unimpressive, Setita thought to herself. The scout echoed her thoughts aloud. It doesn't look like much. The skill of our crafters has come far since then, Evo said, shooting her a look as though he expected her to be offended by the scout's words. But still. A trace of awe entered his voice. The shield of Ejikin. Setita picked it up. She was surprised by how well balanced it was, despite its plain appearance. It's a symbol, that's all. If it helps rally the troops, it's a good thing, the scout said. She nodded agreement. It should be Trian here. Enough talk. Where is the rendezvous point? Back in the direction we came from, at the crossroads, the scout replied. To the crossroads. Gorham said, sheathing his sword. Gorham fell into step beside her. He held out his hand, showing her the Ejikin signet ring. I found it on the mercenary captain. It's Trian's. Then it was stolen. My lady. He sighed. If Trian really were scheming against us, this would be the perfect place for an ambush. We've got the shield, and we're all alone out here. Trian is my brother. He would never do anything like that. At least, Trian wouldn't. Could this be Belen? I wish I had your confidence. Gorham was about to say something else when the scout stepped towards them. What's that you're muttering about? The scout asked. Gorham's eyes widened at the impertinence. Keep your mind on the mission, Setita's voice was sharp enough to make Gorham jump. Right you are, Commander, the scout replied nervously, falling back to put both Gorham and Evo between himself and the princess. They came around the corner and stopped dead in their tracks. The bodies of a dozen dwarves were strewn around the chamber. Setita let out a wounded cry, and ran to one of the bodies. She knelt down beside it, then gently cradled her brother's head. By the stone, Gorham said. It's Trian. Evo drew his sword and looked around. It must have been a Darkspawn attack. The scout shook his head. This doesn't look like Darkspawn. No bites, no scratches, no mutilation. Gorham moved to stand next to his princess. Her eyes were bleak as she gently closed Trian's eyes. She pressed a kiss to his forehead, and stood. We need to warn my father, she said. He heard a sound, and put a hand to his sword. Someone's coming. His eyes widened when Belen led the king's party into the chamber. He shot a glance at Setida, and saw realization darken her eyes. Endrin looked at the body on the ground, then back up at Setida. His face paled, and he took an involuntary step towards her. "My daughter. Tell me this isn't what it looks like." "What does it look like?" Setida said, her voice empty, her eyes fixed on Belen. "It looks like you killed our brother, you monster." Belen said. Gorham didn't miss the slight gleam of satisfaction in the man's eyes. He stepped forward. "My lady is innocent." Harrowmont held up a hand. "Sir Gorham, your loyalty makes you a useless witness. It falls to others to tell the story. You, Scout, what happened here?" The Scout edged away slightly, then squared his shoulders. "Trian and his men were here early. It seems they'd done battle with the Darkspawn. Lady Ejikin came up to them, all friendly-like, but when we got close, she ordered us to attack." Gorham looked back at Setida. She remained silent, her eyes never leaving Belen's face. Harrowmont looked towards the other member of their party. "Frandlin Evo, you are a good and noble man. Did the Scout speak the truth?" Evo swallowed. "He did, my lord. It was." He swallowed again. "Terrible. Prince Trian didn't stand a chance. Afterward, my lady stripped his signet ring." "You treacherous bastard," Gorham said, reaching for his own blade. He was stopped only by the slight shake of Setida's head. Endrin's voice was sharp. "Silence, Gorham. Do you have anything else to say, my daughter?" "I'm sorry, father." "As am I," Endrin replied. "Bind her," Harrowmont ordered. "She will be judged before the assembly." "To Orzammar." She stared at the other side of the cell. Crude messages, insults, and prayers had been carved into it by many hands over the years. Here and there, a few of the condemned had even approached wisdom. Her fingers traced over one message in particular. "I go to a warrior's death." A gleam of brighter light interrupted the dimness, and she heard the guard's voice. "You've got 10 minutes, sir. Orders and all. You understand?" The second voice she knew well. "Of course." "Leave us alone, will you please?" Gorham asked. "Yes, sir." She stood when Gorham came to the door of the cell. "My lady." He caught one of the bars of the prison. He met her eyes. "I would have come sooner had they allowed it." "How are you?" "Trian is dead." "How do you think I am?" She sighed, then looked back at him. "I was worried for you. And I for you. I bring little but bad news, though. Belen has taken Trian's place in the assembly. He introduced a motion to condemn you immediately, and it easily passed." Gorham drove his fist into the wall. He had fully half the assembly ready to vote on something completely against tradition and justice. He must have been making deals and alliances for months, if not years. Setida found herself giving a small laugh. "You have to respect Belen's ability to play the game. He's more clever than either of us ever thought. Some of the lords, especially Harrowmont, are suspicious of Belen's instant rise to power. They are rallying, but far too slowly. The assembly has already sentenced both of us." Setida nodded. She knew her fate the moment Belen had led her father into that chamber. No use worrying about it now. "What's going to happen to you?" "My knighthood will be stripped, my name torn from my family records." He sighed, then shook his head. "But I will be allowed to attempt some sort of life on the surface." She smiled. He didn't. Lord Harrowmont moved for a similar exile for you, but Belen's supporters overwhelmed him. You're to be sealed in the deep roads to fight Darkspawn until you are overwhelmed and killed. One of her shoulders twitched. The cowards weren't strong enough to kill me themselves. That may have been Belen's first mistake. He leaned forward. Lord Harrowmont gave me access to see you so I could tell you this. Duncan and the Grey Wardens are still in the deep roads, in tunnels connected to those you are to be left in. If you survive long enough to find the Grey Wardens, you may be able to escape with Duncan. That's all the chance I need. She drew herself up, and saw Gorham nod. Our time is up. May the paragons guide your sword and the stone hold you up. The same to you, my friend. I will always be your man, my lady Egican. The guard walked towards the cell. They are ready for you now. She was led to where Harrowmont was waiting. The man had aged a dozen years since the last time she'd seen him. Her thoughts went to her father for a moment, and then she drove those thoughts away. The guard shoved her forward. Here is the prisoner, Lord Harrowmont. Having been found guilty of fratricide by the Assembly of Orzammar, you are hereby sentenced to exile and death. Your name is, from this point forward, stripped from the records. You are no longer a person, nor a memory. You are to be cast into the deep roads with only sword and shield, there to redeem your life by fighting the enemies of Orzammar until your death. Do you have anything to say before the sentence is carried out? Harrowmont's tone was formal, but his eyes were wet. Setida only shook her head. You call this justice? Her gaze went to each of the guards. None of them could meet her eyes. I would have prevented it if I could. Everyone should have the right to face his accuser and defend himself. Look me in the eye and tell me you didn't do this. For your father's sake. For a moment, she considered remaining silent. How could her father even begin to think such a thing? I didn't kill Trian. She said it more for Harrowmont's sake than anything else. Harrowmont looked into her eyes, and his own widened before becoming angry. I believe you. That means Belen planned this from the start. Believe me, I will spend the rest of my days making sure Belen does not profit by his deeds. Your father asked me to give these to you. This sword and shield are of fine dwarven make. Strike a blow at our enemies. Setida strapped the shield to her arm. How is my father? He is old and this tragedy has hit him hard. He will rest better now, though, knowing the truth. Tell him. She sighed. Tell my father I went to a warrior's death. I will. Open the doors and let the condemned walk through. He paused, then continued. May the stone accept you when you fall. She smiled at him, then turned to the gate. She held her head up as she strode through. Grief would have to wait. A blight was coming. Braska was proving to be a skilled scout. Though he couldn't yet sense the dark spawn, he was adept at eluding them and moving through the tunnels unseen. He was also displaying a knack for both disarming and setting traps. Even if they didn't get the information they were looking for, the trip to Orzammar had definitely proved worthwhile. One of the scouts signaled that he'd heard something. Duncan examined his senses, but there did not appear to be darkspawn nearby. He was about to dismiss the sound as deep stalkers when a barefoot dwarf in battered armor appeared. By the Maker, it's a dwarf. Harl said, striding forward. He stopped short as the dwarf removed her helmet. Duncan pushed past him. Lady Egican. What are you doing here alone? Where are your troops? She smiled at him tiredly. It is good to see you again, Duncan. He returned the smile as he walked towards her. His heart was hammering. She was wounded, though not badly. And you as well, although I am still filled with questions. Such as why are you in these tunnels alone? May I ask what happened? I am Lady Egican no longer. She squared her shoulders, and looked up at him. He saw the meaning of the words in her eyes. Ah. You have been made to walk the deep roads, then. He wanted to put his arms around her, and... He shook his head. Behind him, Alistair spoke. You mean you were exiled? What happened? Duncan shot him a sharp look. I do not think matters of dwarven honor are any business of ours. I was betrayed by my brother. Duncan's eyes widened, and he shook his head in disbelief. He could not imagine. Lord Trian. No, Belen. Setida's voice held no trace of emotion. Trian is dead. I see. He laid a hand on her shoulder. There were many things he wanted to say. He made his voice formal instead. The brutal intrigue of the Dwarven court continues, then. There is no reason for you to walk these deep roads and die for something you did not do. You have already proven yourself both resourceful and skilled, and I would expect nothing less from an Egican. When last we spoke, you told me you wished you could join our order. I imagine this isn't quite what you meant, but you may still find great honor here. As leader of the Grey Wardens here in Ferelden, I would like to formally invite you to join our order. I would be honored. She smiled. Then welcome. We leave immediately for Ostagar to join with human forces facing the Darkspawn hordes, led by King Cailan. Stay close. There are still Darkspawn around every corner. He took in her appearance once more, and mentally kicked himself. Harl, get our new sister something to eat and drink. Duncan gave Setida a once-over, taking in the ill-fitting and mismatched armor. Setida glanced down at herself and gave a rueful shrug. You should have seen the dress they exiled me in. She waved a hand over her head, and gave a prim smile before adopting a snooty tone. Clashed horribly with my hair. Braska couldn't contain a snort of laughter, then paused thoughtfully. We are what, 5 days out from Orzammar, considering how long we spent looking around that take? You've been on your own that long. 7 days, but who is counting? Setida accepted the food and drink gratefully. Braska shrugged. I guess that's the last time I make a comment about nobles being soft. Harl caught Duncan's concerned look, and dropped his voice to a whisper. You're worried her helping us had something to do with what happened. I do not think it was the cause, Duncan replied. It simply presented the opportunity. I'm not sure if that makes me feel relieved, or more guilty, Harl said. He sighed. Orzammar's loss is our gain. I cannot argue with that, Duncan replied. He leaned back. They are massing under the wilds. As soon as we reach the surface, we must send word to Cailan. Ostagar, you think? I do. Harl raised an eyebrow at Braska. The younger dwarf was staring at Setida again. He caught the look and blushed before shaking his head. Sorry. It's just. He glanced again towards Setida. The Princess of Orzammar is cooking me breakfast. Even in my dreams I never. He blushed even harder. He heard Harl chuckle. She is not a princess any longer. Braska shook his head. Don't care what the idiot Deshers say. That there is a princess. Harl followed his gaze, then nodded. I suppose I see your point. Both men got to their feet as Setida brought them over food. She grabbed a plate for herself, then joined them. Braska tasted the meal, then smiled. You actually know how to cook, he said. She smiled. One of our cooks taught me when I was a child. I kept in practice mostly to annoy. She trailed off, then shook her head. I can manage a few simple meals. She looked up at Harl. So what brought you to the Wardens? I stole a horse, Harl replied. Unfortunately, not a very fast one. Got caught. We got attacked by some spawn while they were fitting me for a noose. I got free. Thought about running, but couldn't leave even those jackasses to spawn, so I grabbed a branch and started hitting. The Wardens showed up just as I was realizing how stupid not running was, and then Duncan asked if I'd like to join up. I said yes, and here I am. It's a slightly better life than horse thief. You make it sound so glamorous, Setida said, putting a hand on her heart. If I'd only known, I wouldn't have dawdled in the deep roads so long. Hey, I haven't even begun the pitch, Harl said. Sometimes, we are even allowed to set foot in taverns. Be still my heart, Setida said. I'm not sure I can take such luxury. She smiled. Have you ever read Warden Commander Kedrick's memoirs? No ma'am. Can't read, Harl said, blushing slightly. Me either. On both counts, Braska said. Oh. She shrugged. I can teach you, if you'd like. Harl blinked. Really? Certainly. Ridding the world of all darkspawn can't take up that much of our time, after all. Your performance at the proving was impressive. I'd like to learn that spin you did with the axe. It took Braska a moment to realize Setida was talking to him. You. He blinked. Oh, you were there. She'd been the one to order him taken alive, hadn't she? You were sitting with Duncan. He felt himself starting to babble a bit, and swallowed. Setida smiled. I knew you weren't Everard. He's never moved that fast in his life. I figured you were his second or something. He shrugged. Nope, just a worthless duster. He glanced down at his mace. You'll be wanting this back, I suppose. It's Ejikin. Offering it back to her felt like tearing his own arm off. Sedida gave him a puzzled look, and shook her head. It was for the winner of the proving. If I didn't want you to have it, I never would have asked Duncan to pass it over to you. You. He stared. You sent it to me. You earned it. Duncan came to Orzammar seeking the best to join the Wardens. You proved that was you. Didn't you win the proving held in your honor? He asked, smiling tentatively. She laughed. Lord Harrowmont got the notion he was going to arrange a marriage between me and whatever lordling won. I decided I had more important things to worry about than avoiding courtship. She chuckled, then her voice became sad. I suppose I still do. She sat down across from him, leaning against the cavern wall. He glanced at her from lowered eyes, watching her watch the humans. It was hard, reconciling this woman in battered armor, this woman who talked to him like an equal, with the Princess of Orzammar. The words came out of him in a rush. I'm sorry about what happened to you. I heard. He swallowed. I heard you spoke out for the surface dwarves. You said they were dwarves and should have their rights returned. She raised an eyebrow. You heard about that? He shrugged. Surface dwarves are treated like casteless. They slum it sometimes. He frowned as a thought struck him. Do you think that's why you got tossed out? She sighed. I'd be a fool to think that was the only reason. She poured a cup of tea, and offered it to Braska before taking one for herself. We will be on the surface tomorrow. Have you ever been? He shook his head. No. Any duster goes up isn't allowed back. And? He twitched a shoulder. Well, there isn't stone up there. He sipped the tea. It's really happening, isn't it? We are going to be surface dwarves. Sedida grinned. No, my friend. We are going to be wardens. Chapter 5, Harrowing. Chapter text. Cathiel leaned on the doorframe and watched her father. Ternkausland and Arlhow looked almost like young men again as they discussed the king's call to arms. I trust, then, that your troops will be here shortly. Ternkausland asked his old friend. Howe nodded. I expect they will start arriving in the next couple days, and we can march soon enough. I apologize for the delay, my lord. This is entirely my fault. I heard the rumors, of course, but thought we'd have time to get the harvest in before anything came of them. No, no. The appearance of the Darkspawn in the south has us all scrambling, doesn't it? I only received the call from the king a few days ago, myself. Her father spread his arms. I'll send my eldest off with my men. You and I will ride out together, just like the old days. True. Howe tapped a finger to his temple. Though we both had less gray in our hair then. And we fought Orlshians, not, he waved a hand. Monsters. Ha. At least the smell will be the same. He must have heard her snicker at that, as he turned towards her. I'm sorry, pup, I didn't see you there. How, you remember my daughter? I see she's become a lovely young woman. Pleased to see you again, my dear. He gave her a small bow. She smiled, and gave a similar bow in response. Is your family here, Arlhow? Oh no, I left them in Amaranthin, well away from the fighting in the south. They do send their best wishes. He glanced at her father, then back at her again. My son Thomas asked after you. Perhaps I should bring him with me next time. I'd like that, she said. Good. My son saw you at a Denerim fair and has talked about you ever since. He'll be pleased you remember him. She was about to ask after Thomas when her father interrupted. At any rate, pup, I summoned you for a reason. While your brother and I are both away, I'm leaving you in charge of the castle. I'll do my best, father, she replied. Now, that's what I like to hear. Only a token force is remaining here, and you must keep peace in the region. You know what they say about mice when the cat is away, yes. He gave her a wink. There's also someone you must meet. Please. He gestured at one of the guards. Show Duncan in. Duncan gave the Terran a small bow as he approached. He recognized the other man as Arlhow. The young woman with them was most likely the Terran's daughter. He racked his brain for a moment trying to remember if she was the elder or younger child. Sir Gilmore had been quite effusive of the young woman's skill at archery. "It is an honor to be a guest in your hall, Terran Cousland." Howe shifted slightly. "Your lordship, you didn't mention that a Grey Warden would be present." Duncan arrived just recently, unannounced. Terran Bryce Cousland raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "Of course not, but a guest of this stature demands certain protocol." "I am." Howe gave Duncan a small bow. Something about the man made him wary. "At a disadvantage. We rarely have the pleasure of seeing one in person, that's true." "Pup, Brother Aldous taught you who the Grey Wardens are, I hope." "They're an order of great warriors," Cathiel said. Duncan saw her bright eyes look him over before she gave him a respectful nod. Terran Cousland smiled broadly. "They are the heroes of legend, who ended the Blights and saved us all." He gestured at Duncan. "Duncan is looking for recruits before joining us and his fellow wardens in the south. I believe he's got his eye on Sir Gilmore." Duncan weighed his options briefly. "If she were the younger. If I might be so bold, I would suggest that your daughter is also an excellent candidate." Terran Cousland narrowed his eyes, and Duncan realized he'd overstepped as the man shifted to stand between him and the young woman. "Honor though that might be, this is my daughter we are talking about." Cathiel gave her father a teasing smile. "Perhaps that would get me into battle." Terran Cousland waggled a finger at her. "That discussion is closed." Arl Howe laughed. "You did just finish saying that Grey Wardens are heroes, old friend." Terran Cousland shook his head at the lot of them. "I've not so many children, I'll gladly see them all off to battle." His face suddenly grew concerned. "Unless you intend to invoke the right of conscription." Duncan quickly moved to reassure him. "Have no fear. While we need as many good recruits as we can find, I've no intention of forcing the issue. And angering a man as powerful as the Terran would not be a wise idea. The man would be a much-needed ally in the days to come." He nodded, then looked back at his daughter. "Pup, can you ensure that Duncan's requests are seen to while I'm gone?" "Of course. In the meantime, find Fergus and tell him to lead the troops to Ostagar ahead of me. But I'd like to stay and talk to Duncan. You'll have plenty of time later. We must discuss the battle plans in the south." He gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Be a good lass and do as I've asked. We'll talk soon." Cathiel bowed, and left the room. Terran Cousland smiled after her before turning back to Duncan. "Where were we?" He frowned for a moment before nodding. "Oh, yes, the supplies." Her brother was already dressed in his armor. Oren was practically bouncing up and down in excitement. "Is there really going to be a war, Papa? Will you bring me back a sword?" Fergus ruffled his son's hair. "That's sword, Oren. And I'll get you the mightiest one I can find, I promise." Oriana watched quietly. "I wish victory was indeed so certain. My heart is." She folded her arms. "Disquiet." He gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't frighten the boy, love. I speak the truth." He met Cathiel's eyes as she entered. "And here's my little sister to see me off. Now dry your eyes, love, and wish me well." He caught Oriana's chin and bent his head down to kiss her. Cathiel made a playful gagging sound. "Just let me know when you two are finished." Fergus continued kissing his wife for a few more seconds before looking back at her. "Ha! When there's a man in your life, you'll understand." She gave him a haughty look. "No fewer than 3, if you please. Such a thing would bring shame upon this house, sister." Oriana glanced at her husband, and mischief danced briefly in her eyes. "But if it's true, you must be discreet." Fergus opened his mouth, then closed it again before turning back to his wife. "I'm..." He shook his head. "Not sure how I should take that, love." She laid a hand on his arm and Cathiel shot her a wink. Oriana looked up at her husband lovingly. "As the advice of a practical Antavan woman, my dear." Cathiel shook her head at both of them before turning her attention to her brother. "I wish I could go with you. I wish you could come." He gave her a confident smile. "It'll be tiring, killing all those darkspawn myself. In Antiva, a woman fighting in battle would be. Oriana's voice was more puzzled than disapproving. Unthinkable. Is that so? Fergus ran a hand down her cheek. I always heard Antivan women were quite dangerous. With kindness and poison only, my husband. This from the woman who serves me my tea. Fergus shook his head and laughed. Did you know there was a Grey Warden in the castle? Cathiel asked. Oren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Really? Was he riding a griffin? Shush, Oren. Griffins only exist in stories now. Oriana smoothed her son's hair. I'd heard that, Fergus said. Did he say why he's come? He's going to test Ser Gilmore. Good for him. I hope he makes it. Fergus looked her over. If I were a Grey Warden, though, I'd have my eye on you. He shrugged. Not that father would ever allow it. Well, as much fun as teasing you is, I bring a message. Father wants you to leave without him. Then the Arl's men are delayed. You'd think his men were all walking backwards. Fergus sighed. Well, I'd better get underway. So many darkspawn to behead, so little time. He rolled his eyes as if going off to a chore no more onerous than saddling a horse. Off we go then. I'll see you soon, my love. He bent to kiss Oriana again, and Oren and Cathiel looked at each other before making gestures of disgust. Fergus held out one hand to give a rude gesture of his own. Their mother let out a small cough from the doorway, and everyone immediately put their innocent faces on. Bryce stepped in. I would hope, dear boy, that you planned to wait for us before taking your leave. Be well, my son. I will pray for your safety every day you are gone. Worry and pride fought for control of Eleanor Kislin's face. Fergus will be fine, Cathiel said. I keep telling you, no darkspawn will ever best me. Oriana laid a hand over her heart. The Maker sustain and preserve us all. Watch over our sons, husbands, and fathers and bring them safely back to us. Fergus put his own hand over his heart. And bring us some ale and wenches while you're at it. He caught Oriana's look. He shuffled his feet. For the men, of course. Fergus, Oriana set her face into prim lines, but her eyes danced. You would say this in front of your mother. What's a wench? Oren asked. Is that what you pull on to get the bucket out of the well? A wench is a woman that pours the ale in a tavern, Oren. Or a woman who drinks a lot of ale, Bryce said, stepping in to save his son from the wrath of wife and mother. Eleanor shook her head fondly. Bryce. Maker's breath, it's like living with a pair of small boys. Thankfully, I have a daughter. She means you, Cathiel said to Oriana, eliciting another eye roll from Eleanor. Fergus chuckled. I'll miss you, mother dear. You'll take care of her, sister, won't you? Mother can handle herself. Always has. She was the sea wolf, after all. It's true. They should be sending her, not me. She would scold those darkspawn back into the deep roads. Fergus ducked as Eleanor gave him one of her looks. Well, I'm glad you find this so funny, she said, crossing her arms and smiling. Ternkausland laughed. Enough, enough. Pup, you'll want to get an early night. You've much to do tomorrow. He took his wife's arm, and drew her away. Fergus smiled at Cathiel. Getting sent to bed early, are we? I don't mind. She gave a slow, considering smile. I might have company. What? Fergus gaped at her before laughing. You saucy minx. Fergus. Really? Well, I sure hope he's worthy of your time, or I'll have to have a chat with the fellow. Heh. At any rate, I'll miss you. Take care of everyone, and be here when I get back. Oren grabbed her hand. Mama says you're going to be watching over us while Papa is gone. Is that true, Auntie? Cathiel smiled down at him fondly. I wish you wouldn't call me that. But you are my auntie. What else could I call you, silly? Your aunt no doubt thinks it makes her sound too old, Oren. But she is old. But not as old as you, Mama. Cathiel nearly fell over laughing as Oriana turned to glare at her husband. This is your influence, Fergus. What? He held his hands up in a warning gesture. I didn't say anything. Are you going to teach me to use a sword, Auntie? Then I can fight evil, too. Take that, Dire Bunny. All Darkspawn fear my sword of truthiness. You bet. Let's go. Cathiel said, mimicking his excited jumping. Fergus, there are times your family causes me great pain. Oriana almost couldn't get the last few words out without laughing. Fergus shook his head. Now. Mind your mother, Orin. I never get to do anything. Orin kicked the ground before walking towards his bed. Don't worry, son. You'll get to see a sword up close real soon, I promise. Duncan found the young woman in the hall as he walked towards the room he'd been given. She smiled at him. Is it true Grey Wardens used to ride griffins into battle? It is, though they have been extinct for many years now. She laughed. Pity. I'd join up in a heartbeat for the chance to see one. Have you tested Ser Gilmore? I intend to in the morning. Shouldn't take you long. He is one of the best we have. The Smiths mentioned we'll be supplying you with some additional weapons. Your father is a generous man. He is, she said, smiling fondly. I'll make sure everything is ready for you when you return from Denerim. She cocked her head at him. What are you doing now? It has been a long journey. I intend to put these old bones to rest. You don't look that old, she said. I was hoping we could get the chance to talk more. I will certainly see you at tomorrow's dinner, if not sooner. She took a step towards him. What about tonight? She ran her hand down his arm. In my room. He blinked. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it would be inappropriate for me to be in your quarters unescorted. He was considering how to extract himself from the situation when he heard the voices of Ternkausland and Setida. He glanced behind him as they walked into the corridor, then looked back at Cathiel. She was leaning against the wall again, her face a portrait of innocence. Until the morning, then. I look forward to it. She gave him a brazen smile before sauntering off. Ternkausland was looking down at Setida, but it was clear from the twitch of Setida's lips that she'd caught on to what had just occurred. He sighed, and went to his room. Duncan tried to avoid the knowing glances Setida sent him. He was fortunate, he supposed, that none of the others had come along to speak with the Tern. He was doubly fortunate that the Tern himself apparently hadn't noticed. He stopped a moment. Setida, did the Tern get thoroughly distracted showing off the high-ever forges to a certain Dwarven Warden recruit? He most certainly did. And they aren't bad, actually, for human work. Duncan smiled. I truly appreciate what you suffer through on my behalf. Not so much suffering. When we stop back by on the way from Denerim, there will be a nice new set of armor waiting for me. Duncan nodded. So? Setida prompted. I'm glad you were able to get new gear. That stuff you stole off a Darkspawn was getting a bit battered. She'd make a good warden. I'm not recruiting her just because. Duncan caught sight of Setida's teasing smile. She would, actually. Probably why she was able to get you alone so easily. Yes, she was quite interested in hearing about the history of the Wardens. Good with a bow, too, I hear. The innocent lilt in Setida's voice was starting to make him nervous. Ser Gilmore said she's got her mother's gift for archery. The Kauslands fought in the rebellion. Never hurts to have allies with fine forges. True, and you aren't the only one who got some new equipment, he said, touching the new dagger that hung from the back of his belt. And she's got a fine set of breasts. Yes, she. Duncan buried his face in his hands as Setida tried to hide a smile. I'm old enough to be her father. Way too old to be distracted by a shapely rear end. I was going to say a lovely and intelligent young woman. Duncan sighed. Yes, fine, I got cornered and manhandled by the Terran's young daughter. You can laugh now. My dear Duncan, I would never dream of laughing at you. Aloud. Where you could see me. She smiled. Don't worry. I won't say anything to the others. Perhaps you should have taken her up on the offer. Always helpful to remember what it is we are fighting for. Of course, It would be easier to not mention anything if I was busy, say, checking out the library at the tower. Duncan smiled. You just wasted your blackmail, I was planning on bringing you anyway. Cetadel laughed. Irving, the first enchanter, has a potential candidate for a recruit in mind. I've met a couple mages, but never actually seen one in action. Should be interesting. You know, if you need to sneak away later, I can cover for you. Duncan shook his head, and laughed quietly. I have no intentions towards the daughter of the Terran. Frankly, he wasn't sure what his intentions were. The dalliance between him and Cetadel back in Orzammar. They'd yet to speak of it, but then, neither had expected the situation to play out as it did. Is it the noble blood that is shying you away? No. She gave a cat-like smile. Good. She walked off, leaving him staring after her. After a moment, he smiled. Lenore stared at the glowing pedestal as Grigor's voice droned over the proceedings. Magic exists to serve man, and never to rule over him. Thus spoke the prophet Andraste as she cast down the Tevinter Imperium, ruled by mages who had brought the world to the edge of ruin. Your magic is a gift, but it's also a curse, for demons of the dream realm, the Fade, are drawn to you, and seek to use you as a gateway to the world. Irving took her arm, and guided her towards the pedestal. She looked across and saw Cullen watching her. He looked nervous, but tried to give her a reassuring smile. Irving's voice filled her ears. This is why the harrowing exist. The ritual sends you into the Fade, and there you will face a demon, armed only with your will. I am ready, she said, lifting her chin. Know this, apprentice, if you fail, we Templars will perform our duty. He gestured at the other men. Cullen shuffled his feet slightly. You will die. This is lyrium, the very essence of magic and your gateway into the Fade. The harrowing is a secret out of necessity, child. Every mage must go through this trial by fire. As we succeeded, so shall you. Keep your wits about you, and remember the Fade is a realm of dreams. The spirits may rule it, but your own will is real. Grigor gave Irving an irritated look. The apprentice must go through this test alone, first enchanter. You are ready. She lifted her hand, and touched the pedestal. The world she found herself in was strange and alien. This was no part of the Fade she recognized. A small, furry brown rodent looked up at her, then spoke. Someone else thrown to the wolves. As fresh and unprepared as ever. It isn't right that they do this, the Templars. Not to you, me, anyone. No, it isn't right at all, Lenore said, looking around. She touched one of the walls. It gave slightly beneath her touch, like leather. And yet the entire place smelled curiously of pine. But they keep doing it, don't they? We get treated like rabid dogs, and we let them get away with it. The mouse sighed. It's always the same. But it's not your fault. You're in the same boat I was, aren't you? His form shifted, and then a young man in apprentice robes was standing in front of her. Allow me to welcome you to the Fade. You can call me. He shrugged. Well, Mouse. Not your real name, I take it. She looked him over, wondering idly what kind of spirit formed his true nature. No. I don't remember anything from. He shook his head. Before. The Templars kill you if you take too long, you see. They figure you failed, and they don't want something getting out. That's what they did to me, I think. I have no body to reclaim. And you don't have much time before you end up the same. I'm sorry for what happened. She'd heard of such things. Spirits taking on the identities of mages lost in the Fade. Don't waste time with all that talk. You don't want to end up like, he waved at himself. This. There is something here, contained, just for an apprentice like you. You have to face the creature, a demon, and resist it, if you can. That's your way out. Or your opponents, if the Templars wouldn't kill you. A test for you, a tease for the creatures of the Fade. Why pit me against such a creature? She asked cautiously. A question for those in the tower. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to ask. Maybe someday, so will I. There are others here, other spirits. They will tell you more, maybe help. If you can believe anything you see, I'll follow, if that's all right. My chance was long ago, but you. He smiled hopefully. You may have a way out. She let him follow. Better to remain aware of his location. Another spirit stood atop a crest in the path. He worked a smithy of some kind. She walked towards him, curious. Another mortal thrown into the flames and left to burn, I see. Your mages have devised a cowardly test. Better you were pitted against each other to prove your mettle with skill, than to be sent unarmed against a demon. I agree, but I didn't have a choice. She bent to examine one of the items he had made. It looked to be a mage staff, but her eyes could not follow all the lines without her becoming dizzy. Indeed. The choice, and the fault, lies with the mages who sent you here. That you remain means you have not yet defeated your hunter. I wish you a glorious battle to come. Would one of these weapons affect the demon? She asked, gesturing towards the staff. Without a doubt. In this realm, everything that exists is the expression of a thought. Do you think these blades be steel? The staves be wood? Do you believe they draw blood? A weapon is a single need for battle, and my will makes that need reality. Do you truly desire one of my weapons? I will give one to you. He looked her over. If you agree to duel me, first. Valor shall test your mettle as it should be tested. She narrowed her eyes, and considered. It seems you would prefer to kill me yourself. The spirit drew itself up, practically radiating offense. How dare you accuse me? I am no demon, preying upon helpless mortals to steal their essence. I am a being of honor and valor. I am a warrior. Then prove it. She squared her shoulders and lifted her chin defiantly. Help me fight the demon. You are insolent. He folded his arms. But your will is unquestionably strong. Very well, mortal. You prove to me that you possess the strength to resist this demon. Go, prove your worth as you must. I am confident you will succeed. She let her fingers trail from staff to staff. One warmed at her touch, and she slid her hand around it. She gave the spirit a nod of thanks before continuing along the path. As she walked away, she heard his hammer start ringing again. Oddly, the sound gave her comfort. The riddles of the sloth demon were a momentary divergence. She watched as the demon taught her odd companion how to turn into a bear, putting the information aside for examination at some future date. The bear's form was rough, and a good look in proper light revealed him to look little like an actual bear, but he seemed pleased enough with the more powerful shape. This demon was not the challenge. She wasn't sure what made her so confident of this, save that she was sure the sloth demon would not have been able to best her at all. She walked back down the path towards the plateau that Mouse had warned her away from earlier. A mote of light, shifting and forming, and then the demon stood before her. And so it comes to me at last. Soon I shall see the land of the living with your eyes, creature. You shall be mine, body and soul. Lenore sighed. If I lose, the Templars will still cut you down. They are welcome to try. It turned its gaze to her companion. So this creature is your offering, Mouse? Another plaything, as per our arrangement. Ah. So there it was. She smiled in grim satisfaction. The bear reared back. I'm not offering you anything. I don't have to help you anymore. Ah. And after all those wonderful meals we have shared? Now suddenly the mouse has changed the rules. I'm not a mouse now. And soon I won't have to hide. I don't need to bargain with you. We shall see. Long claws began to extend from the demon's hands. Lenore narrowed her eyes, then used the staff to focus a beam of ice into the thing's midsection. It hissed and flowed backwards as the ice struck it. The bear dove in for an attack, and Lenore shifted her aim higher so as not to interfere. A few moments later, the demon's form dissolved and vanished. She waited a moment. Nothing happened. The bear bounced from one side to the other. You did it. You actually did it. When you came, I hoped maybe you might be able to. He turned around in a circle before coming to face her again. But I never really thought any of you were worthy. She looked down at the staff in her hand. It was a lovely piece. She wondered idly if she could duplicate its shape outside the Fade. The ones you betrayed before me. What were their names? What? She wasn't sure how it managed to make the bear's face look confused, but it did. A trick of the Fade, perhaps. They were not as promising as you. It was a long time ago. The bear tilted its head. I don't remember their names. I don't even remember my own name. It's the Fade, and the Templars killing me, like they tried with you. Anything to survive. Like an animal. Or worse. I am what the Fade has made me. Am I to blame for that? Deciding to exist or not exist is not a fair choice. I had no hope. You have shown me other possibilities. If you want to help, there may be a way for me to leave here, to get a foothold outside. You just need to want to let me in. And there it was. I'm starting to think the other demon wasn't my test. What? What are you? The bear took a step backward. Of course it was. What else is here that could harm an apprentice of your potential? The demon met her eyes, and then inclined his head and smiled. You are a smart one. Simple killing is a warrior's job. The real dangers of the Fade are preconceptions, careless trust. Its form shifted, revealing its true nature. Pride. Keep your wits about you, mage. True tests never end. Light surrounded her, and then darkness. Lenora woke to Jowan standing over her, his face revealing concern that bordered on fear. Are you all right? Say something, please. Jowan. She said, blinking up at him. He drew back, sitting down on the edge of the bed with a relieved sigh. I'm glad you're all right. They carried you in this morning. I didn't even realize you'd been gone all night. I've heard about apprentices who never come back from harrowings. Is it really that dangerous? What was it like? We're friends, but don't ask this. You know I can't tell you. She gave him a regretful look. Humph. So much for friendship. I'll leave you alone then. He didn't move. And now you get to move to the nice mage's quarters upstairs. I'm stuck here and I don't know when they'll call me for my harrowing. Any day now, probably. I've been here longer than you have. He shook his head and ran a hand through his hair. Sometimes I think they just don't want to test me. Doesn't everyone go through a harrowing? The Tranquil never go through a harrowing. He stood and began to pace back and forth, hands going everywhere. You do the harrowing, the rite of tranquility. He stopped. Or you die. That's what happens. They're not going to kill you, Jowan. They might not. But the rite of tranquility is just as bad. He went back to pacing. Maybe worse. You've seen the Tranquil around the tower. Like Owen, who runs the stockroom. He's so cold. No, not even cold. There's just. He gestured as he spoke. Nothing in him. It's like he's dead, but still walking. His voice, his eyes are lifeless. I'll watch for that next time I talk to Owen. She didn't have to. She knew what he was talking about. She watched her best friend pacing, and felt worry knot her stomach at the thought of him in that state. He's been made tranquil. I don't know how they do it exactly, but you're cut off from the Fade. It takes away your magic abilities, along with your dreams. He clenched his fists. And emotions. It's awful. Apprentices can ask to be made tranquil if they fear the harrowing. But the circle also forces tranquility on those they feel are weak. And sometimes they force it on apprentices they think might be too. He waved a hand. Dangerous as mages. He sighed, clearly realizing he was lecturing her on things of which she was already well aware. I shouldn't waste your time with this. I was supposed to tell you to see Irving as soon as you woke up. I should go talk to him immediately. You'd better not keep him waiting. He hesitated a moment. We can speak later. She saw Cullen standing by a door. He was attempting to look as though he were on guard duty rather than waiting for her to walk by. As if she didn't know his routine better than he did. He looked up as she approached. Oh, hello. He rubbed the back of his neck. Am glad to see your harrowing went smoothly. Hello, Cullen, she said, keeping her smile polite. They picked me as the Templar to strike the killing blow if. He couldn't quite meet her eyes. If you became an abomination. It's nothing personal, I swear. He swallowed. I'm just glad you're all right. You know. He tried to match her distantly polite expression, but couldn't hold it for more than a few seconds. She gazed at him a moment. Would you really have struck me down? His blonde hair was sticking up again, as if he'd been nervously running his hand through it for an hour. He probably had. She fought the urge to reach out and smooth it down. There were too many witnesses in the corridor. I would have felt terrible out it. He looked away for a moment, and then his hazel eyes met her blue. But. He took a deep breath. But I serve the Chantry and the Maker, and I will do as I am commanded. Her eyes softened. It's good to know you'll be there to protect me. A trace of a smile touched his lips. I'm glad you see it that way. She glanced over her shoulder, waiting until the patrolling Templar was out of sight. I have a few minutes. His eyes lit up. Well, I'm just guarding this storeroom. Perhaps I can help you inspect it. She arched a coy eyebrow. He opened the door, then stepped back for her to enter. Yes. He smiled. I could use some assistance. He closed the door, then strode forward and wrapped her in his arms. I was scared for you. She leaned into his embrace, putting her own arms around him. There were moments I was scared for me too. She met his face for a kiss. You'll. He touched her cheek. You'll have more freedom now. You could even leave the tower if you wanted, he said. He ran his fingers through her silvery blonde hair. That does invite some possibilities. She kissed him again. We can talk more later. Irving is waiting for me. Reluctantly, Cullen tore himself away from her eyes. Best hurry then. She left the room, glancing once over her shoulder to see his smile. She stood just outside the door of Irving's office, eavesdropping quite shamelessly. A Templar, Matthias, was doing the same thing on the other side of the door. He gave her a conspiratorial wink. Many have already gone to Ostagar Wynn, Uldred, and most of the senior mages. We've committed enough of our own to this war effort, Grigor was saying. Your own? Since when have you felt such kinship with the mages, Grigor? Or are you afraid to let the mages out from under Chantry supervision, where they can actually use their Maker-given powers? Irving retorted. How dare you suggest dash? The third man in the room caught sight of her and lifted his hand, stopping the other men. Gentlemen, please. Irving, someone is here to see you. Lenore painted a polite smile on her face and entered. First Enchanter. Irving practically beamed at her. If it isn't our new sister in the circle. Come, child. This is. The stranger was giving her a considering look. It reminded her of the look the Valor Spirit had given her in the Fade. Yes, this is she. Pride practically dripped from Irving's voice. Grigor shook his head. Well, Irving, you're obviously busy. We will discuss this later. He strode out of the room, Matthias falling into step behind him. Irving watching him go before turning back to her and the stranger. Of course. Well, then. He blinked. Where was I? Oh, yes. This is Duncan, of the Grey Wardens. A Grey Warden. Lenore turned to give him another look. No wonder he had put her in mind of the Valor Spirit. In the tower. Duncan nodded to her. Grey Wardens go wherever duty sends them. You've heard about the war brewing to the south, I expect? Duncan is recruiting mages to join the king's army at Ostagar. Her eyes widened. I would like to defend Ferelden. It wasn't her homeland, not really, but she'd lived here most of her life. With the Darkspawn invading, we need all the help we can get, especially from the Circle, he said, approval lightening his stern features. What do you mean? She asked. The power you mages wield is an asset to any army. Your spells are very effective against large groups of mindless Darkspawn. I fear if we don't drive them back, we may see another blight. Duncan, you worry the poor girl with talk of blights and Darkspawn. This is a happy day for her. We live in troubled times, my friend. We should seize moments of levity, especially in troubled times. The harrowing is behind you. Your phylactery was sent to Denerim. You are officially a mage within the circle of magi. Thank you, first enchanter. Duncan raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, what is this phylactery? Blood is taken from all apprentices when they first come to the tower and is preserved in special vials. He nodded. So they can be hunted if they turn apostate. We have few choices. The gift of magic is looked upon with suspicion and fear. We must prove we are strong enough to handle our power responsibly. You have done this. I present you with your robes, your staff, and a ring bearing the circle's insignia. Wear them proudly, for you have earned them. Thank you, she said. She shot another quick glance at Duncan. It goes without saying that you should not discuss the harrowing with those who have not undergone the rite. Now, then. Irving gave her a proud smile. Take your time to rest, or study in the library. The day is yours. Cullen's words echoed in her mind. Can I leave the tower? Not yet. Remember, the tower's walls protect us as much as they protect others from us. I will return to my quarters. Would you be so kind as to escort Duncan back to his room, child? Lenore's smile was genuine. It would be my pleasure. The guest quarters are on the east side of this floor, close to the library. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I have matters to discuss with Grigor. Thank you for walking with me. I am glad for the company. Lenore walked next to him eagerly. I wanted to talk to you a little more. Yes? What about? I just wanted to say how honored I am to meet you. The words practically exploded out of her. The corners of his mouth lifted. I am flattered. I was not expecting quite so warm a reception. I've read so many tales. She gestured grandly. The Grey Wardens are great warriors. I am in awe. She thought briefly of the tapestry that had hung on the wall of her childhood room, before her magic had manifested. The hero of the fourth blight on the back of his griffin, sword in hand, flying into battle against a monstrous dragon. Being a Grey Warden is a calling. A sacrifice. Our duty is to battle darkspawn wherever they appear. We are elves, humans, and dwarves united by this common purpose. She noted he was actually smiling now. She glanced back towards Irving's office. Have there been many darkspawn attacks? Already she was beginning to compose arguments with the intent of convincing Irving to let her join the mages heading south. A horde has formed within the Korcari wilds to the south. If they are not stopped, they will strike north into the valley. We Grey Wardens believe that an archdemon is leading the horde. She blinked. That sounds ominous. Darkspawn do attack the surface in ragtag bands, but archdemons are capable of rallying the darkspawn, turning them into an unstoppable force. A horde of darkspawn, a veritable army. It is dire news indeed. I fear this is what we will have to face. And the king is mustering an army to beat back this threat. Yes. Perhaps it will be enough. He sighed. If we play our cards right. Thank you for escorting me. Duncan entered the room, and noted the young mage had followed him. Is there something else I can do for you? Why were Irving and Grigor arguing about the war? It is not my place to comment. He gave a mental sigh. And he did not want even the perception of taking sides in that particular age-old dilemma. Please, I'd like to know. The girl's blue eyes were bright and interested. It was clear from her earlier words that she had a great deal of respect for the Wardens. It was pleasant, in its way, considering how often he was met with borderline hostility. Grigor serves the Chantry, and the relationship between the Chantry and mages has always been strained. He gave her a considering look, and found himself wanting to get a better measure of the young woman. You've realized by now that the Chantry merely tolerates magic? They watch you only because they feel they must. Yes. She waved away the millennia of conflict between Templar and mages with a gesture of one hand. But they were arguing about the war. Duncan felt a small sense of satisfaction. This girl, at least, had her priorities straight. Any mages who join the king's army can unleash their full power on the darkspawn. In fact, I'm counting on it. Grigor may be afraid of what will happen. What if the mages decide they no longer want to be governed by the Chantry? She frowned at that, then looked back at him. What are your opinions on the matter? I believe we must defeat the Darkspawn, one way or another. My opinions end there. She nodded. How many mages have joined the king's army? When the king sent out the call, the Circle of Ferelden sent only 7 mages to Ostagar. I asked King Kaelin's permission to come and seek a greater commitment from the Circle. 7 is quite a few, she said. Then she frowned and shook her head. I hope to place a mage or 2 within every contingent. I cannot do with just 7. Mages will make all the difference in this battle. The Darkspawn have their own magic, and our resources must exceed theirs. Do you think I could join the army? I don't know. He watched her carefully. Do you? He saw her actually considering her answer before meeting his eyes. Yes. I think I could help. Then perhaps I shall speak to Irving about this later. Darkspawn are a greater threat than blood mages, even abominations. It takes decades for the world to recover from a blight. I wish the Chantry could see that. We must stop at nothing to defeat the Darkspawn. He caught himself giving her the lecture he'd given many a recruit over the years. Ah, listen to me. An old man's rantings can't be very interesting. She gave him a wry smile. As an apprentice, old men talking have defined my life. Yes, I'm sure they did. He chuckled. It was actually quite interesting. She glanced over her shoulder, and Duncan noted a young man kept peeking in after her. I'd like to talk more, but I have duties to attend to. Of course. Don't let me keep you. He watched her leave. Sedida entered from where she'd been standing outside the door. This thing with young human females, is it part of the whole Warden package? She gave him a teasing smile. I'm probably the first man she's seen in years that isn't a Templar or a fellow mage. She'd have been just as fascinated by Braska. He raised an eyebrow. And I don't recall it being limited to human women. She winked at him, and then frowned. I don't get mages. What? All that power at their fingertips, and they let you treat them like casteless. It's... He wasn't sure he could explain it even if he tried. Dwarves didn't have mages. Complicated. Of course it is. It's politics. She set a couple books on a table. I found something you might be interested in. Oh. There was a Warden archive just south of Ostagar. Lots of books and stuff that were probably duplicated elsewhere, an armory, and this. She opened to a marked page and tapped a passage. Reference to several treaties that were stored there that give Wardens some pull with groups like the Dwarves, Dalish, and what do you know, the Circle of Magi. Excellent find. He pulled the book towards him and read the passage she'd indicated. I'd heard a rumor about it, but nothing concrete. And look, they have it marked on a map. She flipped forward a few pages. Duncan smiled. Can you make a copy? I traded a couple stories of Orzammar for the assistance of a half-dozen young apprentices. I have a legible copy of this and a few other things of interest. Good. Perhaps I'll spend some time in the library myself. We'll be on our way in the morning. I'll leave the library to you for now. I'm heading out to the practice yard, and giving some eager young Templars a brief lesson in Deep Road's tactics. Oh. Their trainer has copies of some of the works the Orlshian Chevaliers use for their training. I've a mind to start Harl and Braska on those. Duncan blinked at her, then smiled. An excellent plan. Sedida glanced back at the door the mage had exited. Are we recruiting her? Irving spoke highly of her abilities, and she seemed eager enough. We have a day to consider, but yes, I believe she will be coming with us when we leave. Jowan rushed up to her the moment she left the Grey Warden. I'm glad I caught up to you. Are you done talking with Irving? She nodded distractedly, still considering what the Warden had said. I think I am, for now. I need to talk to you. Do you remember what we discussed this morning? She blinked at him. Why are you whispering? It looks very suspicious. SHHHH. He looked around nervously. I just want to make sure we're not overheard. We should go somewhere else. I don't feel safe talking here. You're starting to worry me, Joan. I've been troubled. He shook his head, then grabbed her hand. I'll explain. Come with me, please. She nodded, and followed him into the small chantry. A young initiate looked up as they entered. Joan nodded to Lenore. We should be safe here. Lenore flicked her gaze to the initiate. You realize there's a priest standing right here. The young woman smiled. Not a priest. I am merely an initiate. Lenore rubbed her forehead. She could feel the headache, the one she'd somewhat affectionately named after her old friend, starting up behind her eyes. Joan. She looked from him to the initiate. What's going on? He looked at the initiate, then reached out a hand to her. The initiate took the hand, and smiled. A few months ago, I told you that I. His smile was actually a bit shy. Met a girl. This is Lily. Lenore smiled, then turned to face her. My condolences, Lily. Lily broke into a wide smile of her own as Joan made an exasperated sound. Very funny. I'm truly happy for you both, she said. There is something else. Remember I said that I didn't think they wanted to give me my harrowing? I know why. There. He shook his head. Going to make me tranquil. They'll take everything I am from me, my dreams, hopes, fears. He turned his eyes to the woman beside him. My love for Lily. All gone. His hands gestured wildly as he spoke. That sounds terrible, she said, struggling to make sense of what he had said. She frowned, then shook her head. He had to be overreacting again. They'll extinguish my humanity. I'll just be a husk, breathing and existing, but not truly living. She put a hand on his arm in an attempt to calm him. How did you find out about this? Lily's voice was bleak. I saw the document on Grigor's table. It authorized the right on Joan, and Irving had signed it. Lenore's jaw dropped. She felt a flash of anger. Why would they do this to you? There's. Joan rubbed the back of his neck. A rumor about me. People think I'm a blood mage. They think that making me a circle mage will endanger everyone. Lenore had thought her jaw couldn't drop any further. And are they right about that? Of course not. But it's not safe for me here anymore. I need to escape. I need to destroy my phylactery. Without it, they can't track me down. We need your help. Lily and I can't do this on our own. Lily stepped forward, holding out her hands entreatingly. Give us your word that you will help and we will tell you what we intend. You have my word, Lily. Lenore laid her hands over Lily's, and gave her a reassuring smile. Thank you. We will never forget this. Tell me your plan, and make it quick. I can get us into the repository. But there is a problem. There are 2 locks on the phylactery chamber door. The first enchanter and knight commander each hold 1 key. But it is just a door. There is enough power in this place to destroy all of Ferelden. What's a door to mages? Lenore considered, then frowned. It can't be that easy. What if it is? We have to try. I once saw a rod of fire melt through a lock. You could get one from the stockroom. But Owen doesn't release such things to apprentices. I will go to the stockroom and retrieve this rod. We should stay here. 1 mage at the stockroom will attract less attention than a mage, an apprentice, and an initiate, Lily said. Good idea. Lenore flicked her eyes towards Joan. Lily nodded, and placed a comforting hand on Joan's arm, guiding the man to sit and calm down. Good luck. Our prayers go with you. Getting the rod of fire was easier said than done, Lenore thought to herself as she aimed a blast of fire at a spider. How was it helping Joan with one of his escapades so often ended in spiders? When she was done dealing with this phylactery issue, she was going to go find Cullen and see what he thought about the 2 of them joining the Wardens. Surely the Wardens could find use for a solid Templar. She made her way back out of the storage, and laid the requisition form in front of Leora. The woman congratulated her profusely before signing the form, and then she was on her way to the storage room. Owen took his time about checking over the form before giving her the rod. On her way back to where she'd left Joan and Lily, she slowed. For a moment, her eyes went in the direction of Irving's office. Maybe if she... Lenore sighed to herself. If there was no form, it didn't matter. If he had, then there was no changing his mind. Either way, this was the only help she could give the man she considered a brother. Zhaoan was pacing again. Honestly, some days just being in the same room with him was exhausting. I hate waiting, he said to Lily. It makes me nervous. Lenore walked up to him. I have the rod of fire. His eyes bugged. That was quick. Lily gave her an impulsive hug. To the repository, then. Freedom awaits. Lenore found herself being dragged along by their enthusiasm. It was like something out of a storybook. Young lovers, embarking on the first stage of the rest of their lives. She couldn't help but smile as the two of them began to talk about getting married. Zhaoan waxed rhapsodic about the thought of getting a farm somewhere. Maker, he'd end up getting herded by his sheep. Of course it didn't work. She didn't even know why that surprised her. The first door had been easy. Lily used the password, and then Lenore had been able to open the door. Then they'd come to the second door. She'd activated the rod of fire, but nothing had happened. Curious, she tried to draw her magic to her, but neither she nor Zhaoan could cast even the simplest of spells. Lily indicated the wall. These wards carved into the stone. She slapped the wall. This must be the Templars' work. They negate any magic cast within this area. She smacked herself in the head. I should have guessed. Why would Grigor and Irving use simple keys for such a door? Because magical keys don't work. Her voice became bitter. How do you keep mages away from something? Make their powers completely worthless. That's it then. We're finished. We can't get in. Lenore shook her head, then looked around. That door there, where does it lead? Lily gave her a hopeful look. I don't know. Do you think it's another way in? She looked down at the rod of fire in her hand. It worked well enough on the other door, and soon they were wandering through the vault. She wished idly that she had more time to spend looking around. There were cases filled with books of lore, some of them in languages she didn't even recognize. Cautiously, they made their way into a room filled with various items. Zhaoan walked around the room. There's something odd about that statue. Lenore examined it. Why would this be here? How should I know? It's magical. Zhaoan gestured. This is a room of magical object. He jumped back when the statue spoke. Greetings. Maker's breath. Did it just say something? Zhaoan looked at it disbelievingly. I am the essence and spirit of Eleni Zynovia, once consort, and advisor to Archon Valerius. Prophesy my crime, cursed to stone for foretelling the fall of my lord's house. She looked at the statue. She thought she recalled something of the story. Archon Valerius. Zhaoan shrugged. I'm not sure. The Archons were the lords of the Imperium. Forever shall you stand on the threshold of my proud fortress, he said, and tell your lies to all who pass. But my lord found death at the hands of his enemies and his once proud fortress crumbled to dust, as I foretold. The statue's voice was unearthly and distant, as though being spoken from down a long corridor. Lily covered her mouth with her hands. She looked shaken. A Tevinter statue. Don't listen to it. The Tevinter lords dabbled in many forbidden arts. She put a hand on Zhaoan's arm. This is a wicked thing. Lenore leaned towards it, examining it carefully. How did they do this? Is she still alive? Weep not for me, child. Stone they made me and stone I am, eternal and unfeeling. And I shall endure till the Maker returns to light their fires again. What does that mean? Lenore asked. Zhaoan threw up his hands. Ambiguous rubbish. It could mean anything. He shook his head. I can do it too, the sun grows dark, but lo. Here comes the dawn. Stop talking to it, Lily pleaded. Please, both of you. Reluctantly, Lenore pulled herself away from the statue. Yes, we have much to do. Lily pulled Zhaoan's arm. Come on, Zhaoan. Let's go. Lenore looked at a small statue of a dog. I've heard of these, she said, smiling. They amplify any spell cast into them. Jowan blinked, then practically skipped over to where she was standing. Are you saying we should use it to amplify a spell and break our way into the chamber? He lowered his hands and his face became dejected. But the door is warded. No magic will work. We won't use it on the door. Look at that wall over there. Lenore gestured, then walked to the bookcase, and took a closer look. She gestured to Jowan. He came to stand beside her. It should be pretty easy to get this out of the way. Lenore took a step back and gave Jowan a teasing smile. All right, Jowan, move the bookcase aside. He gave her an exasperated look. I can't do it on my own. You have to help me. She shook her head as she came to stand next to him. It took both of them, with some assistance from Lily, to shift the bookcase. Lenore gestured for the others to stand clear, then held the rod of fire to the cannon. It took only a few seconds to break through the wall and into the phylactery chamber. Jowan rushed in excitedly and began looking around. Lenore strode into the room a few paces behind. She went up the stairs and caught sight of the apprentice cabinet. After a moment, her eyes fell upon one that matched the description. That's my phylactery. You found it. I can't believe this tiny vial stands between me and freedom. He picked it up. So fragile, so easy to just be rid of it. He took a deep breath. To end its hold over me. He let the vial slip from his fingers and shatter on the stone floor. And I am free. Lily and Lenore exchanged happy smiles. Then let us move, Lenore said. I do not want to stay here a moment longer, Lily said, pulling Jowan's arm eagerly. Jowan hugged them both excitedly as they made their way back down the corridor. We did it. I can't believe it. Thank you. He was practically beaming. We could never have dash. His face fell as they left the chamber, and he saw the men waiting for them. Grigor folded his arms. So what you said was true, Irving. Next to him, Irving shook his head in disappointment. Lenore swallowed. This looks bad. Lily held out an entreating hand. G. Grigor. His face was carved from stone. An initiate, conspiring with a blood mage. I'm disappointed, Lily. He stepped forward, peering into her eyes. She seems shocked, but fully in control of her own mind. Not a thrall of the blood mage, then. You were right, Irving. The initiate has betrayed us. The Chantry will not let this go unpunished. His cold gaze fell on Lenore. And this one, newly a mage, and already flouting the rules of the circle. I'm disappointed in you, Irving said. She met his eyes. You could have told me what you knew of this plan, and you didn't. Beside her, Jowan shook his head and threw up a hand. You don't care for the mages. You just bow to the Chantry's every whim. Jowan, please don't make it worse. Lenore put a hand on his shoulder, and he jerked away from her. Grigor put a hand to his sword. Enough. As Knight Commander of the Templars here assembled, I sentence this blood mage to death. And this initiate has scorned the Chantry and her vows. Take her to Eonar. Lily drew back. The mage's prison. No. Terror was written on her face. Please, no. Not there. Lenore's eyes widened in horror as Jowan drew his blade across his palm. No. I won't let you touch her. Magic, tinged red with his blood, flowed out, knocking the men off their feet. He turned to Lily, and extended his hand. Lily, we have to get out of here. I can't hold them for long. Lily looked at his hand, and stepped backwards, shaking her head from side to side. By the Maker. Her eyes were bleak. Blood magic. How could you? You said you never. Jowan's face was pale. I admit, I dabbled. I thought it would make me a better mage. Lenore rushed to Matthias's side, her fingers glowing with healing magic as she attempted to close the wound on his head from where he'd fallen. Blood magic is evil, Jowan. Lily said, tears streaming down her face. It corrupts people. She shook her head desperately. Changes them. I'm going to give it up. All magic. I just want to be with you, Lily. Please, come with me. Jowan begged. Lily swung at him as he approached her. I trusted you. I was ready to sacrifice everything for you. She backed away. Her voice broke. I don't know who you are, Blood Mage. Stay away from me. Jowan looked at her, then at where Lenore was healing Matthias. He shook his head, and ran. Duncan glanced at the mage who ran past him before continuing into the room. Lenore was weaving a healing spell over a downed Templar. As he entered, she moved next to Irving, and then finally to Grigor. Curious, he stepped back to observe from the hallway. Irving sat up. Are you all right? Where's Grigor? Lenore went to Grigor's side, letting the healing magic flow into him. He blinked up at her, then pushed her hands away. I knew it. He stood. Blood magic. But to overcome so many. He glanced at where Matthias was rubbing at his head. I never thought him capable of such power. He looked at Lenore. He lied to me, Lenore said, shaking her head tiredly. Irving set his hand on her shoulder. None of us expected this. Are you all right, Grigor? Grigor climbed to his feet. As good as can be expected under the circumstances. If you had let me act sooner, this would not have happened. Now we have a blood mage on the loose and no way to track him down. Yes, Jowan destroyed his phylactery. Lenore sighed, then stood up. She rubbed her arm, and shook her head dejectedly. Grigor started to say something to her, then frowned and looked around. Where is the girl? I am here, sir, Lily said, emerging from behind the staircase. Her face was pale and worn, as if she'd aged 10 years in the past few minutes. You helped a blood mage. No sympathy crossed Grigor's face. He gestured at the men around them. Look at all he's hurt. Lenore stepped between Grigor and Lily. Lily didn't know Jowan was a blood mage. Behind her, Lily stepped forward and set a hand on her shoulder. You've been a friend, but you needn't defend me any longer. She walked towards Grigor. Knight Commander. Her voice was small. She met his eyes. I was wrong. I was accomplice to a. She drew a ragged breath. A blood mage. I will accept whatever punishment you see fit. Even. A fresh tear traced down her cheek. Even Eonar. Grigor shook his head at her. Get her out of my sight. His eyes went to Lenore. And you. You know why the repository exists. Some artifacts, some magics are locked away for a reason. Did you take anything important from the repository? Irving asked. No. Lenore looked from Irving to Grigor. Her shoulders slumped. For a moment, she wished she'd run after Jowan. Then her eyes went to where Matthias was sitting, blood drying on his temple, and she sighed. But your antics have made a mockery of this circle. His own eyes went to Matthias, and his hand touched where his own wound had been. What are we to do with you? I had no idea he was a blood mage. She felt tears welling behind her own eyes. Jowan. Her stupid, foolish, wonderful friend. A blood mage. And you think this excuses you? You helped a blood mage escape. All our prevention measures for naught because of you. Another voice rang through the room. Knight Commander, if I may. Duncan stepped into the room. I am not only looking for mages to join the King's army. I am also recruiting for the Grey Wardens. Irving spoke highly of this mage, and I would like her to join the Warden ranks. Irving couldn't quite hide his smile, despite his words. Duncan, this mage has assisted a Maleficar, and shown a lack of regard for the Circle's rules. She's a danger. To all of us. Grigor looked back at her, then at the Warden. It is a rare person who risks all for a friend in need. I stand by my decision. I will recruit this mage. No. I refuse to let this go unpunished. Grigor stepped between Duncan and Lenore. Grigor is right. I should face the consequences. Lenore shook her head. She still couldn't understand how she could have missed Jowan falling so far. Perhaps not all our lessons have been lost. She knows her place. Grigor turned back to look at her. She was surprised to see sympathy in his eyes. Don't be a fool, Duncan said. You have assisted a Maleficar. You must know what awaits you in the circle. But I haven't done anything wrong, Lenore said. You may think so, but others feel otherwise. His eyes went to Grigor as he walked towards her. What's he doing? Stop him. You are not taking this mage away. Grigor held out a hand. You know Duncan can invoke the right of conscription if he wishes. We must comply. Irving was clearly trying to keep his voice steady, but Lenore could hear his relief. Lenore blinked, not sure what was happening. The right of what? Then she realized. If the Grey Wardens wish to conscript someone, neither Lord nor King can deny them. Lenore saw Grigor starting towards the Warden, and spoke quickly to forestall him. I would prefer to go with the Wardens voluntarily. Grigor, mages are needed. This mage is needed. Worse things plague this world than blood mages, you know that. I take this young mage under my wing and bear all responsibility for her actions. Duncan nodded to Grigor. A blood mage escapes, and his accomplice is not only unpunished, but is rewarded by becoming a Grey Warden. Are our rules nothing? Have we lost all authority over our mages? This does not bode well, Irving. Grigor sighed, and yet, there was a note of relief in his voice as well. Enough. We have no more say in this matter, Irving said. So I am to be a Grey Warden? Lenore asked. Irving smiled at her. Yes. Be proud, child. You are luckier than you know. Thank you for everything, First Enchanter. Lenore glanced towards Grigor, and he gave her a small nod. Duncan put his hand on her shoulder. Come, your new life awaits. Duncan kept his hand on her shoulder as he walked back towards the room to gather his things. He glanced at her. You could have run. She blinked up at him. Excuse me. You could have run with Jowan. He watched her face carefully. She shook her head, then glanced back over her shoulder. Grigor and Matthias were hurt. I see, Duncan said. He smiled slightly. Sedida was standing just outside the door. He blinked, then realized she'd already packed their things. You heard. Blood mage, demons, abominations, Tuesday. Sedida twitched a shoulder. Seemed a lot of overreacting, but I had a hunch you'd be wanting to leave quickly. Lenore, this is Sedida, another warden. Duncan saw Sedida raise an eyebrow, and realized he'd referred to her as a warden rather than a recruit. He shrugged. Nice to meet you, Lenore said. Stone met, and blessings on your house, Sedida replied. She offered Duncan his satchel. Shall we? Duncan fell into step next to Sedida. He saw Lenore slow her steps slightly. A young Templar was staring at her, his face bleak. Lenore's face trembled slightly as she followed them out of the tower. Chapter 6, A Wedding. Chapter text. Duncan sighed to himself. Once a Templar. Alistair had yet to let the young mage out of his sight. Fortunately, he didn't think the young woman even noticed. Or perhaps she was merely used to it. She'd almost immediately joined in to assist Sedida on teaching Braska and Harl how to read. He frowned briefly as he eavesdropped and realized that the conversation had changed. Braska was now apparently teaching the young mage how to swear. My mother once said any good commander accepts the fact that sometimes their job is actually closer to ringmaster. He glanced down at Sedida. Your mother was a wise woman. He sat down on the log next to her. We should be in Denerim tomorrow. Perhaps we could get a decent ceiling. Are you all right? He gave her a concerned look. I'm getting used to the sun. Mostly. She nodded up at the sky. The stars are something else entirely. Like standing at the edge of an abyss and looking down to see campfires. It is always a bit disconcerting to come back up into daylight after spending time in the deep roads. He pointed. That constellation is Equinor. Most artists depict it as a horse, but for the first few decades after the Fourth Blight many showed it as a griffin instead. Humans. You see dots, and just have to connect them into pictures. She smiled at him. A griffin drawn in the sky. I like it. For a moment, he considered putting his arm around her. And then Alistair was yelping, Braska was laughing, A bush was on fire, and Lenore was going on about spiders. He sighed. Ringmaster! Ringmaster! Valandrian's note said he would come visit Duncan at the inn on the morrow, but Duncan found himself in need of a walk. He'd considered inviting Setida along, but had found Harl and Broska both sitting at a table in rapt fascination as Setida taught them how to read the passage on using traps in the battlefield. Interrupting that particular combination of training seemed like a bad idea. He tried not to think about how advantageous her ordeal had proven to him, but he had to admit the Wardens were incredibly fortunate to have the former princess. He found himself praying to the Maker for the first time in ages, hoping to ensure the dwarf would survive the joining. Already she was proving a capable second, and at times he caught himself following her lead instead of the other way around. Perhaps it was for the best. His time was approaching, and Ferelden would need a new commander. What was the woman's name? The one he'd almost recruited some years back? Adea. She'd married into Debris, if he recalled correctly. He'd heard she had a son who was following in her footsteps. Perhaps he'd come away from Denerim with another recruit. Jarath felt a pillow land on his face. He grabbed it and threw it back in the direction it had come. Wake up, cousin. Why are you still in bed? It's your big day. Shiani's voice was filled with excitement. Reluctantly, Jarath sat up. What? He frowned. Why are you in my room, Shiani? Shiani bounced towards him, picking the pillow up as she came. What, you're shy now? I sweet-talked your father into letting me share the good news. You do remember what today is, don't you? She whacked him with the pillow. Jarath stood, then sniffed. According to your breath, it's get drunk before noonday. No, you idiot. She hit him with the pillow again. You're getting married today. And Sorais too. That's what I came to tell you. Your bride, Nijera. She spread her hands. She's here early. He stared up at her. There was supposed to be almost another month before. So that means we do it now? I'm not ready. He grabbed the pillow from her as she attempted to hit him again, then tossed it onto the bed. Well, it's going to happen anyway, so hold your breath in. There's going to be music, decorations, feasting. She danced around the room, swinging her arms grandly. Weddings are so much fun. You're so lucky. Jarath shook his head. Weddings were only fun when you weren't the one getting married. You just want to get to the drinking. Which won't happen until you get going, will it? She threw a bundle of clothes at him, then waited a beat. He lifted an eyebrow, and she laughed. All right, I'll stop tormenting you. I should go talk to the other bridesmaids and find my dress. Oh, Sorais said that he'll be waiting for you outside. So move it. He wrinkled his nose at the outfit. His aunt must have spent hours on the embroidery. If only she hadn't let Shiani pick the colors. He shrugged, then got dressed and ran a comb through his hair before tying it back. His father was waiting for him the moment he exited the room. Good morning, my son. It's your big day. His smile was wistful. Oh, I wish your mother could have been here. Me too, father. He tugged at the collar, then sighed. Well, what should I be doing? Syrian smiled. All right, time for you to go find Sorais. The sooner this wedding starts, the less chance you two have to escape. A small chance is still a chance. Syrian laughed. Still have your mother's smart mouth, I see. He hesitated, then held out one hand to stop Jarath from leaving. Oh, one last thing before you go, son. Your martial training. He sighed. The sword play, knives, and whatever else your mother trained you in. Best not to mention it to your betrothed. Jarath frowned. She'll find out sooner or later. Later. Definitely later. We don't want to seem like troublemakers, after all. Adea made that mistake. Jarath felt the rage, and forced it down. The humans who killed her made a bigger one. Our world is full of so many injustices. Syrian handed him a pair of well-made boots. Take this. Your mother would have wanted you to have it. It's the very least I can give you, as you start your new life. Go on, then. I still have some things to do, and Sorais is no doubt waiting for you. Jarath strode through the alienage. His eyes fell on one of Shiani's friends, busily packing belongings onto a small cart. He frowned, and walked in that direction. Nessa's father looked up as he approached. Many blessings, young one. We hoped to stay for the celebration, but we must be off. What happened? Jarath bent and helped him pick up one of the boxes. The human who owns our building has decided to sell it for storage space. We can't afford to live anywhere else here, so we're leaving Dinarum. Where are you going? Nessa gave him a sad smile. The Ostagar ruins. The army camp there is calling for laborers. We wanted to look for work in Highever. Her mother started to say. Her father interrupted. But that's just not possible. Is there anything I can do to help? Nessa's father gave him an almost contemptuous look. You're still a child. You can't do anything. He shook his head. Enjoy your special day, and put us out of your mind. What my husband means is, you're very generous, but... Nessa's mother put a hand on her husband's shoulder. We don't need charity to solve our problems. I understand. Jarath flicked his eyes back to her husband. Good luck to you. Many thanks. Again, blessings on your day, he said before turning away, dismissing Jarath entirely. Nessa hesitated a moment, then rushed after him. Wait. Her eyes were hopeful. Can I talk to you a moment? Of course. Jarath gave her a nod. I apologize for my parents. They're too proud to accept help, much less ask for it. My parents will labor in the army camp, and they'll expect me to do the same, but... She wrapped her arms around herself. I don't like the idea of being surrounded by human soldiers who haven't seen a woman in months. Maybe you should stay here. Nessa was 2 years older than he was. Surely if they considered him old enough. I would, but my father would have to believe I have a future here. Nessa sighed helplessly. Would some money help? He had a few coppers tucked away, but not much. And not a lot of time to get more. Of course, but I can't imagine anyone here has much to spare. We'd need another 3 silvers to make it to Highever. And if we got another 10 silvers, we could rent a house here. Maybe one large enough to start a business. But... She sighed. That's just dream talk. Nobody has that much money, and if they did, why would they give it to us? Nessa shook her head. Someone must be willing to help. Jarath frowned. Off the top of his head, he couldn't think of anyone. He felt something simmer inside. It wasn't fair, how easily their lives could be disrupted. He knew he was going to help. He just didn't yet know how. I don't have much hope. Nessa looked back at her parents. Stay here. I'll be back if I can find some way to help. Well. She tried to give an optimistic smile. Here's hoping. Her eyes were bleak. We'll be leaving soon, though. Jarath shook his head when he saw Sorais. Maybe he'd been lucky to have Shiani choose colors for him. Clearly, it could have been much worse. Well, if it isn't my lucky cousin. Sorais smiled down at him. Care to celebrate the end of our independence together? Getting cold feet, Sorais. Are you surprised? Apparently, your bride's a dream come true. Mine sounds like a dying mouse. Maybe you'll get a cage for a wedding present. Sorais laughed, then caught himself. That's terrible. Let's go introduce you to your dreamy betrothed before you say I do. Sorais gave him a considering look. She's got a couple years and a couple inches on you. Could be worse for her. She could be stuck with you. Yeah, just surprised Valandrian is actually going through with the wedding. I thought the idea was she'd live here for a year or so. I mean, I think you might be the youngest wedding ever performed. Sorais fell into step next to him as they walked back across the alienage. I suppose he figured it was as easy to hold 2 weddings as one. That or she'd get a look at you and run away to find the Dalish. Also a possibility. Ahead, they saw Shiani start to wave at them. 2 unfamiliar elven women stood near her. One was brown-haired, and rather mousy in appearance. The other was fair-haired and lovely. Jarath poked Sorais in the side and they quickened their pace as a human man grabbed one of the wedding party. Let go of me. Stop, please. The human smirked as she got loose. It's a party, isn't it? Grab a whore and have a good time. He laughed. Savor the hunt, boys. Take this little elven wench, here, so young and vulnerable. He stepped towards Shiani. Jarath's fingers itched for a blade. Touch me and I'll gut you, you pig. Shiani said, jerking away from him. A man spoke up. Please, my lord. We're celebrating weddings, here. Silence, worm. Beside him, Sorais held up a hand to try to stop Jarath's forward movement. I know what you're thinking, but maybe we shouldn't get involved. Jarath looked down at his hand. Objection noted. Now get out of my way. Fine. Sorais said, stepping back. He then moved to flank Jarath. But let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? What's this? The two grooms come to welcome me personally. Vaughn looked them over. Jarath moved to stand between the human and the women. I'd welcome you getting what you deserve. Vaughn scoffed at him. Do you have any idea who I am? He started to step towards Jarath, and then a bottle hit him in the head. He fell to the ground. Are you insane? One of the other humans asked. This is Von Urian, the Arl of Dinaram's son. Shiani gasped. What? Oh, Maker. Jarath moved to intercept the man's approach of Shiani. Take him home. If you don't mention this, we won't. The Lord sneered down at him, but reconsidered his attempt to reach Shiani. He gestured at one of the other men, who picked up Vaughn. You've got a lot of nerve, knife ears. This'll go badly for you. Jarath turned to where Shiani stood. She held her hands in front of her face as she stepped from side to side. Oh, I really messed up this time. Sorais put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It'll be all right. He won't tell anyone an elven woman took him down. Shiani smiled. I hope so. She looked down at herself. I should get cleaned up. She practically fled. Sorais looked around. Is everybody else all right? The mousy-looking, brown-haired elf woman nodded. I think we're just shaken. What was that about? Sorais laughed nervously. Looks like the Arl's son started drinking too early. Well, let's not let this ruin the day. He turned to Jarath. This is Valora, my betrothed. Jarath gave a bow to the other woman. Then this beautiful vision must be Nijera. She smiled at him, a little shyly as she looked him over. I am lucky to finally see you with my own eyes. Sorais glanced from one to the other before moving off a little way with Valora. Sure, the two of you have a lot to discuss. Nijera shuffled her feet a little awkwardly. Well, here we are. Her face betrayed her uncertainty as she looked him over. She started to open her mouth, then closed it again. Are you nervous? Jarath took her hand, then pressed his lips to the back of it. I was until I saw you. Her smile lit up her entire face, turning her from merely pretty into beautiful. I'm speechless. Her voice warmed. I hope I'm worthy of your affection. She squeezed his hand gently. My stomach was in knots the whole way here. How was the trip from Highever? Uneventful, thankfully. The trade caravan we accompanied had little of value. Except for you, Jarath said. She blushed. How do you feel about moving to Dinaram? It was hard to leave Highever, but your father's matchmaker spoke highly of you. She gazed at him through slightly downcast eyes. And rightfully so. She gave him a curious look. Younger than I expected. Jarath chuckled. That problem will take care of itself in time. He wondered just what Valandrian had told her of him. Maybe I won't be running off to seek the Dalish after all. She laughed. Oh. You're a rascal, aren't you? I imagine I'm going to have my hands full. Things can only get better, he said. He hoped that were true, at least. Neither of them had a lot of choice in this matter. Making her smile seemed the very least he could do after she'd given up her home. Being here with you, I feel the same. I'm looking forward to seeing how life unfolds. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sorais shake his head. Come on, cousin. We should let them get ready. Valora smiled. We'll see you two in a bit. Don't disappear on us. Nigera released Jarotha's hand a bit reluctantly. Or we'll hunt you down. She laughed. Sorais elbowed him. Had to show me up, didn't you, cousin? He shook his head, and looked back towards the women. Valora was engrossed in conversation with one of the bridal party. Nigera, on the other hand, kept sneaking peeks at Jaroth, and her cheeks were flushed. Not my fault you know nothing about women, Jaroth said as they walked towards the other side of the alienage square. I know nothing about women. Sorais shook his head, then smirked. You're 12. Jaroth shot him a look. 15. Midget. Oaf. Shrimp. Ass. They threw a few more insults at each other before Sorais frowned. Don't look now, but we have another problem. Jaroth turned to see what had caught Sorais' eye. Is it Vaughn? Has he returned? Another human just walked in. Could be one of Vaughn's or just a random troublemaker. He narrowed his eyes. The man near the alienage gate was armed and armored, a bit unusually for the area. Jaroth twitched a shoulder. Right. Let's go talk to him. Let's do this quickly. In his ruminations, he almost didn't notice the two elves move to stand in front of him. They were well dressed, and Duncan briefly remembered it being mentioned a wedding was taking place. He smiled and gave a polite bow. Good day. I understand congratulations are in order for your impending wedding. The smaller of the two elves, a black-haired boy, returned the bow with a polite nod. Thanks, but please go. I'd rather avoid any unpleasantness. Duncan found himself amused. The elf standing before him could easily have been mistaken for a child, even among other elves. He doubted the boy could have been much older than 16, and yet apparently possessed of enough confidence to confront a fully armed human politely. What manner of unpleasantness might you be referring to? The young elf shrugged. The alienage just isn't a good place for humans to be. Duncan thought about introducing himself, but decided to let the situation play out. There was something vaguely familiar about the boy, and he was beginning to get an inkling. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of leaving. The young man shifted his stance slightly, adjusting his weight. I will ask once more, politely. Please leave. And I refuse, yet again. Now what? The young man shifted again, slightly. Duncan realized that subtly, the boy was assuming a combat stance. I'm not backing down. This is no place for you. Duncan gave a polite warning. Surely it has not escaped your notice that I am both armed and armored. Any fight between us would be rather one-sided. The young elf let his gaze trail over Duncan's gear, as if noticing it for the first time. Do you intend on using that weapon? Duncan responded calmly. Not unless I'm left without a choice. The boy nodded, more to himself than anything. You're not staying, armed or not, he said. Vivid green eyes met Duncan's deep brown. He saw something behind those eyes, and for a moment found himself wondering if he wasn't the one in over his head. The expression on the other elf's face was slowly growing more and more panicked. At the boy's last comment, the other elf said quickly, Try not to die, I'll run for help. Duncan raised a calming hand as he observed another approaching. No need, I am not here to fight you. Still, I find such bravery most impressive. He looked at the man who joined them. Do you not agree, Valandrian? The elderly elf gave a pointed look to the two younger elves. I would say the world has far more use of those who know how to stay their blades. The taller of the young elves looked abashed, while the smaller simply shifted out of the combat stance smoothly enough that Duncan doubted the elder even noticed. It is good to see you again, my old friend. It has been far too long. The taller of the two younglings was starting to look as though he wished the ground would swallow him up. The smaller nodded to Valandrian before giving Duncan a polite bow. I am sorry. I had no idea. Duncan returned the gesture. I was hardly forthcoming, and for that I apologize. Valandrian quickly made introductions. May I present Duncan, head of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden. Jarath nodded. Well met, Duncan. Duncan smiled. And you, lad? Valandrian gave the elf boy a nod of approval before turning back to Duncan. But my question remains unanswered. Why are you here, Duncan? Duncan answered grimly. The worst has happened, a blight has begun. King Cailan summons the Grey Wardens to Ostagar to fight the Darkspawn horde alongside his armies. Yes. Valandrian shifted uncomfortably. I had heard the news. Still, this is an awkward time. There is to be a wedding too, in fact. Duncan glanced over at the boy again. There was something about him. Though young, he would have made a fine recruit. Still, with 3 other recruits in his party, 2 already on their way to Ostagar, and Ser Gilmore waiting in Highever, he could leave the boy. So I see. By all means, attend to your ceremonies. My concerns can wait, for now. He said reassuringly. There was still an undertone of worry to Valandrian's response. Very well. Children, treat Duncan as my guest. And for the Maker's sake, take your places. Please, do not let me interrupt further. We shall speak more later. Duncan watched the elves go. The boy hung back from the others a few paces. Duncan smiled. Was there something else? Jarath nodded. I have some questions. Duncan raised an eyebrow. By all means. How do you know the elder? Valandrian and I have known each other for almost 20 years. Duncan responded, a trace of amusement entering his voice. Since the time I tried to recruit your mother, in fact. You tried recruiting my mother? Jarath asked, his tone startled. Duncan smiled fondly in memory. I did. Your mother was a fiery woman. She would have made an excellent Grey Warden, he finished, a bit regretfully. But she didn't join, Jarath responded curiously. Duncan sighed. I never made the offer. Valandrian convinced me that it was better for her to remain here with her family. As there was no blight and thus no immediate need for recruits, I deferred to his wishes. But it seems she passed her training on to you, am I right? Jarath nodded. Until she died. So I heard. I am very sorry for your loss. I have already heard a great deal about you, if you must know. But we can speak more of this later. You have a wedding to attend. The young man gave him a nod of farewell before rejoining his friend. Jarath gestured for Sore Eyes to wait a moment, then walked to where Nessa was checking the knots on the cart. She looked up and caught his eye, then called over her shoulder. I'll be right back, father. Her father frowned. Be quick. We've packing to do. So. Her eyes widened hopefully. Any news? Jarath held out a hand. Here's 10 silvers. Take it. Stay here where you belong. She held out her hand almost by reflex, and he poured the coins into her palm. Where did you get this much money? Never mind, I'm sure not talking you out of this. Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my family. She hugged him, making him wince. I love you. Now I just have to handle the parents. She released him and dashed off. He nodded, then turned back to where Sore Eyes was waiting. Sore Eyes gave a low whistle. Where did you get that money? Old elven proverb, nobles who start fights should keep better eye on coin purses. You, tell me you didn't pickpocket the Grey Warden. Sore Eyes' eyes were wide. Jarath gave him an irritated look. I don't pickpocket friends of the elder. He shrugged, then lifted the corner of his mouth in a small smile. I nicked from the one that carted Vaughn off. I can't believe you did that. Sore Eyes tried to inject a note of disapproval into his voice, but failed. Jarath held out the small silk bag. Are you saying you don't want your wedding present? He rotated the bag from side to side. Sore Eyes grinned. Now, let's not be too hasty. He accepted the bag, then looked around nervously. Wow. He shook his head, then broke into a laugh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In a couple hours, we are going to have wives. Maker. Is it too late to run? Duncan watched the boy hand over the coins and quickly checked his coin purse. It was still there, and he found himself idly wondering whose pocket, exactly, the boy had picked. He thought back to meeting Adaya. The woman had been a cunning warrior, one that had fought in the rebellion in spite of her young age. She'd a natural gift for the blade, but it had been clear she was already in love with the young man Valandrian had arranged for her to marry. He smiled, amused that Valandrian had repeated the same ploy with the son. Still, it appeared from the way the bride was smiling at Jaroth that this marriage also had potential. He thought about returning to the inn with the others. Sedida was more than capable of keeping an eye on the others. If she survived the joining, and Duncan sent a silent prayer to the Maker on that note, he intended to begin training her to take the role of his second. Perhaps by the time he went to his calling, she'd be ready to assume the position of Commander of the Grey. They walked over to where the wedding party was gathering on the platform. Sarais walked up the stairs first, glancing back once to make sure Jaroth was actually following. Valora smiled. "Oh. Sarais. There you are. I was afraid you'd run off." "No, I'm here, fellow groom in tow." Nijera smiled as Jaroth moved to stand next to her. "Good. I'm so pleased to finally do this." Sarais exhaled. "It looks like everyone's ready." "Good luck, Sarais," Jaroth said, winking at Valora. "Perhaps it won't be so tragic, after all," Sarais said. Jaroth saw Valora and Nijera exchange an eye roll. Nijera caught him looking, and smiled shyly. She touched his hand lightly, and he curled his fingers around hers as Valandrian started to speak. "Friends and family, today we celebrate not only this joining, but also our bonds of kin and kind. We are a free people, but that was not always so. Andraste, the Maker's prophet, freed us from the bonds of slavery. As our community grows, remember that our strength lies in commitment to tradition and to each other." He stepped down. Mother Bone took her place. "Thank you, Valandrian. Now, let us begin. In the name of the Maker, who brought us into this world, and in whose name we say the chant of light," she was interrupted as armed men began to walk to the platform. "Milord? This is," she was unceremoniously shoved off to one side. "An unexpected surprise." Vaughn stepped out from behind his guards. "Sorry to interrupt, Mother, but I'm having a party and we're dreadfully short of female guests." He laughed. "Milord, this is a wedding." Bone protested. "Ha! If you want to dress up your pets and have tea parties, that's your business. But don't pretend this is a proper wedding. Now, we're here for a good time, aren't we boys?" His two companions joined him in laughing. "Just a good time with the ladies, that's all." Vaughn began to point to women. "Let's take those two, the one in the tight dress, and..." He looked around. "Where's the bitch that bottled me?" "Over here, Lord Vaughn." Another of the lordlings grabbed Shiani. "Let me go, you stuffed shirt son of a dash." "Oh, I'll enjoy taming her. And see the pretty bride." Vaughn stepped forward. "What do we do?" Sarais whispered. "Sarais, they're taking the women." Jaroth stepped between Vaughn and Nijera. "Ah yes." Vaughn sneered down at him. "The uppity runt that thinks he's worthy of speaking to me. Don't worry. I'll return whatever's left in time for the honeymoon." Jaroth felt the rage beating at him, and forced it down. "Not here." He focused his eyes on Vaughn as he fought to keep it from escaping. He heard Nijera gasp just before something struck him from behind. He woke to find Sarais standing over him. "Can you hear me, cousin? Are you all right?" Jaroth looked around. He stood quickly enough to feel a moment of dizziness. "The women." He rubbed his head. "Are they all right?" Sarais shook his head. Vaughn took Shiani, Nijera, Valora, and the rest of the women in the wedding party back to the palace. "The elder is talking to Duncan, that Grey Warden. Everyone is getting upset. We should see how we can help." "That sounds dangerous. Let's see what they're talking about. Please, all of you, listen. I know you are upset, and with good reason." Valandrian held up his hands in a calming gesture. "But there is nothing we can do right now. Elva's querulous voice rose over the rest of the crowd. He's right. Running after them will just make matters worse. So we do nothing? They took my sister. Jarath pushed his way through the crowd. Where are the women now? Valandrian gave him a sympathetic look. They were taken to the Arl's palace, I suspect. Normally, I'd counsel patience. Unfortunately, stories about the Arl's son and his appetites are. A worried look crossed Valandrian's face. Most disturbing. Jarath shook his head. He knew the stories. Then we need to do something. Now. But what can we do? Another elf asked. We're talking about the Arl's palace. Even with the Arl and his knights gone, it'll be guarded. Another voice spoke up. Elder, may I offer a suggestion? I work inside the palace. I could sneak one, perhaps two others in through the servants' entrance. Nobody would notice an extra pair of elves looking around. Jarath spoke quickly, before Valandrian could offer an objection. We could be in and out before anyone knows the difference. Behind him, Sorais spoke. I'm with you, of course, but if we run into trouble, we won't be able to talk our way out. He saw the Grey Warden give him a considering look, then the man nodded. For that, you will need weapons. Allow me to offer you my own longsword and bow. A man should be able to defend his loved ones properly. Thank you, Duncan. Valandrian closed his eyes for a moment, then his shoulders slumped in resignation. Then your path is set. I pray the Maker looks on it with favor. You're all insane. The guards will burn our homes down around us. Elva said. Enough, Elva. Valandrian's voice became firm. You've had your say. They shall try, for their own honor and the honor of the women. We must trust in the Maker. The servant moved over to where Jarath and Sorais were standing. He gave Jarath a quick nod. I'll make sure the way is clear. When you're ready, meet me at the alienage gate. Duncan removed his scabbard and offered it to the boy. Are you prepared for what you're about to do? Jarath took the scabbard, and belted it around his waist. Duncan noted that he positioned it correctly, held forward for an easy draw. I think so, but I have questions. Anything I can answer, I shall, Duncan said. The crossbow he offered to the other elf. He caught the man's rather intimidated look, and quickly began to demonstrate the loading mechanism. Do you know anything about Vaughn? Duncan frowned. His father is a decent enough man but no friend to the Grey Wardens. Rumors say Vaughn is far too wild, and a poor heir. How is he in a fight? A good question, Duncan thought to himself. He considered a moment. I have seen the lad in tournaments and he does know his way with a blade. I have never seen him in real combat, however. Will you tell me now why you came here? Duncan looked at him, then nodded. To find recruits. Perhaps honesty was best. I had hoped to speak to you, but your elder outmaneuvered me. I suspect this is why your wedding was moved forward, in hopes that I might let you remain. Valandrian did the same thing when I came to recruit your mother. The boy blinked. My mother was that skilled. She was indeed. And it appears she has passed her skills on to you. See to the task at hand. We can speak of your future later. Duncan watched the boy walk away. He shook his head slightly. It was likely the two young men were going to get themselves killed. For a heartbeat, he considered telling them to wait while he fetched the others from the inn. Then he shook his head again. Such an intervention would cause more problems than it solved. He heard the boy ask Valandrian about moving the wedding forward. Valandrian confirmed his suspicions. The boy nodded, then assured Valandrian that he understood before walking towards the alienage gate, followed by his older companion. Valandrian watched them go, then walked to where Duncan was standing. They don't stand a chance, do they? Valandrian asked him. Could you have stopped him? Duncan asked. Valandrian sighed, then shook his head. Sorais, maybe. I need to tell Syrian. He wrung his hands. Maker watch over them. Silently, Duncan echoed the prayer. Jarath handed Sorais the crossbow, and gave him a concerned look. Are you going to be all right? Sorais swallowed. Think I'll let you go in first. Just stay behind me, take what shots you can. Sarais nodded. Okay. I'm with you, cousin. I know. Jarath gave the servant a nod. He handed Jarath the key, then vanished back into the gardens. Jarath unlocked the door, then stepped cautiously inside. A chair held a slumbering guard. He gestured for Sarais to stay back, then drew the dagger from his sleeve before catching the guard's hair and yanking his head back. He pressed the dagger against the guard's throat. MMPH. The guard blinked his eyes open. Way? What's going on? The guard swallowed as he became aware of the knife at his throat. His eyes widened as his gaze went to Jarath's ears. Inside, Jarath could feel the rage starting to build. For the first time in a year, he let a bit of it out. I have questions, he said. The guard started to open his mouth, then he met Jarath's eyes. Fear flooded his face as he caught a glimpse of what lay behind them. He cringed. Understood. Vaughn brought some elf maidens here. Where are they? I think they're in a holding room, just west of here. Tell me about the castle's layout. Well, this is the, guard's corner. The kennel and trophy room are southeast and Vaughn's chambers are northeast. Thanks for the help. Now it's time to shut you up. But I cooperated. Don't kill me. Rage beat against the walls inside. Jarath nodded. There was a price. There was always a price. His voice was soft. I never promised anything. Please, wait. The guard's plea was silenced when Jarath's knife sliced halfway through his neck in a single smooth motion. He slid to the floor, mouth working silently as blood pumped from the wound. He was still a few moments later. Behind him, Jarath heard frank admiration in Sarais' voice. That was cold, cousin. The rage beat slower now, in time with his heart. He set a hand on the borrowed longsword, and opened the door. They entered a kitchen. Jarath started to just walk through, but the cook looked up. You, there. Who are you? Speak quick, worms, before I call the guards and they clip your nasty ears. Jarath pulled the rage back. The cook was unarmed. Just passing through. Don't mind us. Don't talk to me like that, scum, or I'll have the life beaten out of you. You understand? Wait, why are you dressed like that? You're bandits. Rebels. Outlaws. The guards will make quick work of, the man slid to the floor as the kitchen servant clocked him on the back of the head. You have no idea how long that Shems had it coming. The servant gave them an easy smile. Jarath gave a respectful nod. I'm Jarath. This is Sarais. Well met. I'm Adwen, the cook's assistant. A friend of a friend said you'd be coming. They took the women you're looking for to Lord Vaughn's quarters. You should hurry. He is not known for his. Adwen's fists clenched. Kindness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm getting out of here before the storm hits. Jarath grabbed a small bottle off the table, then walked to the tray that contained a pitcher. He looked at the label on the bottle, then poured it into the pitcher. Sarais raised an eyebrow, then smiled as Jarath picked up the tray before walking into the next room. Several guards were playing cards. One looked up. You there, elf? I need another drink. Anyone else? A few other voices spoke up, and the guard looked at Jarath. What are you waiting for? Get us those drinks. I'll blacken your eye if you don't move your arse. I have your drinks right here. Why didn't you say so? Would you prefer I pour, or answer? Jarath set the tray down, and picked up the pitcher. Don't give me your back talk, knife ear. Pour and get out. Jarath kept his face an expressionless mask as he filled the mugs. The guards began drinking almost before he was done pouring. That's a nasty kick there. Drink up, boys, it'll put hair on your chest. One of the guards began to cough. Nasty kick, indeed. I feel like dash. Another looked at the blood he'd just coughed onto the back of his hand. What's in here, you little rat? He almost made it to his feet as Jarath set the pitcher down. The guard staggered and caught the edge of the table. Blood frothed from his mouth before he collapsed into a choking heap. Nice work. Now, let's go before anyone comes. Sarais followed Jarath out of the room as the guards lay, twitching, and dying on the stone floor. Their luck didn't hold. A guard saw them and drew his sword before they'd made it more than a few steps down the hall. Behind him, Jarath heard Sarais gulp. He drew the blade Duncan had loaned him, and let the rage rise. He parried the guard's blow easily, then lifted the swords up enough to enable him to plunge the dagger up under the guard's ribs. Blood gushed as he pulled the dagger back out, and the guard crumbled. He saw Sarais' eyes widen as he bent down and helped himself to the guard's sword. Doors began to open, and he found himself smiling as he moved forward, a blade in each hand. He had to turn away from the room that held only a cowering servant. Sarais' attention was still on the room with the caged dogs. He didn't see the way Jarath had started to raise his blade on the unarmed woman. Jarath let out the breath, forcing part of the rage back down. He couldn't lose control. Not here. Not yet. He jerked his head at Sarais, and they moved on. He could hear voices ahead, and felt the rage start to beat again when they got close enough to hear the words. Well, that's one less elf breeder in the world. A shame, though. Nice body on that one. She's still warm. How picky are you, anyway? He glanced back to see Sarais had gone pale. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened the door. 2 guards, and a man in better armor stood over the body of Nola. Blood was spreading from beneath her head. Shut it, you two. We've got company. You just walked into the wrong room. You know how this works, boys. No witnesses. His heart was beating in time with the rage now. He blocked the blow from the first guard, and saw surprise on the larger man's face. The second blade came up, slicing through the leather and into the flesh. The guard collapsed, screaming, as thick, slimy ropes began to spill from his midsection. The second guard hesitated. It was a fatal mistake. Jarath flicked the offhand blade, and when the guard swung to block it, he sent the other sword across the man's neck. He felt only a slight resistance from the man's spine. Easy. The guard's head tumbled from his shoulders. Too easy. He felt a moment's relief that his companion knew little of combat. He stepped around Nola's body as the captain raised a shield. Jarath feinted left, then came around as the guard moved. He drew the blade across the back of the man's thighs, biting deep into muscle, flesh, and tendon. The guard pitched forward, and Jarath let him fall before stepping forward to drive the sword through the man's back, piercing his heart. The crossbow twanged as Sarais put the disemboweled man out of his misery. They. He stared at the dead woman. They killed her. I can't believe this. His voice rose slightly in pitch, and Jarath could see his hands were starting to shake. We need to save the others. Sarais nodded, then looked down at his hands. He swallowed, then reloaded the crossbow with steadier hands. Then we should hurry. A few moments could make the difference. Jarath had to force himself to look away from the praying servant woman. He strode instead to the door, then pulled it open. Shiani was on the ground, her clothing torn. Rage. My. What have we here? Vaughn said. His companion smirked. Don't worry, we'll make short work of these two. Quiet, you idiot. They're covered with enough blood to fill a tub. What do you think that means? Vaughn put a hand on his blade. Jarath's voice was cold. You're going to pay for what you've done. All right, let's not be too hasty here. The Shem was still talking. Shiani was laying on the ground, her clothing torn, tears staining her face. And the Shem kept talking. Surely we can talk this over. No, I really don't think we can. Was that his voice? Bah. I always regret talking to knife ears. Now I'll just gut your ignorant carcasses, instead. Vaughn went for his sword, the others a step behind. Jarath didn't bother with a parry. He kicked the side of Vaughn's knee, and the offhand blade swung in an arc as Vaughn fell. The body twitched and jerked as the head rolled across the room. 1. The borrowed longsword impaled the Lord's chest before the Lord's own sword had cleared the scabbard. 2. He ripped the blade out, sending a spray of blood into the face of the third man. The last lord started to hold up his hands. Jarath severed one as he flicked the blade across the man's throat. 3. The crossbow twanged again, sending an unnecessary bolt into the man's stomach. Sarai's face was almost green as he panted. He's dead. Tell me we did the right thing, cousin. Rage simmered, sated. Of course. I hope you're right. Sarai's nodded. I'll check the back room for the others. Shiani needs you. Jarath set the blades down as he knelt next to Shiani. He searched for words, but none came. Don't leave me alone. She grabbed his arm. Please, please, take me home. Her voice trailed off into sobs. He started to lay a hand on her shoulder, then stopped himself. Perhaps touching her wasn't the best idea right now. He offered her his hand instead. Can you walk? She looked at his hand, then took it and let him pull her to her feet. I think so. She narrowed her eyes at the bodies on the floor. You killed them, didn't you? You killed them all. Not just them. He met her eyes. All the humans who hurt you. Her smile was vicious. Good. Good. Valora was the first to emerge from the other room. Her eyes widened when she saw the corpses, then she shook her head and looked back at Shiani. She going to be all right? Jarath saw the tiny shake of Shiani's head. He understood, and forced his voice to be calm. She's all right. He looked back at the door. Where is Nijera? Her voice answered as she came in. I'm fine. Your friend. She took in Shiani's appearance, and grabbed a cloak from a hook on the wall as she came towards them. Got the worst of it. They said they were saving us for later. She looked at him, eyes wide. A trembling smile came to her face. I can't believe you came for me. I couldn't just let them hurt you. He nodded to her. Thank you. Her eyes were full of emotion, and he felt a pang. It wasn't over yet. Sarai spoke up. He touched the crossbow nervously. We should go. Soon. As in now. Jarath tore his eyes away from Nijera's face. Good thought. Sarai reloaded the crossbow. I'll take the rear guard. I can't wait to leave this place. Valandrian paced back and forth across his porch. I pushed this celebration too quickly. I should have been more subtle, and Vaughn never would have gotten wind of anything. You were trying to protect that boy, from me, Duncan said. Yes, all right, yes. I figured if he was already married to that lovely young woman, he wouldn't get griffins in his eyes. He's got fire in him. That he does. His mother did as well. It got her killed. Now, it may have done the same to him. Valandrian sighed. Jarath is a good lad, and his father is one of my dearest friends. Maker, he's just a boy. He poured a cup of tea for Duncan, then one for himself. Is it true then, there is a blight coming? Darkspawn are already beginning to gather in numbers greater than we've seen in centuries. Valandrian sighed. It's hard enough in the alienage during peacetime. We have warning this time. Perhaps we can stop the blight before it truly gets underway. I hope you are right, old friend. He looked up as elves began to chatter. They are back. Duncan followed Valandrian towards the newly arrived group. You have returned. Valandrian took in the sight before him. Has Shiani been hurt? Where is Tormi's daughter, Nola? Valora shook her head, and tears started to fall from her eyes. Nola didn't make it. She resisted and she pressed a hand to her mouth. They killed her, Shiani finished. I see, Valandrian said. He looked at the boys. Would you ladies please take Shiani home? She needs rest. Nijera sent a look at Jarath before replying. Of course. She put an arm around Shiani's shoulder, then gently led her away. Valandrian waited until they were gone. Now tell me, what happened? Vaughn's dead, Jarath said. Then the garrison could already be on their way, Duncan said. You have little time. We may need to leave Denerim for a while, Jarath said. It has come to this. Valandrian glanced at Duncan. The guards are here. Someone shouted. Don't panic, Valandrian said. He looked to Sorais before walking towards the guards. Let's see what comes of this. I seek Valandrian, elder and administrator of the alienage. The leader of the guards called out. Valandrian pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Here, Captain. I take it you have come in response to today's disruption. He kept his voice calm. The captain sneered. Don't play ignorant with me, elder. You will not prevent justice from being done. The Arl's son lies dead in a river of blood that runs through the entire palace. Duncan's head came up slightly, and he looked at the two boys. Sorais's face was green, but Jarath merely stood there calmly. I need names, and I need them now. The crowd started to murmur. Jarath stepped forward. It was my doing. Duncan saw Valandrian close his eyes for a moment before turning to look at the boy. The guard captain scoffed. You expect me to believe one man did all that? We are not all so helpless, Captain. Valandrian's quiet voice held a note of anger. The captain gave Jarath an appraising look. You save many by coming forward. I don't envy your fate, but I applaud your courage. He raised his voice. This elf will wait in the dungeons until the Arl returns. The rest of you, back to your houses. Captain. Duncan stepped forward. A word, if you please. What is it, Grey Warden? The situation is well under control, as you can see. Duncan smiled. Be that as it may, I hereby invoke the Grey Warden's right of conscription. I remove this prisoner into my custody. Jarath gave him a startled look. You can do that. The guard captain growled in frustration. Son of a tied down, he swallowed the rest of his curse. Very well, Grey Warden, I cannot challenge your rights, but I'll ask one thing, get this elf out of the city. Today. Agreed, Duncan said amiably. Now, I need to get my men on the streets before this news hits. Move out. Duncan turned to Jarath. You're with me now. Say your goodbyes, and see me when you're ready. We leave immediately. Understood. Do not take long. I agreed to have you out of the city forthwith. Sorais managed, with some effort, to scrape his jaw off the ground. Thank you. You really saved my hide back there. I did what was right. As you always do. Sorais squared his shoulders. Well, I'd like to follow your example. No more daydreaming, I'm settling down. Valoris a good woman, and she has ideas on making life better for everyone here. Your father had the women take Shiani back to your place. Will you see here before you go? Of course. Good luck, cousin. You've been my hero since we were kids. It's just official, now. Sorais watched the younger man walk away, then looked at Duncan. He blinked suddenly, then touched the crossbow at his side as though just remembering it was there. He offered it back to Duncan. This is yours. Duncan accepted it, then the quiver of bolts. He noted that very few were missing. What happened in there? Sorais shook his head. He killed them. There must have been 30 guards. I think I killed one. Well, 3, but 2 were just finishing off ones that were already dying. He looked up at Duncan. I've seen him practice. Spar a little. This was the first time I actually saw him fight. A trace of defiance entered his eyes. The wardens are lucky to have him. We are, Duncan replied. Jarath stood before the door for a moment. The rage was behind the wall again, but he could feel it still. The wall twisted and shifted. He'd stretched it too far, believing that the sacrifice would be worthwhile. It was somewhat daunting to learn that he was apparently going to live. He put his hand on the door, then stepped inside. His father was waiting, staring into the fireplace. He turned as Jarath walked towards him. If he let his hands fall helplessly to his sides. This is what the Maker has planned for you, then I guess it's for the best. You're not pleased. I just wish there was another way. I dreamed of grandchildren, family gatherings, and... He sighed. I'm sorry. This isn't helping. Take care, my son. Be strong. And wise. And. His voice started to break. Well, you know. We'll all miss you. Jarath managed a smile. Look after Sore Eyes for me. Of course. Jarath hesitated, then walked towards the next room. There you are. Valora met him at the door. Nijera, your betrothed has returned. I'll be right there. Valora hesitated a moment, then threw her arms around him. Jarath tensed, fighting the urge to pull away. Thank you. She said as she released him. For me, for Sore Eyes, for everything. I'll never be able to repay you. She looked over as Nijera entered. Well, I'll leave you two alone. Nijera's eyes glistened. Thank you, Valora. What happens now? Your father said you're becoming a Grey Warden. She bit her lip. You're leaving, aren't you? I'll be back for you. Grey Wardens got paid. He could make sure she had a home, at least. Nijera shook her head. No, you won't. The Grey Wardens can't have wives or family. A tear made its way down her cheek. Jarath closed his eyes, then reopened them. Nijera, I'm sorry. She shook her head, then injected a note of cheer into her voice. For what? Saving my life? Being selected for one of the world's most noble callings. She held out a hand, and he took it. I'll be all right. Maybe Valora and I will start a business. I guess we'll never know what might have been. She leaned forward, and kissed him softly. Then she let go of his hand. You're. Her voice hitched slightly. Friend is waiting. Be safe out there. She walked in the direction Valora had gone. He inhaled, then entered the room. Shiani was sitting on the bed. She looked up at him. You took all the responsibility for what happened. You're amazing, you know that. I just did what had to be done. Someone needed to. You always do. They'll write legends about you someday. When the world was at its worst, there you came, fire in your eyes, like something out of a storybook. I'll never forget that. She sighed. I love you, cousin. Make us proud out there. I love you too, Shiani. He picked up a pillow, and tossed it at her. Enough with the mushy stuff. Silly man. She hefted the pillow threateningly. Then get going, already. Valandrian was waiting for him as he left the house. Well, I guess Duncan got his recruit after all. It was not by my choice. He left it at that. There was no need to tell Valandrian that he'd not intended to survive the day. No. Valandrian asked. He shook his head. Either way, it's out of my hands now. If you'll excuse me, I must tend to our people. Goodbye, young one, and make her keep you. Duncan watched Jarath return from saying farewell. The young man had fully accepted that he was most likely going to die the moment he spoke up, absolving his friend and the women of any action. That took courage. And yet the young man didn't seem to be basking in the hero's treatment the other elves were giving him. He looked like a man who had done what was needed, and accepted the cost. Like a warden. Duncan gave the young man a moment before asking, Are you ready to go? Jarath nodded. I am. Good. We will need to pick up the others before we leave. Jarath nodded, and fell into step beside him. As they walked out of the alienage, Jarath started to hand back the sword. Duncan shook his head. You keep that. Where we are going, you are going to need it. Jarath nodded, and put the scabbard back on his hip. Was that your plan, from the beginning? Pardon. You knew the guards would come. Was stepping forward your plan from the beginning? The women are safe. Sore Eyes is safe. The alienage has one less threat to worry about. One life seems a small price to pay for all that. Duncan nodded. There was something the boy was leaving unsaid. He shook his head, and decided it did not matter. That it does. Of course, you should refrain, in the future, from issuing challenge when unarmed. A dagger appeared in the boy's hand, and he offered it to Duncan, hilt first. Duncan blinked. My mother said this dagger was a gift from one of the few humans for whom she held any respect, Jarath said. Duncan took the knife, and turned it over in his hands. He recognized the inlaid griffin on the handle. It would have been a shame to be killed by my own knife. He handed it back to the boy, and watched as it vanished once more. His eyes narrowed. He remembered the first time he'd killed, and had mentored too many over the years. Realization came. This wasn't the first time. The green eyes met his. No. It wasn't. We put our pasts behind us, when we become Grey Wardens. Duncan led towards the inn. Setida gave Duncan a smile as he entered the inn. Alistair followed her gaze and waved, and the older man began making his way towards them. A young elf boy trailed along behind him. Duncan gave them a nod as he approached the table. I hate to cut your festivities short, but we must be leaving earlier than planned. Harl, you and Alistair stay here until the other wardens arrive, then head on to Ostagar. We'll catch up with you there. Trouble? Setida asked. Nothing to be concerned about. We will head back towards Highever to pick up the last recruit. Harl nodded. We will see you at camp. Setida, Braska, and Lenore returned to their rooms and packed quickly. Duncan met them at the stables, and Setida realized the child that had been following him earlier was still there. Her eyes went to the sword at the boy's side. Braska jerked his head at the elf boy. Who is the kid? This is Jarath. He is our most recent recruit. Setida raised an eyebrow at Duncan as Lenore blurted out, but he's 12. 15, the elf said quietly. But that's... Lenore started to say. Old enough to carry a sword, Setida interrupted. Duncan, I got the impression we were in a hurry. Duncan nodded. Setida stretched her legs a bit to catch up to Duncan before matching his pace. She glanced back to make sure they were out of earshot from the others. So, he's what, a pickpocket? Duncan smiled. Among other things, yes. Those other things including being a child. He is small for his age, it makes him look somewhat younger. He is 15, he said it himself. Granted, that's old enough to carry a sword in Orzammar, but not old enough to be allowed to actually do more than drill with it. He'd need another 3 years before being allowed to actually join the army. He can handle the blade, if that's your concern. You know it isn't. I was not much older when I became a warden. I think he will surprise you. He glanced back. He certainly surprised me. Setida nodded. I suppose we can just consider him a trainee for now. Chapter 7, Mirrors. Chapter text. Burhan circled the Shems, coming to stand next to the other Dalish. Tamlin grinned at him. You're just in time. I found these. He leveled his bow at one of hapless men. Humans lurking in the bushes. Bandits, no doubt. The Shemlin he was aiming at held up pleading hands. We aren't bandits, I swear. Please don't hurt us. Tamlin and Burhan exchanged an amused eye roll. You Shemlin are pathetic. It's hard to believe you ever drove us from our homeland, Tamlin said, shifting the point of his arrow towards the man who had spoken. Another of the hunters gulped. We've never done nothing to you Dalish. We didn't even know this forest was yours. This forest isn't ours, fool. Tamlin tapped his forefinger against the arrow shaft. You've stumbled too close to our camp. You Shems are like vermin, we can't trust you not to make mischief. He shot a look at Burhan. What do you say, Lethalin? What should we do with them? Burhan smirked. Kill them he sniffed, then raised an eyebrow at Tamlin. Tamlin's lips twitched as he flicked his eyes towards the third hunter. Burhan noted wetness spreading across the man's pants. What do I care? The others will never know. I like the sound of that. Tamlin's voice betrayed his amusement. Anything to say in your defense, Shems? Look, we didn't come here to be trouble. We just found a cave. The man who had wet himself pointed towards a game trail. Yes, a cave. With ruins like I've never even seen. We thought there might be a treasure. So you're more akin to thieves than actual bandits, Tamlin gave Burhan a sidelong glance. Burhan gave him the barest of nods. The Shems were practically groveling. If you've been there, you should have treasure to prove it. Burhan adjusted his aim, marking each man in turn. I have proof," one said, reaching desperately into his pocket. He pulled out a small stone tablet. "Here, we found this just inside the entrance." Tamlin glanced at Brujn, then let down his bow and stepped forward to take the tablet while Brujn kept the men covered. He looked down at the item, and his eyes widened. "This stone has carvings." He held it for Brujn to see. "Is this Elfish?" "Written Elfish? There's more in the ruins," the hunter said eagerly, pointing again towards the game trail. "We didn't get very far though." "Why not?" Brujn asked, but didn't let down his bow. "There was a demon. It was huge, with black eyes. Thank the Maker we were able to outrun it." Tamlin scoffed. "A demon? Where is this cave?" "Just off to the west, I think. There's a cave in the rock face, and a huge hole just inside." "Well? Do you trust them?" Tamlin asked Brujn. He flicked his eyes to the hunters and his lips twitched slightly. "Shall we let them go?" Brujn gave the men a hard look, and was rewarded by renewed terror on their faces. He counted a few seconds, his bow aimed. "You've frightened them enough. They won't bother us. Run along then, Shems, and don't come back until we Dalish have moved on." "Of course. Thank you. Thank you." The men practically tripped over each other in their hurry to be out of the way. Tamlin and Brujn exchanged a look, then they both started laughing. Tamlin waved the stone tablet. "Well, shall we see if there's any truth to their story? These carvings make me curious." He let down the bow, then replaced the arrow in his quiver before returning the bow to its sling. By the time the hunters reached their village, he and Tamlin would have grown into an army of Dalish, if not into monstrous beasts of the forest. "Sounds like a good idea. And if we find anything, the keeper will want to know." Tamlin's smile was broad as he headed up the game trail. "Did that Shem actually wet himself?" Tamlin asked as he ducked beneath a tree branch. "It certainly smelled that way," Brujn replied. "That was better than the time the Shem tried to flee so fast he knocked himself out on the tree branch." "That was great," Tamlin said, his laughter almost rendering his words unintelligible. He stopped suddenly. "This must be the cave. I don't recall seeing this before, do you?" Brujn narrowed his eyes at the rent in the earth. "No, I don't." He sniffed at the air. There was something, an odor he didn't recognize, among the stale scent of long-buried tomb. "Let's check it out." "My thoughts exactly." Tamlin moved cautiously towards the entrance, then smiled broadly back at Brujn. "With luck, we'll find something that will make us clan heroes." Brujn held aside the vines over the entrance, then followed his friend inside. They stepped over the bones of someone that had been dead long enough for time to strip away all flesh, leaving only a coat of dust to cover the skeleton. Brujn heard Tamlin gasp. "I can't believe this. You recognize this statue, don't you?" Brujn took a closer look. "It's worn, but it looks vaguely familiar. Back when our people lived in Arlathan, statues like these honored the creators. When the Shems enslaved us, much of that lore was lost. This looks like human architecture, with a statue of our people." Tamlin turned in a slow circle before looking back at him. "Can these ruins date back to the time of Arlathan?" He let his fingers trail over the edges of the statue, and wished he'd thought to bring something to make a rubbing. "It's interesting. So much of our past is lost to us. I'd never have guessed that ancient elves might have lived here. With humans." Tamlin started to point at something else, then both men reached for their bows as one of the bodies strewn around the place stood up and started shambling towards them. They loosed simultaneously, and both arrows struck their mark as other corpses started to stand up. Brujn heard a moaning sound from behind them, and turned to see more corpses moving. He gave Tamlin a nod, and then they shifted to stand back to back, drawing and firing as quickly as they could. Tamlin's last arrow caught the last corpse in the eye, and it fell to the ground. Brujn looked around, but no other bodies got up. He began retrieving his arrows. Tamlin did the same. Were those walking corpses? "This place is haunted," Tamlin said. "I think we got them all," Brujn said. He elbowed Tamlin lightly. "One for the stories, Eh? Tamlin laughed. When you tell it around the fire later, make sure you let Meryl know about that last shot of mine. Lethalin, if you were any more obvious, you'd actively be drooling on her. We should have brought her along. She'd love this. Tamlin looked around. If we had brought Meryl, we'd have ended up in some nice secluded glen hours ago. Yeah, well, that's always fun too. Until the keeper catches us. Brujn took the lead as they moved further into the cave. Behind him, Tamlin gave a low whistle. This place makes me nervous. So talk, if that will calm you down, Brujn said. He bent to brush aside some dust and get a closer look at the carvings along one wall. I suppose so. Tamlin said slowly. Then he kicked Brujn lightly in the calf. Hey, weren't you supposed to be assisting Master Island today? How did you end up coming with me? He shrugged. I got out of it. I prefer to hunt. Me too, even if you are a better hunter than I am. What do you think all this is? Brujn wiped away the dust from another relief. It was so faded he had trouble telling carving from natural stone. I'm not sure. This looks like a very old human place. Why did they build this? And why would elven artifacts be here? Maybe some of our ancestors lived here, in caves like the dwarves. Tamlin shook his head. I'll stick to roaming the land, myself. He grinned up at his friend. Why did you want to come down here so badly? Aren't you curious? We could be discovering our history. Minstrels will write songs about us. I am curious. He stepped over a broken piece of stone. This carving was a little more intact, but he had difficult figuring out what it was supposed to represent. Part looked to resemble a dragon, but he couldn't tell if the figures representing people were fighting it or, could they be worshipping it? Behind him, Tamlin was still talking. If I were to bring some valuable ancestral artifact back to the keeper, she might forgive me for. Tamlin trailed off, and then shrugged. Well, you know. Brujn felt the tips of his ears redden slightly. He'd rather not think about that particular incident. Thanks for covering for me, by the way. Of course. You know I'd do anything for you. Something about Tamlin's tone made him worry about what future favor his blood brother was going to extract. At any rate, I was expecting this place to. Tamlin gave a small shudder. Feel quite like this. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. Tamlin fingered one of the arrows in his quiver. How do you know all about the statue? Tamlin shrugged. I saw a picture of it in one of those old books the keeper never lets anyone touch. It was one of the old gods. The keeper called him a friend of the dead. Friend of the dead? Brujn frowned. Falandin, or one of his. I'm not sure if was specifically Falandin. It was a guide that took people across the spirit land to their final rest in the beyond. Brujn nodded. Maybe this was a place of worship. Yet these are human ruins, remember? Tamlin glanced back towards the statue. Why would they worship an elven god? Perhaps this place is a tomb. If it was an honored resting place of their dead, maybe traipsing about wasn't a good idea after all. Tamlin shook his head in rejection of that idea. An elven tomb built by Shems? I doubt it. It's said that the old ones never truly died, they just went somewhere and... He spun a slow circle. Slept forever. And this god would come to guide their spirits away. But he wasn't an evil god, not like Fenharel the Dread Wolf. It doesn't seem right that a place so. He narrowed his eyes. Wrong. His hand twitched as if wanting to knock an arrow again. Would be his. How could walking corpses be here? Brujn glanced around the corner before continuing on. He wasn't sure if the uneasy feeling were his, or just Tamlin rubbing off on him. The part of him that wanted to turn back began to argue with the part of him that wanted to keep exploring, to see what lore of the people he could uncover. Haran Pavel once said that in places where many people died, it can become Thanaran, a land of waking dreams. The veil becomes weak and spirits slip into our world. Then they possess corpses and walk around. Tamlin shuddered. Maybe this is the demon the humans saw, Brujn said. Ignorant Shems could easily mistake the shambling dead for a full-on demon. It's hard to imagine anything else could live here with these, creatures. Still, worse things may be ahead. This place reeks of something wrong. Can you feel it? They exchanged a look. Tamlin unslung his bow, and Brujin did the same. Let's press on. Tamlin set his face in determined lines. I want to know how our people were involved with this. Brujin threw himself to the side as the monstrous bear-like creature charged at him. Tamlin shot an arrow into its side, but it simply whirled back and went for the other archer. Brujin rolled to his feet and fired off 2 arrows in rapid succession. The bear roared, then turned towards him. Immediately, Tamlin fired again, and the 2 men took turns distracting and firing until the thing collapsed. Brujin moved towards it, drew back his bowstring, and fired a last arrow directly into the thing's skull before allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Tamlin shot him a triumphant look, then his eyes widened as he caught sight of something behind Brujin. Brujin turned to look, and saw the strangely glowing mirror. He exchanged a look with Tamlin, and the 2 walked towards it slowly. Wonder filled Tamlin's voice. It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the writing says. The keeper might be able to translate it, Brujin said. He couldn't wait to let her know what they had found. An artifact like this more than rivaled any he'd seen before. Maybe, but she's not here to help us. Odd that it isn't broken like everything else, especially with that bear lumbering around in here. I wonder what this writing is for. He bent to get a closer look. Maybe this isn't Dash. He jumped back as if startled. Hey, did you see that? I think something moved inside the mirror. Brujin moved closer. Inside the mirror? Let me see. He narrowed his eyes. There was something on the edge of his vision, but it seemed to vanish every time he tried to focus. Look. Don't you see it? There it is again. Can you feel that? I think it knows we're here. I just need to take a closer look. Tamlin took a step closer. It's... He tilted his head curiously. Showing me places. I can see. He squinted. Some kind of city. He shook his head. Underground. And... Slowly, Tamlin's voice began to change from wonder to dread. There's a great blackness. He blinked. It. His eyes suddenly widened. It saw me. Help. I can't look away. Panic filled Tamlin's voice, and Brujin grabbed at him. Something seemed to claw at the edges of his eyes, and then pain filled him. He thought he was falling, tumbling off the edge of some great chasm. Someone was screaming, and then, darkness. Are you sure we are still going the right way? Lenore asked. This doesn't look like much of a road. I have traveled this path before, Duncan assured her. He glanced at the others. Braska kept stopping to look at leaves and then hurrying to catch back up with them. Setida, for her part, acted like a walk through the woods was just another daily activity for her. She caught his eye and winked, and he had to hide a smile. Lenore, however, was starting to lean heavily on her staff, and it took him a moment to realize that somewhere along the line, Jaroth had taken her pack and was carrying it in addition to his own. The young elf hadn't said more than a half-dozen words since they had left Denerim, but even carrying 2 backpacks he kept up easily. We should reach a village in time for dinner. Good, Lenore said. I could. She panted. Do with a bath, I think. She held her robes up as she stepped over a fallen log. He blinked, and realized that she was also wearing Jarotha's boots instead of the slippers she'd worn earlier. He glanced back at the elf, who seemed to be having no problem with walking barefoot through the woods. Duncan sighed, and made a mental note to make some adjustments when they stopped for the night. They hadn't gone more than 100 paces more when something pinged lightly at the edge of his senses. He held up a hand, stopping their forward motion. Braska and Lenore gave him curious looks, but both Setida and Jareth laid hands on their blades as their eyes scanned the woods. Duncan drew his own blade, and moved in carefully. Near the edge of a small cave lay an unconscious man in Dalish leather armor. Duncan moved closer. He could feel the darkness seeped into the skin of the young man. His eyes went to the mouth of the cave before going back to the elf. Standing, he would have been tall for a Dalish. His light brown hair held spider webs, and his hands were filthy, as though he'd crawled out of the cave. Duncan put his age at around 20. Dalish? Sedida asked, as she came to stand next to him. His caravan is probably nearby, Duncan said. He looked up at her. Follow the trail, and take the others ahead to the village. If we come to the caravan in force, we may make them nervous. Sedida nodded. Jarath looked a bit reluctant, but followed her lead. For a moment, Duncan thought about inviting the elf to come with, but decided against it. He picked up the unconscious Dalish and started carrying him back in the direction it appeared the Dalish had come. The Dalish opened his eyes for a moment. Duncan looked down. Can you hear me? I am. Duncan hesitated a moment. He could feel the taint in the young man's blood. The situation was already beyond any hope. Very sorry. The Dalish stared a moment, his green-tinged brown eyes focusing on Duncan's face for a heartbeat. Then he passed out again. Burhan woke. He threw the blanket off him and scrambled backwards before realizing he was laying in an arrival. He blinked, then looked around. The keeper's arrival, if he was not mistaken. A frown crossed his face, and then the events of the cave flooded into his awareness. He dressed hurriedly, and exited the wagon. No sooner was he standing in daylight than Finarl was standing in front of him. You're awake. You've the god's own luck, Lethalin. You're back at camp. Everyone is worried about you. Finarl gave him a concerned look. How do you feel? Burhan looked around, then did it again. Worried. Where is Tamlin? We don't know. The Shem who brought you here saw no sign of him. There was a human. That bearded face hadn't been part of a dream then. A Shem brought you back 2 days ago. You don't remember him. I've been here for 2 days. Burhan stared at his friend. He was a Grey Warden and appeared out of nowhere with you slung over his shoulder. You were delirious with fever. He said that he found you outside a cave in the forest, unconscious and alone. He left you here and ran off again. The keeper's been using the old magic to heal you. Is anyone looking for Tamlin? Burhan had seen no sign of his best friend in the wagon, nor had he caught even the slightest glimpse among the wagons. Of course. Finarl assured him. Most of the hunters are off looking for him right now. But the keeper wanted to talk to you as soon as you awoke. Stay here, I'll get her. Burhan leaned on the wagon as he watched Finarl run off. He felt strange, like he could almost feel the blood running through his veins. The hairs on the back of his neck felt like they were standing, and he itched under the skin, almost in his bones. He hurt all over. He saw Finarl returning, followed by Keeper Marathari. Marathari immediately laid her hands on his shoulders, peering up into his eyes. I see you are awake, Delenn. It is fortunate Duncan found you when he did. She tilted his head from side to side. I know not what dark power held you, but it nearly bled the life from you. It was difficult even for my magic to keep you alive. Burhan considered telling her how he felt, and decided against it. The last thing he needed was her shoving him back into a sickbed. Then Tamlin could be sick, as well. She gave a worried frown. If he encountered the same thing you did, yes. The Grey Warden said he found you alone outside a cave, already stricken. Duncan thought there may have been darkspawn creatures inside the cave. Is that true? There were walking corpses and other strange monsters. Burhan thought back to the bear creature. Surely it couldn't have been that. The thing hadn't managed to touch him or Tamlin. Walking corpses. Marathari shook her head. Dark magic, but not darkspawn. I know not what the other creatures might have been. What else did you find? What is the last thing you remember? A mirror. The memory was fuzzy around the edges. He rubbed his forehead. Tamlin touched it. A mirror. Marathari folded her hands, then paced a few steps before looking back at him. And it caused all this? I have never heard of such a thing in all the lore we have collected. She sighed. I was hoping for answers when you woke, but there are only more questions. And Tamlin remains missing. He is more important than any lore in these ruins. If he is as sick as you were, his condition is grave. Duncan returned to the cave to search for darkspawn, but we cannot rely on him to look for Tamlin as well. We must go ourselves, and quickly. She gave him another worried look. Do you feel well enough to show us the way, Delenn? Without you we will not find it. I am up to it, Keeper. I feel fine. The way she looked at him when she spoke, Brujn was sure she knew he was lying about that last part. She gave him a reluctant nod. I am relieved to hear it. I am ordering the clan to pack the camp so we can go north. Take Meryl with you to the cave. Find Tamlin if you can, but do it swiftly. Take Meryl to the cave and find Tamlin. Brujn tried to give her a reassuring smile. I understand. Go quickly, for Tamlin's life hangs in the balance. Pray for us, Keeper, Brujn said as he grabbed his bow and quiver. Finarl fell into step behind him as he walked towards where the first was standing. I want to go with you. Keeper Maradhari probably won't approve, but I can help find Tamlin. Brujn nodded. All right, come with us. Good. I'll follow you, just to make sure Meryl doesn't go running to the Keeper when you tell her I'm coming. They made their way through the camp, and Brujn saw Meryl staring into a fire. He walked towards her, and she turned and gave him a nod. The Keeper told me I'm to accompany you back to those caves. As her apprentice, I may see something you missed. But our main objective is to find Tamlin, of course. She bit her lip. We must make haste, he may not have much time. Finarl is coming with us. Any objections? Brujn asked. That depends on the Keeper, Meryl said dubiously. I thought we're supposed to go alone. Brujn glanced over his shoulder at Finarl, and decided it was easier to ask forgiveness than permission. I did ask. She's fine with it. Meryl arched an eyebrow, and for a moment Brujn was sure she was going to call him on the lie. Any other day, she probably would have. But he could see in her eyes she was nearly as worried as he was. She is? I suppose I needn't worry about it, then. Are you ready? Let's head out now, Brujn said. His friend was out there. As bad as he was feeling at the moment, Tamlin must be far worse. Finarl saw the darkspawn first. Brujn drew his bow, firing at the same time as his companion. His shot missed the mark by inches. His second struck the creature, but it took a third for him to drop it. Finarl shot him a worried look, and Brujn gave him a reassuring nod. Meryl's eyes narrowed slightly, and she caught his chin and tried to peer into his eyes. He pulled back. I'm fine. He led them up the game trail. The body of another darkspawn was laying just outside the cave entrance, its head nearly severed from its neck. He stepped inside the cave, and looked around. So these are the ruins? Meryl asked. Interesting. She looked around. They're definitely of human origin. Yet elven artifacts are scattered amongst them. Nothing explains the monsters though. But we must find Tamlin. Her voice broke slightly. Or what's left of him. I can't imagine he's still alive with those creatures about. Don't talk like that, Brujn said. He saw her flinch back from the anger in his voice. You don't know. She gave him a remorseful look. You're right. We should explore further before I go on about my fears. She swallowed. I'm sorry. Brujn opened his mouth, then tore his eyes away from hers and headed further into the cave. More darkspawn moved towards them. This time, at least, his arrows flew true. There were enough that he had to drop his bow and move forward with his blade, holding back a short, squat darkspawn while Finarl and Meryl aimed their attacks at the others. He spared them only a brief glance before continuing on, stepping over the corpses of some darkspawn that had clearly been killed earlier. All wonder of the place was lost now. Without hesitation, he moved towards the chamber that had held the mirror. Duncan's senses pinged. He could sense the taint approaching, yet the feeling wasn't quite like that of the darkspawn. He laid a hand on his blade and waited. The figures that came through the door were dressed in Dalish armor. So you were the one fighting darkspawn. I thought I heard combat. He thought he recognized the leader of the small band, and then focused his senses. The taint in the young man's blood seemed to pulse. You're the elf I found wandering the forest, aren't you? I'm surprised you have recovered. The young man gave him an angry look as he came deeper into the chamber. I don't know you, human. Nor do I owe you anything. An elven woman shook her head, and her voice was chiding. Even if you didn't owe this human your life, a Grey Warden deserves respect. He owes me nothing, Duncan said as he watched them approach. He took his hand off the sword, but kept it ready. It was my duty to return an injured Dalish to your clan. Your people have always been allies with the Grey Wardens. An understanding human. The elven man's voice was full of contempt. How nice for you. He felt a trace of irritation, and forced it down. My name is Duncan, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The last time we spoke, you were barely conscious. The woman, at least, gave him a friendly smile and a courteous bow, though her eyes were tight with worry. Andoran Audition, Duncan of the Grey Wardens. I am Merrill, the Keeper's apprentice. And I am Finarl, the second man said. Did you? He looked around, and a note of respect entered his voice. Come here alone, human? Battling all those creatures? Yes. Though I must admit, you took a great deal of the pressure off me. Duncan gave them a nod of gratitude, then he frowned. Your keeper did not send you after me, did she? I told her I would be in no danger. We're not in the habit of rescuing humans, the tainted elf shot back. It's a good thing I don't return that feeling, wouldn't you say? Duncan returned the young man's glare with a level look. The tainted elf looked away first. We're looking for our brother, Tamlin. Duncan felt a pang of sympathy. So you and your friend Tamlin both entered this cave? And you saw this mirror? The tainted elf turned back towards him hopefully. You've found some trace of Tamlin. No, Duncan said. It was best not to let the young man get his hopes up any further. Nor do I think I will. The Grey Wardens have seen artifacts like this mirror before. It is Tevinter in origin, used for communication. Over time some of them simply. He frowned. Break. They become filled with the same taint as the Darkspawn. Tamlin's touch must have released it. He saw realization dawn on the young man's face, and continued grimly. It's what made you sick and Tamlin too, I presume. We need to take it to the Keeper, the tainted elf said as he headed for the stairs. Duncan held up a hand to stop him. The Darkspawn are drawn to the mirror. Do you want to lead them to your clan? I do not fear this sickness, the woman said. The Keeper knows how to cure it. She may have weakened it, but she cannot cure it. Your recovery is only temporary. Very temporary, if he was any judge. Without additional aid, the young man before him would be dead, or worse, within a couple days. I can sense the sickness in you, and it is spreading. Look inside yourself and you will see. The tainted elf looked away from him, and stared at the mirror. Perhaps there is. He swallowed. Something to what you say. Duncan nodded. He was mildly surprised the young man was on his feet. The elf was strong. Perhaps there was a chance for him after all. Confirm it with your keeper later, if you like. For now, we must deal with the mirror. He put a hand on the hilt of his sword. It is a danger. He stepped towards the mirror, and before the elves could protest, drew his blade and shattered the glass. The tainted elf's jaw dropped. It is done. Now, let's leave this cursed place. I must speak to the keeper immediately regarding your cure. How dare you just destroy the mirror? For a moment, Duncan actually thought the tainted elf was going to draw his blade. He took a step forward, using his greater size to loom over the other man. I would dare more than that to stop such a threat, he said, his voice hard and cold. The tainted elf's voice was bleak, almost pleading. What about Tamlin? There is nothing we can do. Duncan reached out to lay a hand on the young man's shoulder. The elf jerked away, then began looking around the room again. I'm not leaving until I find him. Duncan watched him for a moment. Let me be very clear, there is nothing you can do for him. He's been tainted for 3 days now, unaided. Through your keeper's healing arts and your own willpower, you did not die. But Tamlin has no chance. Trust me when I say that he is gone. Now, we should return. Won't there at least be a body? For a moment, the tainted elf looked as young as Jarath, if not younger. The Darkspawn would have taken it, Duncan told him. Why would they take his body? the second man said from the chamber entrance. Duncan had almost forgotten he was there. Not to, he swallowed. Eat it, I hope. Darkspawn are evil creatures, and it's best to leave it at that. There was nothing left to say. Sorry. That, at least, was the truth. I'm not ready to give up the search just yet. If you prefer, I can wait just outside while you look around. But I assure you, he will not be here. I suggest, however, leaving sooner rather than later. You are sick, whether you feel it or not, and it does you no good to linger. The look on the tainted elf's face was almost hateful. Then wait outside. I'll be out when I'm ready. Duncan sighed. As you wish. I will see you back at camp. He left the three elves behind as he exited the cave. Though he searched his senses, the only remaining taint he could find was in the young man's blood. It was going to take them more than a month to reach Ostagar. Mentally, he kicked himself for leaving the joining supplies with Harl. The odds of the young man making it that long were slim. Still, with the keeper's magic. Lenore obviously was versed in healing, and Irving had said she knew something of alchemy as well. Duncan sighed. If he did nothing, the young man would die, and possibly infect others. And if he came with them, at the very least, Duncan's senses would allow him to monitor the progress of the taint. At the worst, he could give the young man a peaceful end. He heard a sound from inside the cave. Finarl had his hand on the tainted elf's shoulder, and it was clear it had taken both the other elves to get the young man to give up the search. Burhan followed Finarl and Merrill back to the camp silently. Merrill was talking to Duncan, but the words failed to register. He wasn't sure they registered with her either, being as she rarely appeared to be listening to the Grey Warden's responses. He was only dimly aware of the stares of the others as they entered the camp. Marathari rushed towards them. I'm relieved you have returned. Her gaze flicked to the Shem. And I did not expect to see you again so soon, Duncan. I was not expecting to return so soon either, Keeper. Duncan's voice was grave. Dare I ask of Tamlin? What did you find of him? Her eyes went over each of them in turn. Burhan shot Duncan an angry look. The Grey Warden says we will find nothing. I see. Marathari leaned on her staff for a moment, her face lined with grief. She turned to her apprentice. Merrill, what about the mirror? Did you bring anything back? Duncan spoke before Merrill could reply. I can answer that, Keeper. I destroyed the mirror. Marathari drew herself up and gave him one of her disapproving looks. Burhan felt a stab of irritation when the Shem failed to be cowed. I intended to use it to find a cure for this mysterious illness. I trust you had good reasons for your actions. There is much to discuss, Keeper. I have learned a great deal since I was last here. Let us speak privately within my arrival then, Duncan. She looked back at them. Merrill, warn the hunters. If Darkspawn are about, I want the clan prepared. Monuvanen, Keeper. Right away. Merrill scampered off. Burhan watched her go. For a moment, he considered telling Marathari about the piece of mirror Merrill had picked up, just to see the expression on the ignorant Shem's face. He shook his head. There would be time for that later, after the warden was on his way out of their camp. Delenn, Marathari called his attention back to her. Allow me some time to speak with Duncan. Seek us out at my arrival later, and we can discuss your cure. Very well, Keeper, Burhan said. He gave the warden another look, but the man's face was unreadable behind the tangle of fur on his face. Tell Haran Pavel what has occurred. He now has the said task of preparing a service for the dead. Follow me, Duncan. I am eager to hear what you have to say. He is tainted, isn't he? Marathari said as soon as they entered her arrival. Yes, Duncan replied simply. There was no use dragging it out. I was afraid of that the moment you said you were a warden. She sat down. His behavior? She sighed. Burhan and Tamlin have been friends their entire lives. It was rare indeed, to see one without the other. She wrapped her arms around herself. To lose them both. Burhan's situation is not hopeless, Duncan said. I am on my way to rejoin my fellow wardens at Ostagar, and have several recruits already. If he survives until then, we may be able to help him. There are herbs, potions that can stave off the effects of blight. Marathari stood, and began to rummage through parchment. One of the other recruits came from the circle tower, and has some skill at healing. If you can provide instructions, she can treat him. I will write them out. She found a pen, and set to work. After a moment, she looked back up at him. He will not want to join you. I can exercise the right of conscription. She shook her head. Do that, and he will flee you the first opportunity he gets. Let me convince him. She went back to scribing. Duncan watched her patiently. It seemed the trip to Ostagar was going to be more interesting than he thought. Haran Pavel's eyes met Bruhin's, and the elder immediately began shooing the children away. So you return with the Grey Warden, but without Tamlin. What happened, Delenn? Is he truly lost to us? It's my fault. Bruhin kicked a rock into the fire. I failed the clan. I failed Tamlin. Pavel wrapped his arms around Bruhin and held him for a moment. You've done nothing of the sort, Delenn. Do not blame yourself. He looked up at Bruhin, and sighed before stepping back. It seems the will of the creators that I sing the dirge for those I held in my arms as babes. I think I know why our immortal ancestors would sleep. He stood, gazing into the fire. Bruhin watched him a moment, then joined his own voice to Pavel's recitation. Swiftly do stars burn a path across the sky, hastening to place one last kiss upon your eye. Tenderly land enfolds you in slumber, softening the rolling thunder. Dagger now sheathed, bow no longer tense. During this, your last hour, only silence. Bruhin felt tears burning the back of his eyes. Will you prepare a service for Tamlin, please? Of course. We've no body to return to the soil, but we shall still sing for Tamlin. The creators must come to guide him to the beyond. He sighed. Tell the keeper it shall be done before the clan is ready to move on. Thank you, Haran, Bruhin said. He turned and started to go, but the elder's voice stopped him. You know, it's imperative now more than ever to pass on what we know to the young. Pavel set a hand on Bruhin's shoulder. Let us tell these children of the fall of the Dales. You can honor me by sharing in the telling. Bruhin met the storyteller's eyes. He knew what the man was trying to do, and loved him all the more for it. He nodded, and Pavel smiled as he gestured for the children to approach once more. Pavel's voice rang out, strong and clear. Children, hear of the fall of the Dales. Hear the tale of what makes you Dalish. Together, they wove the story. Bruhin even managed to stir himself to make a few additions, and Pavel smiled even as he shook his head in disapproval. We are the Dalish, keepers of the lost lore, walkers of the lonely path, Pavel recited. Bruhin's own voice rang out, strong and firm. We are the last Elvayanan. Never again shall we submit. Pavel watched the children return to their play before looking back to Bruhin. The oath of the Dales and no smart-mouthed comment. Thank the creators for small mercies. He opened his mouth, then closed it again and sighed. I will let you get on with your business now. Bruhin nodded, and walked away. He shot a glance at Marathari's arrival, but neither the keeper or warden were visible. Fists clenched and unclenched as he fought the urge to scratch at the strange sensation beneath his skin. Once the warden was gone, Marathari could work her spells and everything would be fine. He saw Ishel's worried glance, and walked towards her. Thank the creators you're safe. I questioned the keeper's wisdom at sending you off while you're still sick, but my doubts were misplaced. She ran a worried hand over his cheek as she had so often when he was small. Tamlin isn't with you. Is it as everyone fears? I don't want to talk about it, Bruhin said. He regretted the harsh words almost immediately, and set a hand on her arm. We never found his body. Oh, poor dear. Ishel's eyes welled up. This is horrible news. He drew her to him as she started to weep, and felt tears of his own fall into her hair. She clutched him to her tightly, as though afraid if she let go he would also vanish. Please, take care of yourself and get better. We can't bear to lose anyone else. It's my duty to protect the clan first. He smiled down at the woman he thought of as his mother. Her smile was fierce and proud. As you always say. But you can't help anyone if you're dead, can you? She held him to her again, then her eyes went past him to where the warden and keeper were exiting the keeper's arrival. I will see you soon, my dear. You make me very proud. Duncan watched the young man stride towards them, and gave him an appraising look, mentally comparing him to his other elvish recruit. The Dalish was considerably taller and broader in the shoulder, but then, Brujn was at least 5 years older than Jarath, if not more. His facial tattoos were tinged green, and Duncan found himself wondering what the pattern represented. He spoke as soon as the young man reached them. Your keeper and I have spoken, and we've come to an arrangement that concerns you. My order is in need of help. You are in need of a cure. When I leave, I hope you will join me. You would make an excellent warden. To his disappointment, Brujn's rejection of the idea was immediate. Me? A Grey Warden? This is madness. Marathari stepped to Duncan's shoulder. This is not madness, Delenn. Your survival depends upon it. The darkspawn taint courses through your veins. He saw from the young man's eyes that he'd only confirmed what Brujn had already suspected. That you recovered at all is remarkable. But eventually, the taint will sicken and kill you, or worse. The Grey Wardens can prevent that, but it means joining us. I will not join out of pity. Brujn squared his shoulders and lifted his chin defiantly as he glared. Duncan sighed. This is not simply charity on my part. I would not offer this if I did not think you had the makings of a Grey Warden. He glanced at Marathari, and decided to lay everything out. Misleading this young man would only cause further difficulties down the road. Let me be clear, you will likely never return here. We go to fight the Darkspawn, a battle that will take us far from your clan. But we need you, and others like you. I would rather take my chances. Brujn shook his head, and gave Duncan a contemptuous look. No, I refuse to go. Marathari's voice became firm, and Duncan watched as the young man began to wither under her words. A great army of Darkspawn gathers in the south. A new blight threatens the land. We cannot outrun this storm. Long ago, the Dalish agreed to aid the Grey Wardens against a blight, should that day arrive. We must honor that agreement. It breaks my heart to send you away. As it would to watch you slowly die from this sickness. This is your duty, and your salvation. Brujn looked over his shoulder at where an older woman stood on the hill. His shoulders slumped. If this is my duty, then I will go. I welcome you to the order. Duncan tried to keep his voice kind. It is rare to have a Dalish among us, but they have always served with distinction. Marathari stepped past him, and took Brujn's hands in hers. I know you'll do your clan proud, Delenn. Take this ring. It is your heritage and will protect you against the darkness to come. A valuable gift, Duncan said. So. The sooner they were underway, the better. By now, Setida would be starting to worry. Are you ready to go? I would like to stay for Tamlin's funeral. Brujn did not meet his eyes. We have much ground to cover. Duncan sighed, then relented. But I cannot deny you that. Say your farewells. He nodded. Then we must be off. Come then, Delenn. Before the creators guide you from us, let your clan embrace you one last time. Marathari took the young man's arm, and drew him away. Duncan remained near the wagon, watching the clan and trying to remain unobtrusive. Smoke from the fire carried the words of the elven song through the trees. Brujn's voice was rich, and clear despite the grief that was visible on his face. One of the elves that had met him in the cave, Finarl, approached Duncan while Brujn was making his farewells. He held out a small, carved token. Far luck, he said, looking up at Duncan. Andruil, the huntress. It seemed appropriate for a warden. Duncan accepted the token. I thank you. Safe journeys, Harin, Finarl said before walking away. Brujn joined Duncan a moment later. He gave only the barest nod. Duncan returned it, then started away from the camp. Brujn twitched his shoulder uncomfortably as they entered the small village. Duncan led him towards a 2-story building. A man exited just as they approached. Brujn recognized one of the hunters he and Tamlin had terrorized earlier. He started to give the warden a cheerful greeting, then he caught sight of Bruhan standing there. Bruhan narrowed his eyes. The Shem gulped, stumbled backwards off the porch, and then scrambled back to his feet and ran. Duncan looked back at Bruhan, and Bruhan smirked before giving the warden a nonchalant shrug. Duncan merely shook his head and entered the inn. A dwarven woman with the reddest hair he had ever seen immediately waved. "There you are. We were starting to wonder if we should go look for you, or leave without you." She nodded to Bruhan. "You're looking a bit healthier than the last time we saw you." "Under an audition, Durgan Len," Bruhan said. "Atrast Vala," Sedator replied, completely unfazed by his use of Elvish. Bruhan saw Duncan's lips twitch slightly. "This is Bruhan. He will be joining us." "That's one way to blow the dust off the silver vein," Sedida said. "I'm Sedida." She turned towards the others and pointed them out in turn. "This is Braska, Lenore, and Jarath." Bruhan glanced at each in turn. "Another dwarf, a Shem Tower slave, and a flat-ear child. Wonderful." Duncan gestured for him to sit, and he did so reluctantly. The Shem woman leaned towards him, her face eager. "I've read about the Dalish. Do you really travel in land ships?" "Aravals," he said. "What?" "They are called Aravals," he said, his voice curt. Before the mage could respond, Duncan spoke. "Lenore, may I have a word?" She nodded, and followed Duncan to another table. Bruhan saw Duncan take out the scroll case Marit Hari had given him, and began talking to the mage quietly. Sedida glanced at them before turning back to Bruhan. "Bow or sword?" she asked. "What? Your preferred weapon?" "Bow or sword?" "I can handle both," he said, curling his upper lip. He glanced at the flat ear, and noticed the child was wearing a sword. He smirked. Lenore looked over the notes that Marit Hari had provided. She furrowed her brow at the formula before nodding at Duncan. "I can handle this. We may need to pick up some more ingredients." "Marit Hari gave me enough for a couple weeks," Duncan said. "And claims that Bruhan will be able to find many of the herbs needed." He glanced over at the Dalish elf, who appeared to be putting no effort into making friends with his new companions. "This is fascinating," Lenore said as she went through the scroll. "I wish I'd been able to talk to her. Maybe if we get another chance later." He left her to going over the scrolls, and went back to the other table. Braska was glowering at Bruhan, and Sedida was starting to look frustrated. "Perhaps it is time we all got some sleep," he said in an attempt to forestall hostilities. "Good idea," Sedida said. "The only problem is they only had 2 rooms available, each with only 2 cots." "Room in the barn," Jarath said quietly. "Barn works," Bruhan shrugged. "Better horses than Shem's." Duncan frowned, then nodded. "We will need to get an early start. We still need to pick up the rest of the supplies from Highever before we head on to Ostagar." Lenore gathered the parchments, and Braska followed her up the stairs. The 2 elves headed for the outside door. Sedida watched them go before raising an eyebrow. "That boy is full of sod. I assume you mean Bruhan. I'm going to trust you had your reasons for recruiting him." "There was little choice in the matter. He has the blight." Duncan frowned. "He and a friend encountered it in that cave. We were not able to recover his friend." "Well. Shit." Sedida sighed. "Explains why he's cranky." She nodded. "I'll tell Braska to cut him some slack." She leaned back in her chair. "Lenore and Braska are getting along well." Braska even managed to get Jarath to string together a couple sentences. She smiled, then gestured for the innkeeper to bring over a couple drinks. "You don't look eager to follow your own get some sleep advice." Duncan laughed, and accepted the drink the innkeeper handed him. "What is that saying of yours?" "Time is rusting. We know the Darkspawn are massing, and we know where. But we don't know when. There were spawn in the woods. They were drawn to an artifact in the cave. I believe they were stragglers, rather than part of a larger horde. This area should be safe a while longer." Sedida shook her head. "Woods on 3 sides, and no palisade. Unless we defeat an archdemon at Ostagar, safety is about to become an illusion." Burhan woke the next morning. He started to go over to wake the flat ear, then realized that the kid was already up and packed. He felt a stab of irritation. "Morning, Garrett," he said. "Jarath." "What?" "My name is Jarath." "Whatever," Burhan replied. He bundled his bedroll together quickly, and tied it onto his pack before sliding down the loft ladder. He heard a gasp behind him, and turned to see another of the hunters from earlier. The one who had wet himself. Burhan gave him a slow smile, showing a hint of teeth, and the man immediately turned and fled. Burhan laughed, then glanced up at the flat ear. He frowned. Jarath was already busying himself with bridling a donkey. Burhan approached, and looked the beast over. Compared to a Hala, the thing was ungainly. He sniffed. And smelly. He glanced back at where the Shem had fled. "I thought he was going to wet himself again." Jarath didn't respond. Burhan looked at the sword the kid had hanging over his hip. It was styled similarly to the one the Shem warden had carried. "You any good with that?" Burhan asked, indicating the sword. He got a shoulder twitch in response. "How does a flat ear join the wardens?" "The same way anyone else does, I expect," Jarath said. He started putting the pack saddle on the donkey. Duncan came downstairs to find Broska already finishing breakfast. The dwarf took a drink from his tankard, then smiled. "Just missed Jarath. He said he'd get the donkey packed up." Duncan nodded, then held up 3 fingers to the innkeeper. He could hear Sedida and Lenore making their way to the common room. Broska kicked a chair out for him as he approached the table. The 2 women arrived just as the innkeeper set plates down. Lenore nodded to Duncan. "I mixed a batch this morning." "Thank you." Duncan glanced at Broska. "Has he been in yet?" Jarath said he was still asleep. "I told him not to wake the duster until the last possible second." "Give him a bit of time," Sedida said. "Perhaps he'll be more pleasant company after a good night's sleep." They entered the barn just in time to see Burhan punch Jarath. The smaller elf stumbled backwards as Burhan came at him, still swinging. Duncan and Sedida immediately ran forward. Duncan grabbed Burhan's wrist as Sedida interposed herself between the combatants. Burhan was cursing in Elvish. "That's enough," Duncan said. He tightened his grip as Burhan tried to pull free, then used his greater size to pin Burhan against a stable door. "I said that's enough." He glanced over his shoulder. Jarath was sitting on the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Sedida pulled a cloth from her pocket, and offered it to the kid. Lenore went to Jarath, and her fingers started to glow slightly as she worked a quick healing spell. "What the hell is going on here?" Duncan demanded. "None of your business, Shem," Burhan practically spat. "I beg to differ," Duncan told him. "My lord," a small voice said. Duncan turned towards the sound. A woman, old enough for just a tint of gray to show in her hair, stepped out from one of the stalls. "Perhaps I could clarify." Duncan nodded at her. He looked at Burhan, then released him. Burhan glared, but made no further attempts to continue combat. "Speak," Duncan said. "I picked this up." She held something out. Broska took it from her, then walked over to Duncan. "I was looking at it when that man caught sight of me. I think he believed I had stolen it from him." The boy attempted to intervene. Duncan looked down at what Broska was holding. The trinket was obviously Elvish. Duncan held out a hand for it, but Burhan snatched it before Broska could hand it to him. It disappeared into Burhan's belt pouch, and the Dalish glared at him. "It must have dropped while you were packing," Duncan told him. "I didn't drop it. She must have taken it when we weren't looking." "I see. So naturally, when you couldn't take your ire out on an unarmed woman, you decided to punch a boy half your size." Duncan folded his arms. Burhan had the good graces to look ashamed of himself. Duncan looked over at Broska. "Finish packing. The sooner we are on the road the better." He looked at the woman. "Are you all right?" She stepped further out, then gave Jarath a worried look as he stood up. She frowned. "Maker, you've got blood all over you." She glanced at Duncan. "I'm fine. His shirt is ruined." She wrung her hands a moment. I'll be right back, she said before running out of the barn. Jirath wiped the rest of the blood from his face. I had just finished, he said, glancing at where Broska was leading the donkey out of the stall. Then let's get moving. I haven't had breakfast, Burhan said. Well, that sounds too bad for you, Broska said, glaring at him. Burhan started to protest, and Duncan shot him a look. The elf went silent. Duncan was leading them out of the barn when the woman returned, carrying a parcel. She thrust it at Jirath. These are too small for my son, but they should fit you, Warden, she said. Jirath's expression was startled as he accepted the parcel. Thank you, ma'am. Make her go with you, Wardens, she said, stepping back so they could pass. Duncan gave her a nod of farewell, and began the journey towards Highever. Chapter 8, A Family Shattered. Chapter text. Gentle release. Don't pluck. It's a bowstring, not a harp. You don't actually pluck a harp string either. Oriana pointed out. Gentle release. Don't pluck. It's not a chicken. Cathiel amended, resulting in an amused laugh from Oriana. Orin let go of the string. The arrow flew wobbly, and hit the center of the target just deep enough to stick. I hit it. I hit it. Well shot, my lord. Ser Gilmore said. The guards gave the boy a bit of applause as he held up his bow triumphantly. Orin grabbed for another quiver of arrows and continued practice. Cathiel moved away, letting the boy get comfortable shooting on his own, and joined Oriana in the shade. He's getting big. He'll be as tall as Fergus soon. He's a better archer than Fergus already. Cathiel said with a wry grin. Oriana handed Cathiel a bit of cloth. Well, you've given my son a lesson in archery, the least I could do is give you a lesson in needlepoint. I thought anti-Vans used poison for assassination, not boredom. Oriana laughed. It wouldn't hurt you to indulge in some ladylike activities. That's what you said about me learning to play the harp, and now look. We've got a blight. Cathiel gave Oriana a teasing smile. Who knows what will happen if I learn needlepoint? Oriana pretended to ponder a moment, then reached over and firmly took the cloth away from Cathiel. You make an excellent argument. Cathiel looked back over at Orin. His aim is getting steadier. See how the arrows are all starting to cluster together. Perhaps when Fergus gets back, we can start taking Orin hunting. He would enjoy that, I'm certain. Oriana glanced over at the watching guards. I was surprised to see young Ser Gilmore sneaking out of your quarters this morning. Oriana shook her head. Shameful of you to get your mother's hopes up like that. Mother noticed. Cathiel buried her face in her hands at Oriana's nod. She's designing my wedding dress again, isn't she? She may have mentioned the latest fashions from Antiva. Well, at least it's not the fashions from Orlays. She sighed. When Fergus gets back, I'm going to need more nieces and nephews to distract mother. She caught Oriana's slight blush and her eyes widened. She leaned forward. Does mother know yet? Oriana shook her head. I haven't told anyone yet. I'm only just beginning to be sure. I don't want to call down bad luck, she bit her lip. If something were to happen to Fergus. Fergus will be fine, sister. Cathiel put a reassuring hand on Oriana's shoulder. Arlhouse men will be here by morning, and then father will be on his way to help keep an eye on things. Oriana nodded. I worry. As do I. She sighed. You needn't worry about Rory. He'll be off to the Grey Wardens. She and Rory had never been anything more than friends, despite the number of times they'd betted each other. Giving him a proper send-off, if you know what I mean. Oriana laughed. I do indeed. But it's going to be far better to welcome them home. They put their heads together and giggled for a moment. Cathiel watched as Orin finished emptying the quiver. 4 bullseyes out of 12 arrows. Not bad. Maybe tomorrow I'll teach him how to pick locks. If you teach my son to pick locks, I'm going to teach you how to do an Orlshian waltz. You fight dirty, sister. Duncan glanced back over his shoulder at the others. Highever was visible just over the next rise. He considered for a moment. however, would likely be filled with soldiers, and the castle servants were likely already under strain. He glanced back again, his eyes lingering on Bruhan. Sedita caught his gaze. "Duncan, perhaps we should simply make camp and let you go on ahead. I'd rather not get tripped over by a bunch of raw recruits." He met her eyes and smiled. "Good idea. The clearing is just over there. We will need to get back underway by dawn." Bruhan folded his arms and lifted his chin. "So why are we stopping here then?" Sir Gilmore was assisting in getting the soldiers ready to march. "I told him we'd pick him up on the way back." "One last recruit, eh?" Braska said. Duncan nodded, and Braska clicked his tongue at the donkey, leading it off the path in the direction Duncan had indicated. "Sir Gilmore and I will meet you here at first light." He gave her a small bow, then continued walking as she marshaled the others towards the clearing. He breathed a small sigh of relief. The last thing he needed was Bruhan antagonizing Aetern. Hopefully, the young man would settle down soon. Cathiel smiled, and slowed her walk a bit as she saw Sir Gilmore waiting for her. "You'll be off with the Grey Wardens in the morning then, won't you? Are you going to miss me?" he asked, giving her a teasing smile. She laid a hand over her heart. "You'll be off playing the hero, and I'll be here, playing the princess. I promise, you get yourself locked in a tower and I'll be there first thing to rescue you." He caught her hand, and kissed the back of it gallantly. She cocked her head to one side. "You know, the last time rescuing was involved." He ran a hand through his hair. "Need I point out who got me in that bit of trouble in the first place?" "I am going to miss you," she admitted. "It's not like I'll never be back to visit." He started to raise a hand to brush her hair back from her face, then stopped when a servant passed by. Cathiel lowered her voice and leaned towards him conspiratorially. "I heard stories of Grey Warden." She met his eyes, then lowered hers pointedly. "Endurance." He blushed, then moved in to kiss her. "I'll definitely be back to visit. I've got some time now." He sighed regretfully. "Except I fear your hound has the kitchens in an uproar once again. Nan is threatening to leave." She laid a hand on his chest. "Nan is just blowing off steam. She's always been like that." "Your mother disagrees. She insists you collect the dog, and quickly." He kissed her nose. "You know these Maberry hounds. He'll listen to his mistress, but anyone else risks having an arm bitten off." She leaned her head against him for a moment, then sighed. "Then I guess I should go collect him. That would be wise. Before Nan tears down the walls." He held her a moment. "You're quite lucky to have your own Maberry warhound, you know. Smart enough not to talk, my father used to say. Of course, that means he's easily bored. Nan swears he confounds her just to amuse himself." His voice became more businesslike. "At any rate, your mother would have me accompany you until the matter is settled. Shall we?" "To the kitchen then." Cathiel held her hand up as though leading a charge. Sir Gilmore laughed, and rolled his eyes. "Just follow the yelling. When Nan's unhappy, she makes sure everyone knows it." Lenore began mixing a potion. Braska came over to watch. "Don't suppose you could add something to it? Maybe some gut rot?" "I don't have the ingredients," she said. She considered a moment. "And that would be wrong. What's that one there?" "Blood lotus. I'll need to gather more soon." "And that one?" "Elfroot. It's used for a lot of healing potions. Actually, in a pinch you can just make a tea or poultice out of it and get some benefit." "Good to know," Braska said. He gave her a conspiratorial look. "Does it at least taste like crap?" "It should," she said. She held it towards him. "Smell it." Braska sniffed, and stepped back. "Well, that's satisfying, at least." "You know I can hear you," Bruhan said. Braska smirked at him. "Really? I thought the ears were just for show." "Enough," Sedita said before Bruhan could respond. "Any more out of either of you, and you'll be doing footwork drills until you drop." Bruhan sneered, but subsided. "Giant rats. It's like the start of every bad adventure tale my grandfather used to tell." "Well, see, there you go," Cathiel told him. And when the bards are singing your story, I'll be able to say, "Ha, I was there for his first adventure." Sir Gilmore shook his head at her fondly. Your hound must have chased them in through their holes. Looks like he wasn't raiding the larder after all. Griffin barked excitedly. It certainly looks that way, Cathiel said. She rubbed Griffin behind the ears. Did you chase in the rats just so Rory could get a proper start to his legend? Those were rats from the Corkery Wilds. Best not to tell Nan. She's upset enough as it is. He sighed. But seeing as you've got your Maberry well in hand, I'll be on my way. I'm to prepare for the arrival of more of the Arl's men. Cathiel caught his arm, and pulled him to her for another kiss. I know, you'll be up all night. But find me at breakfast, and I'll make sure you get a proper send-off. He returned the kiss, then smiled at her before leaving. Eleanor Cousland was talking to her friend as Cathiel walked up the stairs. And my dear Bryce brought this back from Orlays last year. The Marquis who gave it to him was drunk, I understand, and mistook Bryce for the king. Cathiel shook her head. If she wasn't mistaken, her mother was also a little drunk. Eleanor smiled when she caught sight of Cathiel. And here is my lovely daughter. I take it by the presence of that troublesome hound of yours that the situation in the kitchen is handled. Cathiel nodded. Nan's head exploded, and my hound ate the kitchen staff. Well, at least one of us will have had a decent dinner, Eleanor replied. Griffin barked at her. Perhaps your hound left something I can feed my guests. Darling, you remember Lady Landra? Banlurin's wife. Lady Landra gave Cathiel a friendly smile. I think we last met at your mother's spring salon. Of course, Cathiel said, giving her a smile in return. It is good to see you again, my lady. Landra's smile became mischievous. You're too kind, dear girl. Didn't I spend half the salon trying to convince you to marry my son? Behind her Darren rolled his eyes. And made a very poor case for it, I might add. You remember my son, Darren. Landra elbowed her lightly. He's not married yet, either. Darren sighed. Don't listen to her. It's good to see you again, my lady. You're looking as beautiful as ever. You're looking handsome, yourself. She smiled. He blushed almost as sweetly as Rory. And this is my lady-in-waiting, Iona. Landra gestured to an elven woman. Do say something, dear. Iona smiled demurely. It is a great pleasure, my lady. You are as pretty as your mother describes. You would think that would make it easier to make a match for her, not more difficult, Eleanor said teasingly. Perhaps your daughter simply has a mind of her own, your ladyship. You should be proud, Darren said. Cathiel found herself giving him another look. Eleanor shook her head. Proud doesn't get me any more grandchildren. Cathiel started to laugh. Perhaps we can speak alone sometime, Darren. Darren gave the two older women a look, then smiled affectionately as they giggled. I would like that, my lady. Landra started to say something, but stumbled slightly. I think perhaps I shall rest now, my dear. Darren, I will see you and Iona at supper. Darren nodded, then flicked his eyes at Cathiel. Perhaps we'll retire to the study for now. Good evening, your ladyship, Landra said. She walked off, arm in arm with Eleanor. After settling Griffin down, Cathiel returned to the study. She spoke a few moments with Aldous, letting him draw her into a discussion of family history. She managed to elicit one proud smile from him before he wandered off muttering to himself about young people. She entered the small study off the main library. Darren was looking through a pile of books. He smiled up at her. Hello, again. Your castle's study is wonderful. Might I ask whose collection this is? It was my grandfather's, but I come here often to read. She left out that she occasionally came here to do other things. So would I, Darren said, gazing about enthusiastically. Do you have a favorite book? Cathiel smiled coyly. The Art of Passionate Love, by Brother Capria. Oh. He turned a little bit red. That was banned by the Chantry, wasn't it? Quite. He glanced down at the books uncertainly. Provocative, I understand. I've, never read it, myself. I could show you what I learned. Oh. That sounds. He blinked. Interesting. A slow smile spread across his face. Here. You're going to be riding with my father tomorrow. She waited for him to nod, then smiled. Why don't you come to my room later tonight? He laid his hand on hers. Suppose I could see you after everyone is asleep, for something of a more. He blushed a little. Intimate nature. If that's what you mean. He asked, a little uncertainly. Is that what you want? She said, trailing a hand down his arm. I think I do, he said. Then I will see you tonight, she said. She moved away. I look forward to it, he said. I shall see you then. She smiled to herself as she left the room. Duncan found Sir Gilmore overseeing soldiers. Duncan, Sir Gilmore nodded. I thought I heard someone say you had arrived. Are you ready? Duncan asked him. It is going to be a long night, but yes, I should be ready to leave in the morning. He furrowed his brow, and then nodded. Ah, the supplies you wanted. Arlhouse's men were delayed longer than anticipated, so Cathiel planned to simply send the wagon with them. Ternkouse Land is still here, if you wished to speak with him. I will do that. Thank you, Duncan said, and left the young man to his work. Cathiel awoke to Griffin barking and growling. Darren slid out of the bed, and tried to calm the hound. Griffin ducked away from him, and went back to growling. Darren looked up as she climbed out of the bed. I'm sorry, I've been trying to quiet him, but he won't have it. I don't know why he's so angry. Cathiel grabbed a robe and drew it around her. Perhaps something is wrong. I thought I heard yelling when I woke up. He frowned, then cocked his head. But now I hear nothing. Griffin growled. Darren grabbed his pants and slid them on quickly. Wait here. I'm going to see if there's something out in the hall. He had barely opened the door when an arrow caught him in the throat. He stumbled backwards and turned towards her before slumping to the ground. Cathiel dove towards her sword just as the men entered the room. Griffin sank his teeth into the leg of the man that had killed Darren, and Cathiel closed, slashing open his throat. The second man fumbled for his sword, and Cathiel shifted into the form Sir Gilmore had shown her just a few days ago. Her sword pierced the man's chest. It pulled from her hands as he fell. She swallowed, then ducked back and knelt next to Darren. He managed to tighten his hand around hers before he went limp. She closed his eyes, then let out a snarl and grabbed for her clothes. No sooner had she buckled the leather breastplate around herself than she saw Griffin go on alert again. She slung her quiver over her shoulder, and grabbed her bow. A small cluck of her tongue signaled Griffin, and the hound surged forward, leaping on one of the men at the door to her parents' room. Cathiel drew and fired as Griffin slashed and tore. She felt a cold satisfaction when Griffin closed his teeth around the throat of the last man and jerked. There was a cruel snapping noise. Good dog, she said. The door opened, and Eleanor Cowsland emerged. Her mother had managed to strap on armor of her own. Darling. I heard fighting outside and I feared the worst. Are you hurt? Those men killed Darren. Cathiel's voice hitched slightly. What? Not Landra's son. But why? A scream woke me up. There were men in the hall, so I barred the door. Did you see their shields? Those are Howe's men. Why would they attack us? Cathiel felt a chill. He's betrayed father. He attacks while our troops are gone. You don't think Howe's men were delayed, on purpose? That bastard. I'll cut his lying throat myself. Have you seen your father? He never came to bed. No, I haven't. I was in my room. We must find him. Eleanor began to move forward. Cathiel's eyes went to the other door. It was closed, and she heard no sound from inside. Her heart tightened. We should check on Oriana and Orin, as well. Eleanor's head jerked up. Andraste's mercy. What if the soldiers went into your brother's room first? Let's check on them. Quickly. Then we'll look for Bryce downstairs. Cathiel slumped against the doorframe as Eleanor ran to the side of the small corpse. No. My little Orin. What manner of fiend slaughters innocents? Her eyes flicked to Oriana. Her sister clutched a small knife in her hand, the same one Cathiel had given her for her birthday. A pretty, delicate little blade, meant to be strapped to an arm or thigh. It had been a joke, then. Just in case you want to stab someone for using the wrong fork at dinner. The corpse of one of Howe's men lay a few feet away. I'll make them pay. Howe is not even taking hostages. Eleanor's voice was hot with tears. He means to kill all of us. Oh, poor Fergus. She stood, forcing herself to turn away. Let's go. I don't want to see this. They paused at the top of the stairs. Eleanor looked out over the castle. Can you hear the fighting? Howe's men must be everywhere. Cathiel reached for another arrow. Then we should take the fight to them. Don't be foolish. Eleanor caught her arm. You would throw your life away. The front gates. That's where your father must be. Cathiel pulled away. We can't just let Howe win. Listen, darling, we haven't much time. Eleanor stood in front of her, putting both hands on her shoulders. If we can't find your father, you must get out of here alive. Without you and Fergus, the entire Cowes landline dies here. If Howe's men are inside, they must already control the castle. We must use the servant's entry in the larder to escape. Do you hear me? I want Howe dead. She couldn't get the sight of Oren's little body out of her mind. Then survive and visit vengeance upon him. Eleanor looked into her daughter's eyes. Cathiel closed her eyes, then opened them again. She nodded. Sir Gilmore had blood on his face. Cathiel fumbled for a kerchief before realizing she was being foolish. Your ladyship. My lady. You're both alive. He rushed towards them. I was certain Howe's men had gotten through. They did get through. She lifted her eyes to his, and saw her own horror and grief reflected. They killed Oriana, and Oren. I can't believe. Eleanor caught herself, then looked at Sir Gilmore. Are you injured? Don't worry about me, your ladyship. Thank the Maker you two are unharmed. When I realized what was happening, it was all I could do to shut the gates. But they won't keep Howe's men out long. If you've another way out of the castle, use it quickly. We need to find father. He nodded. When I last saw the Terran, he'd been badly wounded. I urged him not to go, but he was determined to find you. He went towards the kitchen. I believe he thought to find you at the servants' exit in the larder. Bless you, Sir Gilmore. She looked at the soldiers. She wanted to say something, anything. The words tasted trite. Maker watch over you. His eyes met hers again, and she knew he knew. Maker watch over us all. They had to kill a half-dozen men to reach the larder. Nan's body lay in the kitchen door. Cathiel felt sick at the sight. Inside the larder, her father lay in a pool of his own blood. There. He smiled when he saw them. You both are. I was. He struggled to breath. Wondering when you would get here. Bryce. Eleanor threw herself down at his side. Maker's blood, what's happening? You're bleeding. Howe's men? He gasped. Found me first. Almost. His breath hitched. Did me in right there. We need to get you out of here. She began searching the larder. Bandages. A litter. Anything she could use. I won't survive the standing, I think. She shut her eyes, and refused to hear the words he said. Then we will stay and defend you. Once Howe's men break through the gate, they will find us. We must go. Eleanor said, looking up at Cathiel. Someone. Bryce groaned. Much reach Fergus. He coughed. Tell him what has happened. And take vengeance. Cathiel almost didn't recognize her own voice. Yes, vengeance. Her father's voice was weaker. Bryce, no. The servants' passage is right here. We can flee together, find you healing magic. The castle is surrounded. Bryce took his wife's hand. I cannot make it. Cathiel went for her bow as another figure entered the room. She halted when she recognized the warden. I'm afraid the Terran is correct, Duncan said. Howe's men have not yet discovered this exit, but they surround the castle. Getting past will be difficult. You are. She looked up at him. Duncan, then. The Grey Warden? Eleanor asked. Yes, your ladyship. The Terran and I tried to reach you sooner. My daughter helped me get here, make her be praised. I am not surprised. Duncan gave her a respectful nod. Cathiel returned the nod with a grateful smile. Thank you for saving my father. Her face fell when he shook his head. I fear your thanks are premature. I doubt I have saved him. Whatever is to be done now, it must be quick. They are coming. Eleanor turned to look at the door. Duncan. Cathiel saw her father's face go firm. I beg you. He gasped. Take my wife and daughter to safety. I will, your lordship. But there was something in Duncan's eyes. She found herself shaking her head. I fear I must ask for something in return. Anything. Terran Kausland said. What is happening here pales in comparison to the evil now loose in this world. I came to your castle seeking a recruit. The Darkspawn threat demands that I leave with one. I understand. Her father's eyes went to her. Cathiel shook her head again. What about Ser Gilmore? She asked desperately. Duncan looked at her. Truthfully, you were always my first choice. I will take the Terna and your daughter to Ostager, to tell Fergus and the king what happened. His eyes went back to the Terran. Then, your daughter joins the Grey Wardens. So long as justice comes to Howe. It was the Terran speaking now, not the father. I agree. Duncan held a hand out to her. Then I offer you a place with the Grey Wardens. Fight with us. Cathiel shoved his hand away. My duty is to take vengeance on Arl Howe. We will inform the king, and he will punish Howe. I am sorry, but a Grey Warden's duties take precedence over vengeance. Howe thinks he'll use the chaos to. Bryce coughed. Advance himself. Make him wrong, pup. See that justice is done. Our family. He smiled up at her. Always does our duty first. The Darkspawn must be defeated. You must go. For your own sake, and for Ferelden's. Cathiel knelt next to him. I won't leave you. Her father's eyes went to Duncan. The warden nodded, and put his hand on her shoulder. Then I have no choice. I hereby invoke the right of conscription and recruit you into the Grey Wardens despite your objection. I'm sorry, pup, but. He took her hand, and squeezed it gently. It's better this way. We must leave quickly, then. Bryce, are you? Eleanor's eyes shifted from the warden to her husband, then back again. Sure. He gave her a smile. Our daughter will not die of Howe's treachery. She will live, and make her mark on the world. Eleanor nodded, and returned the smile. Darling, go with Duncan. You have a better chance to escape without me. Eleanor. Hush, Bryce. I'll kill every bastard that comes through that door to buy them time. But I won't abandon you. We can find another way, Cathiel pleaded. We can fight. So we all die? No. Your place is with the Grey Wardens. Mine is with your father. At his side, to death, and beyond. I love you both, so much. Tears streamed down her face. Then live, darling. Become a Grey Warden, and do what is right. Eleanor knelt next to her husband. I'm. Bryce coughed. So sorry it's come to this, my love. Terran Kausland took his wife's hand. We had a good life and did all we could. It's up to our children, now. Then. He smiled at Cathiel. Go, pup. Warn your brother. And know that we love you both. You do us proud. They've broken through the gates. We must go now. Duncan had to grab her arm and pull her away. Goodbye, darling. She heard her mother's voice say as she jerked her arm free of Duncan and began to run on her own. Duncan grabbed Cathiel's arm. He had to pull her the first couple steps, but then she hefted her bow and stepped forward, leading the way through the passage. She held up a closed fist and stopped just before the door. He gave her a nod, and drew his swords. She knocked an arrow and moved to the side of the door. At her nod, he opened it. Her arrow took the soldier on the other side through the eye, then Duncan stepped out and swept his sword through another. He took out a third and fourth, as Cathiel's arrows took out the fifth and sixth. Cathiel sent a look back down the passage, but said nothing. Duncan began moving towards the camp where he had left the others, trying to stay low. They had almost made it to the edge of the forested area when he heard shouts behind him. He tossed a glance over his shoulder and saw a couple dozen house soldiers giving chase. He gestured for Cathiel to follow him into the woods and set a fast pace. Brujn leaned against a tree, watching the other recruits. The dwarf woman and the mageling had their heads over a book, trying to teach the dwarf man how to read. The other elf kept to himself, and spoke rarely. Brujn gave him an appraising look. He moved like a mouse, self-effacing, trying not to draw attention to himself. Brujn smirked contemptuously. Mouse was a good description for the tiny man. He hadn't even raised his hands when Brujn had swung. He wondered idly if the kid had ever had a good meal. Then he shrugged, and walked to where the kid was sitting. Might as well try to get on good terms. There was a flat ear that came to our tribe just recently from the city. Pole. Did you know him? Brujn sat down across from the other elf. Jiroth didn't look up. I heard there was a Dalish named Gunther. Do you know him? Brujn snorted. There are a lot of Dalish, I can't know them all. Jiroth turned his gaze on Brujn without actually looking up. No. I didn't know anyone named Pol. Brujn caught the annoyed note in the boy's voice, and narrowed his eyes. You don't have to be rude about it. True, what reason would I have to be offended by your assumption I know every flat ear in Ferelden? Jiroth examined the sole of his boot. Brujn waited a couple minutes for the kid to say something else, but he appeared to be focused on tending to what little gear he had brought with him. Brujn shrugged. I suppose there are a lot of cities. He smiled warmly, leaning forward. Did you ever consider coming to the Dalish? Should I have? Didn't you ever want to escape? Brujn gave him a confused look. Escape what? Brujn frowned. He would have thought the answer was obvious. What kind of self-respecting elf would actually live in a Shem city willingly? The kid finished tending to his boots, then drew them back on. He stood, and walked towards the other side of the camp, where he began checking over the donkey that carried most of their gear. After a moment, Brujn began to feel irritated. The kid was flat out ignoring him. He rose, and went to where the younger elf was adjusting a strap. You aren't going to make this easy, are you? Jiroth sighed. Brujn found himself taken slightly aback as the boy turned and met his eyes. What is it you want? Brujn looked around at the camp, then shook his head. We are the only elves here. Jiroth arched an eyebrow. So we should be bosom companions. Brujn gestured at where the dwarves were sitting. Setida and Braska seemed to get along well enough. Jiroth shook his head. Neither of them start off conversations by referring to the other as a slur. Brujn caught himself. Oh. He shook his head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. How did you mean it then? It's. Brujn crossed his arms, then uncrossed them. He ran a hand through his hair. I don't know. He gave a frustrated sigh. It's not like I've spent a lot of time around Shems. He saw the corner of Jiroth's mouth twitch. You probably shouldn't call them Shems. Oh. Brujn asked, then he sighed. Oh. If he was stuck among them, he might as well play nice. Right. Well, what do I call them then? In my experience, most have names. Brujn stared at the other man, and felt heat rising on his cheeks. The other man's expression didn't change, but behind him Brujn saw the mageling trying to hide a smile. Brujn glared down at the other elf. Are you always this sarcastic? Yes. Brujn stared at him a moment longer, waiting for him to say something else. Jiroth just stared back calmly. Brujn threw up his hands. Ugh. He stomped away from the camp in frustration. He glanced out over the rise, and stopped short. He grabbed a tree branch and quickly hauled himself up for a better view. Sedida. Yes. The dwarf responded. I'm not familiar with human customs, but is the castle supposed to be on fire? Sedida looked in the direction he was pointing, then shook her head. Prepare for a fight, people. Looks like there is trouble. An arrow slammed into the tree as Duncan pulled Cathiel to the ground. As the shouting behind them increased, they scrambled to get behind trees. Cathiel risked a quick look. We are outnumbered almost 10 to 1, she said. I don't have that many arrows. Duncan nodded, and tossed her his daggers. She tucked them into her belt, and readied her bow. Duncan caught the first in the face with a blow from his sword as he came around the tree. Cathiel began picking off the Howe archers, preventing them from getting a clear shot at Duncan, but they began shooting back at her, forcing her to take cover. Duncan took an arrow to the shoulder before he managed to put a tree between himself and the archer, but it would not shelter him long. He was about to order Cathiel to run, when flames exploded in the midst of the Howe archers. As the archers reeled in surprise, Jarath and Sedida entered the fray on either side of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bruhan take up a shooting position next to Cathiel, while Braska stabbed the soldier attempting to sneak up on the archer's position. Lenore sent another burst of fire at the archers, lighting them up for Cathiel and Bruhan. Sedida caught a blow on her shield, then brought her sword in low. On his other side, Jarath parried a blow with his sword before spinning and driving his knife into his opponent's spine. He yanked it out easily and then flipped it in his hand before throwing it into the eye of an archer taking aim at Lenore. Duncan smiled to himself as the battle changed from a rout to a victory in the space of seconds. Sedida used her shield to knock the last soldier to the ground before running him through. Lenore emerged from her sheltered position and quickly began to tend to his shoulder. Sedida glanced at Cathiel, then raised an eyebrow at Duncan. I take it the situation changed. Indeed. I'm afraid we won't be stopping in Red Cliff. We must make haste for Ostagar. We can pack up camp and travel through the night. Sedida responded. Be well underway before more scouts come. Duncan nodded, then flexed his shoulder and gave Lenore a brief smile of thanks. Let's move. Duncan sighed. The sun had risen some time ago, and they could no longer even see the smoke from the burning castle. Cathiel didn't look back. She hadn't said a word to him since they'd joined up with the others. He'd thought multiple times about saying something to say to her, but instead walked in silence. He was fortunate, he supposed, that only Sedida picked up on his mood. She waited until the others were distracted to ask. You got her out alive? I left her father bleeding to death on the floor behind us, after making him give her to the wardens. Duncan. Howe's men could have ridden us down, and if I'd acted to protect a refugee, I'd be guilty of a crime. The Grey Wardens must remain neutral. But you could fight through an army to protect a recruit. I should have explained. She wasn't going to leave, she was going to stay there and die trying to get her parents out. And even if she made it, she was focused on how. She was going to get herself killed. But she would do her duty to her father. Yes. She'll understand, someday. It's not like you had time for much else. If you'd have been a few steps slower, we might not have reached you in time. She's got courage and spunk. I think she'll make it through the joining okay. Duncan stared for a moment at the dwarf. You know about the joining. Don't worry. I haven't mentioned it to the others. But yes, I know. First I knew you were coming, I went to the Shaperate and read up on the wardens. Plenty there between the lines, if you care to look. So many of you come to Orzammar to meet your ends. A few scholars cared enough to ask why. And you asked to join anyway. He smiled at her. A heavy price. I can't go back to Orzammar, but I am still the daughter of their king. I will still do whatever it takes to see my people safe, no matter the cost. And so, I will be a warden. It is my duty. It is yours. And it is hers. If that didn't matter to her, her father's words wouldn't have brought her here either. I have the advantage of being a bit older than she is, but trust me when I say that someday, she will understand. Duncan nodded. Orzammar's loss is most definitely my gain. She smiled. On your feet, human. At eye level your beard is positively shameful. Duncan laughed and stood up, brushing himself off. The elves like my beard. Only because they can't grow their own. Not even the most delicate hands could braid that mustache, Salroka. Setida. Yes. We can put the word out, see if we can find Gorim. Setida shook her head. I do not think the life of a warden would suit him. He'll be fine. That's not what I meant. She raised an eyebrow, then shook her head and gave a small laugh. Duncan, there was nothing like that between Gorim and I. Oh. We had some good times, back when we were barely old enough to have any idea what we were doing. Didn't take us long to realize we made far better friends than lovers. I wish him well, wherever he is. She sighed. And I'm grateful to Belen for giving him a chance at making a new life for himself. You are grateful to Belan. Setida sighed. He is still my brother. And, if needs be truth, he will be a better king than Trian. Clearly he plays the game better than I did. She smiled at Duncan's expression. Maybe you have to be a dwarf to understand. Or a queen, Duncan said quietly. I regret Trian's death. She looked towards the others. But I don't regret being here. With the wardens. She met his eyes. With you. She walked back to the others. Duncan watched her go, and smiled. Duncan sighed as Jaroth casually gathered Brujin's dishes in addition to his own. Once again the Dalish man had left the flat ear to do the cleaning. Jaroth and Braska engaged briefly in some kind of gesture competition, which Braska apparently lost, as the dwarf started in on the dishes. I suppose it would be unseemly to set his hair on fire. Lenore groused from where she was mixing the potion recipe the keeper had given him. It would. You think he could at least say thank you or something, being that I'm expending my energy keeping him alive instead of, setting him on fire. Duncan patted the young mage on the shoulder and went to assist Braska. Thank you. Dishes won't wash themselves. For not stabbing Brujin. Oh. That. He's not even on the top 10 list of biggest arses I've met in the last month. Duncan smiled. Yes, but as I recall, you did kill several people on that list. Braska thought for a moment. Yeah, I took that into account. But there are a lot of Deshers back in Orzammar that are still hale and hearty. He glanced back in the direction Brujin had gone. I'd thump him with the flat of my blade, but I think if that would help you'd already have done it. He collected the dishes Duncan had dried. I'd be more worried Cathiel, she was talking about pinning ears back and I don't think she was talking about the donkey. She's got a hell of a mad on, and he's making himself a really big target. Why'd you go and recruit that guy, anyway? Most who contract the darkspawn sickness are dead within a day. Brujin is still walking about and lucid enough to get under everyone's skin. We need that kind of willpower. He has the makings of a Grey Warden. Yeah, willpower. That's why half the folks at Kemp want to turn him into Dalish leather. Willpower. Sure you didn't hit your head during that fight in the roads. Duncan hid a smile. What about Jaroth and Setida? What? Jaroth? Bah, Jaroth is half made of stone, it would take more than Brujin to get a rise out of that kid. As for Setida, Braska looked around. Well, I don't see her around Kemp right now. He shrugged. Actually. But she's a commander, she can knock heads around without spilling too many brains. Still. Bah, go save the little blighter's life again if you want, I'll finish up here. Duncan rolled his eyes and headed in the direction he'd seen Brujin go. He saw them ahead, in a clearing. Brujin was on the ground, but Setida's sword was sheathed. She was using gentle pressure from the point of her shield on Brujin's stomach, keeping the elf on the ground. He could barely make out the words in the wilderness if you like, and let your friend go unavenged. Or grow up, and make those bastards pay. He stopped moving, watching the situation play itself out. Brujin tried to sit up and was casually pushed back to the ground. You're no better than the Shem and the Flat Ear. You had a choice. No wonder Cathiel wants to pin your ears back. It's not like you bother to use these things. None of us had any more choice than you did. You aren't the only one here leaving people behind, you aren't the only one here that will never know. You aren't the only one here that has faced death. What would your friend say, if he could see you now? Burhan choked down whatever his initial response was going to be. After a moment, he answered. He'd be laughing at me for getting pinned to the ground by a girl half my size. And what would he be doing now, if your situations were reversed? Burhan's voice wavered slightly. Everything he could. Sedida pulled the shield off Burhan, shifting it to her back. And what would he think, if he saw you doing less? Burhan stared at the ground. He'd think he died for nothing. Did he? No. Sedida offered Burhan a hand. After a moment, he took it, and she pulled him to his feet. Going to walk away? No. Good. Tomorrow is your turn for the dishes. No more shirking. Burhan gave a jerky nod, then followed Sedida back to camp. Duncan stepped into the shadows so neither would see him as they passed. Once again he said a silent prayer to the Maker that Sedida would survive the joining. Sedida examined the slate Braska had handed her. Excellent work. I think you've got the hang of it. Seems like a waste of time though, if you ask me. We are supposed to be warriors, not scholars. His proud smile belied his words. Sedida laughed warmly. Much is expected of Grey Wardens. Keeping Darkspawn lore is also one of our responsibilities. Burhan chimed in from where he was adding herbs to the stew over the fire. Have to leave something for the Grey Wardens that come after us. Not like this will be the last blight. Don't be so pessimistic, Lenore said. She selected a few of the herbs he'd retrieved and added them to the potion she was brewing. Mage, look around. Burhan gestured at the others sitting around the camp. Any of us look like the lucky types. You. Lenore looked around the camp. Braska gave her a cheeky grin. Have a fair point. But so does Braska. Shouldn't we be practicing our Darkspawn hunting skills, Duncan? I thought perhaps you might like a meal first, Duncan said. He walked to the donkey and removed a bundle. He laid it out, revealing several practice blades. I'd like to get a full measure of each of you to determine what additional training will be needed. Sedida will be assisting me in this. Why her? Cathiel asked. Braska replied before Duncan could. Because she was a military commander back in Orzammar, trained by the best. She's won 4 provings. He thought for a moment, then amended. 5 provings. Sedida knows what she is doing, and has faced Darkspawn before, Duncan said. The rest of you will need at least some training, both in Darkspawn tactics and in fighting as a military unit. Lenore clapped her hands. So will I. I'd be able to help you more with spells if I could anticipate your actions a little better. My thoughts exactly, Duncan said. He chose a practice blade. We will start with some basic footwork drills. Sedida took the shield away from Burhan, then the sword. She glanced at the practice weapons again, and then handed him a sledgehammer. He glanced at it, and then gave her a dubious look. She sighed. Get in the circle. He opened his mouth to argue, and she narrowed her eyes and gave him a look. I get within 3 feet of you, you are going to go down, and you know it. She pointed at the hammer. So keep me away. Burhan glanced at the hammer as if seeing it for the first time, and they squared off again. Her guess turned out to be accurate. He'd clearly had training with a spear at some point, and a 2-handed weapon suited him better than a sword and shield. He hadn't been bad with a bow in that earlier fight either. She walked him through a couple drills, and left him to practice. Duncan was working with Cathiel and Braska on some knife fighting skills. She was slightly surprised to see Lenore join them, though the mage quickly proved she barely knew which end of the knife to hold. She turned her attention to the other elf. Grab a sword and shield. He picked up one of the practice blades, and instead of obeying her instruction, grabbed a second one. She narrowed her eyes, and then shrugged. Elves apparently had listening problems. She sent a blow at him, and he parried it. She nodded, and went in for an actual attack. He parried, shifted, and then the second blade was sitting against her neck. Well now. She glanced at it, and he stepped back. She sent another blow, and it was again parried. He disarmed her on the third blow. She retrieved her sword. She was able to close on the fourth attack, only to realize he'd let her when he tapped her shield arm in a blow that would have taken it off at the shoulder in an actual fight. She planted her shield on the ground, and leaned on it. I'm annoying you with the easy shit. A little. He twitched a shoulder. She picked up her shield again, and tapped the practice blade on the side. Defense. Go. 2 full minutes later, she still hadn't laid a blade on him. Despite him being a few inches taller than she probably outweighed him, and on top of being a small target he was fast. She stepped back, and then nodded. Kid, I'd love to see you do a stalker run someday. How are you with a bow? Feathered end goes on the string. He raised an eyebrow. We'll work on it. She picked up a quarterstaff, and gestured at their mage. Lenore. Yes. The mage smiled when she walked over. Setida handed her the staff. You ever done any staff fighting? A bit. Most of we apprentices did. It was kind of a game. Right. Let's see if you're any good at it. She pointed at Jiroth. Land a blow on him, he'll do your share of the chores for the rest of the trip. You want me to hit him? Lenore glared at her. He's just a kid. What if I hurt him? Pretty sure that's not going to happen. Setida went back to go work with Bruhan. Duncan sat at the fire, smiling slightly as Bruhan wove a story about Andruil and the way of the hunt. Evenings had become more pleasant of late, since Bruhan had begun taking charge of making camp. The elf had a knack for finding foodstuffs even at the pace Duncan set, and between the change from the dried rations and the addition of the storytelling, the others had begun to warm to the Dalish elf. Bruhan, for his part, also seemed happier now that he had found a role within the group. Setida sat down next to him and offered him a fresh cup of the tea. He accepted gratefully. We should be at Ostagar in a week. You went out for 1 recruit and return with 6. Not sure if you are lucky or biting off more than you can chew. Lucky, I think. 2 proving winners, one of the best archers in Ferelden, a Dalish hunter, and a mage. You didn't mention Jiroth in that. Setida glanced over to where Jiroth was engrossed in a tome. Isn't he a little? She frowned. Well, young. Duncan smiled. Upon meeting me, the rest of you were suitably impressed by my regal bearing and knightly manner. He pretended not to notice Setida's snort of laughter. Jiroth threatened me. Around them, the others begin to find their way to tents. Setida remained sitting next to Duncan. The others should all be to Ostagar by now as well, yes. Duncan nodded. 23 wardens. And 2 other recruits I found, just before coming to Orzammar. 31 of us then, against a blight. Those are some long odds. Orlais is sending a couple hundred wardens to join us, though they won't arrive for some time yet. With luck, they will be here before the blight truly gets underway. From what we found in the deep roads, the Darkspawn are massing beneath the Korcari wilds. When the horde comes, it will be there. Setida sat back against a stump, staring up at the night sky. If you don't mind my asking, how did you become a Grey Warden? I was a pickpocket and thief, back in Orlais. I killed a man while trying to rob him. A Grey Warden, as it turned out. The commander at that time offered me a place, but I refused. The next day, right before my execution, she conscripted me. He followed her gaze up to the stars. I ran away many times in the first few months, but eventually I learned what it means to be a warden. Quite the journey, to commander of the Grey for all Ferelden, she smiled. It's poetic, in its way, all of us with little left to lose being what stands between the world and darkness. Duncan was almost surprised to find his fingers running through her hair. She turned to face him, and he kissed her gently. She returned the kiss, raising a hand to caress his face gently. They lay entwined beneath the stars for some time before Duncan let out a regretful sigh. Setida smiled invitingly. Shall we turn in? Duncan nodded, and gave her another kiss before rising. He stopped, abruptly. Setida stood and followed his gaze. Jiroth still sat by the fire, looking at his book. In spite of them both looking at him, he kept staring at the book, though the tips of his ears were turning a bit pink. Setida rolled her eyes fondly before heading into the tent. Duncan followed, then glanced back to see that Jaroth waited until they were inside before heading to his own bedroll. There were a couple looks the next morning, most of them from Braska. The rest just seemed to take him and Setida sharing a tent in stride. Cathiel even looked slightly embarrassed. They packed up the camp quickly. Burhan ranged a bit from the rest of the group as they headed south. As the sun grew higher, he emerged from the woods carrying a large fowl by the legs. "Found lunch," he said, holding it up. "Not bad, Songbird," Braska said. The Dalish man laughed, and made quick work of gutting and quartering the bird while Braska built up a fire. Duncan and Setida took turns instructing the rest on various types of darkspawn as they ate. Chapter 9, Flemeth. Chapter text. We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkari wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. Duncan pointed at the ruins just visible in the distance. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they should be there well before sunset. Lenore gave a low whistle when they actually reached the ruins. "It's taller than it looked." He nodded to her. "It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest. The king's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times, but here is where the bulk of the horde will show itself. There are only a few Grey Wardens within Ferelden at the moment, but all of us are here. This blight must be stopped here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall." They were nearly to the bridge when he heard a familiar voice. "Ho there, Duncan." He turned to see a man in ornate armor approaching, attended by several others. "King Cailan? I didn't expect dash." Cailan grinned broadly and spread his hands. "A royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun." Next to him, Setida raised an eyebrow. Duncan stepped forward to greet the king. "Not if I could help it, Your Majesty." His voice was dry. Cailan did not appear to notice. "Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all." "Glorious." He gestured grandly, then looked past Duncan to his companions. "The other wardens told me you've found some promising recruits. I take it these are them." Duncan shot a look over his shoulder, then bowed formally. "Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty." The king waved him aside. "No need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together, after all. Ho there, friends. Might I know your names?" Setida crossed her wrists and bowed in the dwarven fashion. Duncan's lips twitched as the former princess stepped forward to address the king. "I am Setida, Your Majesty." She turned, and gestured to the dwarf beside her. "This is Braska." Cailan returned her bow. "It's good to see some of the honorable stout folk outside Orzammar." Duncan hid a wince. Braska shifted his feet slightly, but Setida merely smiled. "You must not have met many members of the noble caste," she said, inclining her head. "Sounds like there's a story behind that. You must regale me with it sometime." Braska gave Setida a questioning look, but nodded. "If Your Majesty wishes." "I do. I'll make sure to have the finest dwarven brew brought up from the palace cellars." He spread his hands. "After we've dealt with the blight, of course. I've been to Orzammar. King Endrin invited my father to a grand proving, long ago. How does Endrin fare these days?" "My father was fine when I saw him last," Setida replied. Cailan blinked and stuttered slightly. He gave her a look as if he was just now seeing her for the first time. His eyes widened in recognition. "Well." He nodded respectfully. "It seems your story may be even more interesting than I suspected." Setida nodded. Cailan opened and closed his mouth, then looked over at the others. He blinked again. "You are Bryce's youngest, are you not? I don't think we've ever actually met." "Yes, Your Majesty." Cathiel gave a curtsy. "My name is Cathiel. Your brother has already arrived with Hyaver's men, but we are still awaiting your father." "He's not coming." Cathiel's voice was quiet. "He died when our castle was taken." "Dead? What do you mean?" Cailan turned back to Duncan. "Duncan, do you know anything about this?" "Ternkaus Land and his wife are dead, Your Majesty. Arlhau has shown himself a traitor and overtaken Hyaver Castle." Had we not escaped, he would have killed us and told you any story he wished. Kalen shook his head. Can scarcely believe it. How could he think he would get away with such treachery? As soon as we are done here, I will turn my army north and bring Hao to justice. You have my word. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kalen's voice was kind. No doubt you wish to see your brother. Unfortunately, he and his men are scouting the wilds. I am not eager to tell him, Your Majesty. Of that, I have no doubt. Kalen sighed. You will see him again once the battle is over, I am certain. I apologize, but there is nothing more I can do. All I suggest is that you vent your grief against the Darkspawn for the time being. As long as Arl Hao pays, I'm happy. Kalen glanced at the two elves, then, somewhat to Duncan's relief, turned back to Duncan. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies. Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week. Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters and tomorrow should be no different. Sedida gave him a second look. You sound very confident of that. She flicked her gaze to Duncan, who kept his face stead. Overconfident, some would say. Right, Duncan. Kalen laughed. Your Majesty, I'm not certain the Blight can be ended quite as, Duncan inclined his head. Quickly as you might wish. Duncan frowned. Now was not the time to have this discussion again. I'm not even sure this is a true Blight. There are plenty of Darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon. Kalen waved a hand dismissively. Disappointed, Your Majesty. Duncan exchanged another look with Sedida. The former princess managed to keep her face straight. Braska's expression was more dubious. I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. He shrugged lightly. But I suppose this will have to do. I must go before Loghain sends out a search party. Farewell, Grey Wardens. The king jerked his head at his entourage as they made their way towards the bridge. Burhan shot a look at Jarath, then another at Lenore. So we just get ignored by the nobility. Jarath shrugged. Better that way, he said. Burhan shook his head. If you say so. Duncan led them across the bridge. What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here. Sedida shook her head, then looked down at the formations. He didn't seem to take the Darkspawn very seriously. True. Despite the victories thus far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this. But I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling. What would you have him do? Sedida asked. Wait for reinforcements. We sent a call out west to the Grey Wardens of Orlais, but it will be many days before they can join us. Our numbers in Ferelden are too few. We must do what we can and look to Tairn Loghain to make up the difference. To that end, we should proceed with the joining ritual without delay. Braska hooked his thumbs behind his weapons. A hot meal might be nice, first. Duncan chuckled. I agree. Lenore quickened her pace to catch up to him. What do you mean? What ritual? Every recruit must go through a secret ritual we call the joining in order to become a Grey Warden. The ritual is brief, but some preparation is required. We must begin soon. Why is this ritual so secret? She asked. The joining is dangerous. I cannot speak more of it except to say that you will learn all in good time. Until then, you must trust that what is done is necessary. Is this anything like the harrowing? It is an ordeal. He glanced back at everyone. I am sorry that you must endure another so soon. Wonderful. Cathiel muttered. Let's get this over with, then. Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you are ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. He glanced at Cathiel. Your hound can stay with me while I attend to some business. The Grey Warden tent is on the other side of this bridge. You will find us there, should you need to. He watched as they wandered off. Sedita stayed next to him for a moment. The king might not be taking this seriously, but someone is. The fortifications are sound enough. Loghain's influence, Duncan said. I wasn't aware you had met Kaelin before. Merrick and Loghain too, for that matter, Sedita replied. Though I was a child then. She smiled. For the record, I've also met Empress Selene, and 2 members of the Magisterium. I will keep that in mind. Would you see if you can find Alistair? I need to speak with the mages. Of course. Cathiel kept an eye out, but did not see any of Hyaver's soldiers. They must be in a different camp. She saw a man that matched the description of one of the other recruits attempting to proposition a female soldier. Cathiel hid a smirk as the woman shot him down. He looked over and waved at her. Saw you arrive with Duncan. He gave her a once-over. Well, you're not what I thought you'd be. What did you think I'd be? She asked, arching an eyebrow. Not a woman. Yet here you are. His tone was frankly admiring. The name's Davith. It's about bloody time you came along. I was beginning to think they'd cooked this ritual up just for our benefit. She tossed her hair over her shoulder. Maybe they did. Just to give us a good scare. He shook his head. No, they don't really seem the type. I happened to be sneaking around camp last night, see, and I heard a couple of Grey Wardens talking. So I listened in for a bit. I'm thinking they plan to send us into the wilds. Aren't there barbarians in the forest? She thought back to what Aldous had said of the area, and felt a momentary pang for the old man. Chastened barbarians, yes. Cannibals. And witches, too. My home village isn't far, and I grew up on tales about the wilds. Even been in there a few times. He gave an overly dramatic shudder. Scary place. This seems like an odd place for an army to camp, then. I'm told the blight started in the forest, so the army's here waiting for them to come out. Dangling meat in front of the bear, if you catch my meaning. It's all too secretive for me. He tapped the side of his nose. Makes my nose twitch. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like we have a choice. I wouldn't be here if I did. You take what you can get, right? I'll watch your back if you watch mine. He gave her a friendly leer. Oh, I'll watch your back. She laughed. You're a charmer, I see. That's me. He gestured at the camp, then offered her his arm. She smiled, and accepted. Cathiel smiled at the roguish young man. He filled her in on what he'd overheard sneaking around the Warden camp, and she returned the favor by telling him what she'd overheard during her travels. The casual conversation helped keep her mind from other things. I think Sedita knows more than she's letting on, but if she was inclined to tell us, I think she'd have done it by now. She's something more than she seems, isn't she? Did you see her greet the king like an equal? According to Braska, she's the woman who should be ruling Orzammar. Second child of the king, way more popular than the heir apparent. Explains why she's here then. Someone wanted her out of the way. Cathiel fiddled with the lock a bit more and it snapped open. More healing poultices. They really shouldn't be locking these. What if they are needed and nobody can find the key? Good thing we came along. Davith grinned. I bet there is good stuff in the king's tent. Or Loghain's. Someone would probably misunderstand our intentions. Good point. Cathiel straightened her lockpick. What about the mages' encampment? Could get us turned into frogs. True. Most of the wardens are out and about. Let's see if we can't figure out what this joining thing actually is. Sedita looked up at the tents. She recognized the first sigil as Kaelin's, but it took her a moment to recall the other. She walked to the guard, and spoke with him a moment. An older man stepped out of the tent. He blinked at her, then nodded. Yes, what is it? Ah, you are Duncan's new Grey Warden, I assume. Yes I am, Sedita gave him a slight bow. He looked much the same as the last time she'd seen him, over 15 years ago. Kaelin's fascination with wardens goes beyond the ordinary. Are you aware his father brought your order back to Ferelden? Loghain raised an eyebrow at her. Yes, I've heard that. Her father had instructed her to give Kaelin a tour of the Diamond Quarter. Kaelin had regaled her at length, in fact, to the point she'd seriously considered pushing him into the lava. Merrick respected the Grey Wardens. They have an honored place in the hearts of our people. But Merrick would have understood that it takes more than legends to win a battle. That's not an argument I'll repeat here. He narrowed his eyes at her. You're no surface dwarf, I can see it in your eyes. Smart of the Grey Wardens to look for new recruits in Orzammar. Indeed. I remember you from when King Merrick came to Orzammar. The rebel prince and the hero of the River Dane. Quite the legends yourselves. Loghain blinked down at Setida, then nodded slowly. The young princess. His tone became slightly more respectful. Yes, I do remember you. I don't suppose you'll be riding into the thick of battle with the rest of your fellows, will you? I don't know. If Kaelin has his way, you will. Now I must return to my task. Pray that our king proves amenable to wisdom, if you're the praying sort. And if he doesn't, then simply pray. Jarath split away from the others easily. He'd only gone a short way before someone shoved a letter at him and instructed him to run it to the archery range, and be quick about it. Jarath rolled his eyes, but shrugged and headed in that direction. After handing the range master the letter, he was handed a copper in return and called a good lad. He doubted the man had even looked at him. He started to make his way back towards the center of the camp when he caught sight of a man dressed in fine armor. Rage beat at his senses, and he went still for a moment, forcing it back. The man was walking towards one of the towers. Jarath followed. No one looked at him twice. The soldier entered the tower, Jarath only a few paces behind. He told the rage to be patient. He let the man get further ahead, dawdling like a lazy servant. The air around them grew a bit cooler as they descended the steps. The man entered a storage room. Here, at last, they were alone. Jarath moved quickly. Behind him, the door closed with a small thud. The soldier turned around. "Medin send you?" he asked. He shook his head. "Told him I'd take care of it." "What's he doing sending a midget knife here anyway?" "Medin didn't send me," Jarath said quietly. "Yeah." The man shrugged. "Who did?" "Adaya," Jarath said, and let the rage out. The soldier screamed. Alistair grinned broadly as he turned and saw her. "You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together." Setida shook her head and returned the smile. "I know exactly what you mean. It's like a party, we could all stand in a circle and hold hands." He shrugged. "That would give the Darkspawn something to think about. Duncan asked me to find you, let you know we've all arrived. I heard, before I got shanghaied into delivering messages. 6 new recruits. We picked up 2 more after we parted ways in Denerim." Alistair nodded. "Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's head back to Duncan. I imagine he's eager to get things started." Setida met him by the fire, Alistair in tow. Cathiel's Maberry was curled up at Duncan's feet, obviously not sharing his mistress's feelings. "Where are the others?" Duncan asked. "Burhan will be along as soon as he finishes telling a group of very wide-eyed young Feraldans a story of Fenharel. Those younglings are more scared of the tale than they are of the Darkspawn. I convinced the quartermaster not to arrest Braska, and he and Lenore are grabbing Ser Jori and will be along in a moment. Davith and Cathiel are nearly done picking every lock in the camp. Not sure where Jarath got off to, I think he ran into people he knew among the camp laborers. And Alistair is right here. Why was the quartermaster arresting Braska? Something about tricking a messenger into giving him some knight or another's sword." Duncan started to nod, and then replayed the rest of her words. "Wait, Davith and Cathiel are doing what?" "Don't worry, they left all the command tents alone. Except yours, but I took the liberty of hiding your lockbox when I realized what they were doing. I appreciate that." He rubbed his forehead. "We'll need to have a word or two with them. Or at least get them to direct their efforts appropriately. I'd have preferred them to go to the command tents." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Got a feeling. Made the mistake once of not trusting it, not going to happen again." There is an undercurrent here I dislike. Lot of men here. Some of the veterans and lords were once on different sides. Plenty of room for tension even without the wild-filled darkspawn nearby. I should study up more on human politics. I know more about Calenhood than Kalen. Brujin joined the fire almost silently. Braska led Ser Jory and Lenore up a moment later, apparently trying to explain to Lenore what a nug was so she could turn Ser Jory into one. Duncan turned to say something to Alistair, and noticed Jaroth sitting quietly near the fire. Davith and Cathiel were the last to arrive, talking quietly to each other. Sedida glanced at them curiously when they approached. You two find anything interesting? Davith started, but Cathiel just responded, some of the supply dispensations don't make sense. Sedida nodded. Aye, but we don't know the actual battle plan yet. Cathiel started to open her mouth. But you've got an odd feeling too. Cathiel just nodded. Duncan frowned. One of you might be wrong. 2. He nodded. I'll see what more I can learn. In the meantime, there is a task ahead of you. He explained what he wanted them to do. Vials of blood and the treaties. Sedida confirmed. We can do that. Watch over your charges, Alistair, and bring them back safely. Alistair nodded in response. Duncan made eye contact with Sedida, who winked and also nodded. The wolves weren't much of a threat, though Brujin was surprised they'd attacked at all. Perhaps the presence of so many darkspawn was affecting the local fauna. They rescued an injured soldier, Lenore healing him enough to enable him to make it back to camp. They hadn't gone much further when Alistair's head came up. Darkspawn nearby, he said. Sedida scanned the area. There, she said, pointing at the figures moving on a nearby hill. Cathiel unslung her bow. I see them. How do you want to do this? Sedida considered a moment. You and Davith stay back with Lenore, stick to the bows. Alistair, Braska, and myself will go from the right, Brujin, Jaroth, and Jory hit them from the left. Lenore, let's see what those spells of yours can do. Send them to us. Lenore smiled, and stepped back to between Davith and Cathiel, both of whom readied their bows. Jory glanced back at the elves before assuming the lead. Brujin followed, letting Jaroth take up the rear. He shifted the axe, getting ready to strike. The fire spell hit the ones on the top of the hill, scattering the rest to come at them. Brujin stepped up to Jory's left, and the two of them went to work with mighty swings, taking out the 3 darkspawn fleeing the fire. Jory laughed, his expression a bit cocky. Not so tough as all that, are they? Brujin was about to agree when he heard the growling behind him. He turned in time to see Jaroth's blade remove the top of a Genlock's head before it could bring its crossbow to bear. 4 others lay at the shorter elf's feet. Jaroth was already wiping the blood from his weapons when Brujin and Jory reached him. Jory's jaw was practically dragging on the ground. Where does an elf learn to fight like that? Jaroth shrugged, and bent to a Genlock whose throat he'd cut, carefully collecting the still flowing blood into a vial. Sedida and the others came around to their side of the hill. We got 4, Sedida called out. Davith, Cathiel, and Lenore got 1 each. How many did you get? Brujin looked around at the bodies. 8. Sedida gave him an impressed look. Not bad for our first outing. Fill your vials, and let's go find the scrolls. Jaroth wordlessly handed the vial he'd finished to Brujin before filling the remaining 2. Jory gave him another look before falling in behind Sedida. Brujin hesitated, waiting for Jaroth to finish his task. Yes. Jaroth asked. He hesitated. Where does an elf learn to fight like that? Denerim, obviously. He placed the 2 vials into his belt pouch, and headed after the others. Brujin followed, shaking his head slightly. That's not really an answer to the question. Isn't it? There has to be a better story than just, I'm from Denerim. Why? Brujin shook his head. What kind of a place is Denerim? Human, mostly. That's not what He frowned. Is that? Brujin sighed in vexation. Fine. I'll ask Duncan then. He started after the others, then stopped again, and turned back to the smaller man. In the barn. You let me hit you. Yes. Why? Doesn't matter. You can kill 5 darkspawn before I can even turn around, but you let me punch you in the face. Why? I'm supposed to hurt darkspawn, Jarath replied. He walked past Burhan and followed the others. Burhan shook his head, and looked once more at the corpses Jarath had left behind. Then he followed his companions. They encountered another large group of darkspawn. Setida called the tactics, and the band cut through easily under her direction. The darkspawn had fallen on a pair of soldiers earlier. Lenore wrinkled her nose at the condition of the bodies. One of them had been clutching a scroll case. Curious, she opened it. A parchment and a small bag of ashes fell into her hand. Quickly, she scanned the parchment. What you got there? Braska asked. A story of some kind. These men were looking for some stones. Braska raised an eyebrow. Any stones in particular? A cairn of some kind, Lenore said. She tucked the ashes into her belt pouch, then looked over at the others. Setida was filling the last vial. What the hell kind of treasure would get these dusters wandering around spawn? Braska asked. Lenore grinned. Shall we find out? She pointed towards the top of the hill, where a pile of stones was visible. Braska looked over towards the others. He caught Setida's eye, then jerked his head towards the hill. She gave him a nod, then gestured for Jarath and Burhan to follow. Hiking her robes up a bit, Lenore headed up the hill. There were ashes on the stones, and she bent to take a closer look. There was a faint aura of magic around the stones, like nothing she'd seen before. From her belt pouch she withdrew the container of ashes, then sprinkled them over the ashes. There was a faint surge of energy, and then nothing. Braska raised his eyebrow at her. Well, I'm not certain. She straightened, then turned towards the elves. Her eyes widened and she stepped backwards. Jarath and Burhan turned immediately to see what she was looking at. Finities, Burhan swore, as the demon surged towards them. Who summons Gazarath? The demon's voice groaned as it aimed a blow at a dumbstruck Burhan. Jarath tackled the taller elf out of the way and rolled back to his feet. Lenore fumbled for her staff as the demon started to come towards where she and Braska were standing. Below, she could see the others start charging up the hill. Jarath slashed his sword across the demon's back, and the thing whirled on him, striking out with long, razor-sharp claws. He ducked back, and Braska took the opportunity to leap forward and smash his mace into the thing. When it whirled on the dwarf, Jarath closed in again. When it whirled towards him, Braska and Lenore hit it simultaneously, him with a mace and her with a blast of ice to the head. It fell, tearing apart and vanishing as it did. Something clinked as it hit the ground. What the hell was that? Setida asked as the others reached them. A demon, Lenore said. Where'd it come from? Lenore glanced back at the stones, then to Setida. I think I might have summoned it. Setida stared at her. Why? I didn't know what was going to happen, Lenore said. Jarath bent and picked something up from the remains of the demon. The blade was ornately hilted, and the blade was traced with elegant runes. He held it in front of him, revealing it was actually a few inches longer than he was tall. Braska let out a low whistle. I'm guessing that's what those dusters thought was worth dying for. Setida rubbed her forehead. Lenore, in the future, could you please let us know before you potentially summon horrors from the beyond? Yes, Lenore said brightly. Why are you picking flowers? Alistair asked. Numenlin, Burhan said. Juice from the petals can be made into an ointment that helps treat blight sickness. He pointed. Elfroot. Treats just about anything. And Deathroot does pretty much the opposite of Elfroot. He shrugged at the other man. Mostly force of habit. And what's that one? Alistair asked as Burhan casually dug out a root without visibly slowing his pace. Ginger. Tastes good. Ah. You Alistair frowned. Don't ever get them confused, right? You won't find a living soul that has complained about my cooking, Burhan said. Alistair snorted. Setida held up a hand, then pointed. Those ruins. I think that's what we are looking for. Matches the description, Alistair said. Any spawn? Alistair cast out his senses, then shook his head. None close. Sedida nodded. Stay together, keep an eye out. Sooner we get these treaties, the sooner we can get warm. Sedida approached the box. The lid was broken, and caved in. A quick search revealed the contents had either been lost to time or removed. She started to stand up when she caught sight of a figure standing on the age-worn steps. The figure started walking towards them. Well, what have we here? Are you a vulture, I wonder? A scavenger poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these dark spawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey? What say you, Scavenger or intruder? She rose, and moved to stand in front of the others. We are neither. The Grey Wardens once owned this tower. The woman held out her hand and gestured at the ruins. 'Tis a tower no longer. The wilds have obviously claimed this desiccated corpse. She continued descending the stairs. I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered, why are they here? And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that? Don't answer her, Alistair said in a loud whisper. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby. The woman gave a contemptuous sweep of her hands. You fear barbarians will swoop down upon you. Yes, swooping is bad. Alistair rolled his eyes. Davitha's voice held a note of panic. She's a witch of the wilds, she is. She'll turn us into toads. Witch of the wilds? Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own? She shook her head and smirked. You there? Elves are not frightened little boys. Tell me your name and I shall tell you mine. I am Jarath. He gave her a polite nod. A pleasure to meet you. She smiled. Now that is a proper civil greeting, even here in the wilds. You, she said, looking directly at him. May call me Morrigan. She looked back towards Sedida. Shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in that chest, something that is here no longer. Alistair shook his head. Here no longer. You stole them, didn't you? You're. He frowned. Some kind of. He waved a hand. Sneaky. He frowned again, then continued. Which thief? How very eloquent. How does one steal from dead men? Morrigan folded her arms. Quite easily, it seems. Alistair glared. Those documents are Grey Warden property, and I suggest you return them. I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. Invoke a name that means nothing here any longer if you wish, I am not threatened. Sedida held up a hand to forestall Alistair. Your mother? Yes, my mother. Did you assume I spawned from a log? A thieving, weird-talking log, perhaps, Alistair said. Not all in the wilds are monsters. Flowers grow, as well as toads. Sedida rubbed her forehead. I want an honest answer, are you a witch of the wilds? Have I been dishonest? Morrigan arched an eyebrow, then gestured dismissively. Some call us witches, yes, but purely out of superstition. You know what the Circle of Magi is, don't you? The circle requires an accounting of all mages. That is the law of the land and the chantry. Alistair folded his arms. Morrigan merely smirked. If you wish to tell your chantry about me, go ahead. I have nothing to fear from priests. Sedida glanced back towards the others. Jarath shrugged, then nodded to Morrigan. Can you take us to your mother? He asked. There is a sensible request. Morrigan smiled. I like you. Alistair aimed an elbow at Jarath, which the young man neatly avoided. I'd be careful. First it's, I like you. But then zap. Frog time. She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch, Davith said. Jari shrugged. If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'd be a nice change. Follow me, then, if it pleases you. Morrigan began walking. Jarath followed. Sedida glanced back at the others. Lenore shrugged. Burhan was staring after the witch, a curious expression on his face. Sedida sighed, then followed after the elf. Which of the wilds? Sedida asked, looking up at Bruhan. I suggest we tread very carefully, Bruhan said. Then the name does mean something to you. If it is Ashbelenar, those who anger her have a tendency to end up in pieces, decorating her trees, Bruhan replied. She is not friend to the Dalish, but neither is she an enemy. Our keeper's instructions regarding her were very clear. Be polite, do as she says, and then run like the dread wolf was on your heels. Well, you're just a bundle of laughs, Braska muttered. Morrigan emerged from the woods into a clearing that contained a small, slightly listing hut. An old woman, spindly with age, stood nearby, examining the small flowers on a strange-looking bush. Greetings, mother. I bring before you Grey Wardens who dash. I see them, girl. The woman's yellow eyes looked them over sharply. Much as I expected. Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us? Alistair glanced at Sedida, his face clearly stating he was less than impressed. You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. The old woman flopped a hand up and then down again. Either way, one's a fool. She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her. Quiet, Davith. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad? Jory asked, glancing at Bruhan. There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things, but it is not I who decides. Believe what you will. And what of you? She narrowed her eyes at Sedida. Sedida sighed, and fought the urge to run a hand down her face. I believe you're crazy and possibly dangerous. Is that all? Surely your mind stretches farther than these surroundings? And you? She glanced first at Jarath, then at Bruhan. Does your elven mind give you a different viewpoint? What do you believe? Bruhan shifted his weight from side to side as if he wished he were anywhere else at the moment. Jarath met the old woman's eyes calmly. Believed or not, some things must be accepted. A strange expression crossed the old woman's face, and she barked a laugh. There lies the answer I hoped to get. An open mind, yet not made of mush. Am I simply complimenting you? Wait and see. So much about you is uncertain. She cocked her head at him. And yet I believe. She looked to the side. Do I? She looked back at them, and showed a hint of teeth. Why, it seems I do. So this is a dreaded witch of the wilds? Alistair asked, elbowing Bruhan, who shoved his arm away irritably. Witch of the wilds, eh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon. The old woman laughed. Morrigan rubbed her forehead. They did not come to listen to your wild tales, mother. The old woman's tone became brisk. True, they came for their treaties, yes. She held out a scroll case. And before you begin barking, your precious seal wore off long ago. I have protected these. You. Alistair started to object before processing her words. Oh. You protected them. And why not? She asked, as Sedida took the scrolls from her. Take them to your Grey Wardens and tell them this blight's threat is greater than they realize. What do you mean the threat is greater than they realize? Lenore asked. Either the threat is more or they realize less. The old woman shrugged, her voice impatient. Or perhaps the threat is nothing. Or perhaps they realize nothing. She laughed again. How do you know all this? Lenore asked. Do I? Perhaps I am simply an old woman with a penchant for moldy parchments. Her laughter was mocking now. Sedida frowned in irritation. I'm sure they'll be eager to act on your advice. Well, I cannot be responsible for their doubts. I would go mad. She cocked her head to the side. Or am I already? Her laughter rang out again. Thank you for returning them, Jarath gave her a slight bow. Her laughter stopped, and she gave him another odd look. Such manners. Always in the last place you look. Like stockings. She shook her head. Oh, do not mind me. You have what you came for. Time for you to go, then, Morrigan said, giving them a shooing gesture. The old woman scoffed. Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests. Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me. Morrigan began striding back the direction they had come. After Morrigan left them at the edge of the woods, Setida again raised an eyebrow at Bruhan. You've been quiet. I miss like this, he said. Broska snorted. Are Dalish really scared of that nutty old bat? She was a mage, Lenore said. I could tell that much. So was Morrigan, that staff of hers had power. Apostates, Alistair said. We should mention them to the Templars. Waste of time, Broska said. We've got bigger things to worry about, and with spawn all over the place, so do they. A fair point, Setida said. She looked down at the scroll case. We have what we needed, anyway. Let's go get the rest of this over with. Chapter 10, The Joining. Chapter text. Setida filled Duncan in on the events in the wild. Alistair interjected occasionally. Duncan raised an eyebrow when they got to the part about the scrolls and the two women. Were they wilder folk? He asked. I don't think so, Alistair replied. They might be apostates. He glanced at Setida. Mages hiding from the chantry. Duncan shook his head. I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls, let us focus on the joining. Setida glanced towards where the others were standing, replaying various fights to each other. Think anyone is going to have second thoughts? She asked. Duncan sighed. They are not volunteers. Whether conscripted or recruited, they were chosen because they are needed. His voice became serious. There is no turning back now. They must gather their courage for what comes next. Davith blinked as Duncan's words caught his attention. Courage? How much danger are we in? I will not lie, Duncan said. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree you pay your price now rather than later. Lenore blinked. You're saying this ritual can kill us? As could any darkspawn you might face in battle. You would not have been chosen, however, if I did not think you had a chance to survive. Davith fidgeted. Let's go, then. I'm anxious to see this joining now. Jory swallowed. I agree. Let's have it done. Slowly, the others started to nod agreement. Then let us begin, Duncan said. Alistair, take them to the old temple. We will begin at sunset. Bruhan built up a small fire. Broska rummaged in his bag for a bottle, then offered it to Alistair. What can you tell us about this joining? Try not to worry about it. Alistair accepted the bottle and took a drink. He blanched, then offered the bottle back. It will. He coughed, and his voice returned to normal. Just distract you. Broska took a drink. Could do with a distraction. You know. Alistair cocked his head towards Cathiel. It just occurred to me that there have never been many women in the Grey Wardens. I wonder why that is. Cathiel shrugged. Probably because we're too smart for you. Alistair snorted. True. But if you're here, what does that make you? Just one of the boys. Cathiel offered. Davith laughed. Alistair shook his head. Sad, isn't it? I know Broska and Setida have fought Darkspawn before. What about the rest of you? First time. He glanced at Bruhan. Well, not for you, I suppose. Bruhan shrugged. Lenore nodded. They are. She wrinkled her nose. Somehow worse than I pictured. When I fought my first one, I wasn't prepared for how monstrous it was. Still, this is better than memorizing yet another verse from the chant. Broska grinned at Alistair. Sounds like being a warden is a dream come true for you. Alistair smiled back. What about you? My mother told a few tales when she was sober. Bold heroes, worthy of being claimed by the stone. I admit a dream or two, I think most dusters do. Not just dusters, Setida winked, snagging the bottle from him and taking a drink before passing it on. Bruhan sighed. I admit, back when I was a kid, I thought being a Grey Warden would be a noble calling. Haran Pavel told the story of Gurahel sometimes. Cathiel nodded. Swooping in on a griffin, saving the world. Lenore grinned and took a drink out of the bottle, and almost immediately started coughing. They are good stories. I dreamed of being a warden sometimes. Or a pirate. Or a warden pirate. She passed the bottle to Jarath. What about you? Did you dream of being a warden when you were a kid? Well, when you were a younger kid, anyway. Jarath shook his head. I wanted to be a blacksmith. He passed the bottle to Davith without taking a drink. Davith shook his head. Blacksmithing is boring. Now, warden pirate. That sounds fun. We should do that after this blight business is done. Broska shifted his weight from foot to foot. Nervous? Lenore asked. He nodded. Me too. I've read a lot of stories about Grey Wardens, but I don't recall this joining ever being mentioned. You asked Duncan if it was like a... He frowned. What was it? Broska hopped up onto the ledge to sit next to her. Harrowing. Harrowing is the test given to mages to see if they have what it takes to control their abilities. To become more than apprentices. She wrinkled her nose at the memory. Reckon the joining probably is the same kind of thing. I hope not, I had to fight a demon. Er. He raised an eyebrow at her. Huh. He combed his beard with his fingers. Well, I guess that's not so bad. He shrugged. I mean, we already did that once today, and it worked out all right. Here I was all nervous that they were going to make it a spelling test. Lenore laughed. Burhan glanced over at Setida. You know what's next, don't you? A vague idea, only, Setida said. That was true enough. She'd considered asking Duncan for more details, but had decided against it. There were better uses for pillow talk than discussions of Darkspawn. What are they testing us for? I'm tired of waiting. It's... He scratched at his arm. This is the thing Duncan said could cure me. Setida smiled gently at the elf. It will be over soon enough. Burhan nodded before going back to pacing. Setida walked over to where Jarath sat on the ledge overlooking the Korkari wilds. The kid appeared calm enough. Nice view, she said. Jarath pointed to the southeast. From here you can just make out those two statues, where we found that Ace Burhan likes so much. Setida smiled. I'll take your word for it. All that open air still makes me a bit queasy. Still odd sometimes, to look up and see sky. She glanced over her shoulder at where all the others were engaged in some form or another of fidgeting. You don't seem as nervous as the others. Should I be? That's what I was going to ask you. She gave him an appraising look. Until their latest venture into the wilds, she'd been considering talking Duncan out of putting the kid through the joining. He'd proved he could handle himself. For that matter, he'd proved he could likely handle any of the rest of them as well. Duncan hadn't been surprised when she'd given her report. All Grey Wardens go through this. If I accept tomorrow's battle, why should I fear this ritual? That's... She shrugged, and leaned on the ledge a couple feet from him. A very good point, actually. What's a ceremony compared to a Darkspawn horde? Though you don't seem nervous about the battle either. Will being afraid change anything? I suppose not. A blade will break, or be sheathed to fight again another day. Either way, the battle goes on, and it is not the blade that decides. An elfish saying. No. He went silent for a moment, then nodded at the horizon. There, sunset. Well, let's get ready then. Jory's pacing was becoming more desperate. The more I hear about this joining, the less I like it. Are you blubbering again? Davith asked. He gave an annoyed shake of his head. Jory kicked at a rock. Why all these damned tests? Have I not earned my place? Maybe it's tradition. Davith smirked. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you. Calm down, Broska said. There's nothing we can do about it now. I only know that my wife is in Highever with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair. He kicked another rock. Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The wardens do what they must, right? Davith asked. Including sacrificing us. Jory shook his head. Davith glared at him. I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the blight. You make a good point, Jaroth said quietly. Davith nodded at him, then looked back at Jory. You saw those darkspawn, Sir Knight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them? Davith cut him off. Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the darkspawn, we'll die for sure. Jory stared at him, then shook his head again. I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade. At last we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was then that the first Grey Wardens drank of darkspawn blood and mastered their taint. Duncan's voice was calm as he spoke the ceremonial words. We're going to drink the blood of those. Jory blanched. Those creatures. As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory. Alistair nodded. Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the darkspawn and use it to slay the archdemon. Those who survive. Broska folded his arms, then unfolded them, then folded them again. Not all who drink the blood will survive, and those who do are forever changed. This is why the joining is a secret. It is the price we pay. We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would. Duncan stepped back, and began pouring black liquid into a silver chalice. Alistair bowed his head. Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand, vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten and that one day, we shall join you. Duncan held out the chalice. Davith, step forward. Davith glanced at the others, then stepped forward and took the chalice. He took a deep breath, then put the cup to his lips and drank. Duncan caught the chalice as it fell from Davith's hands. Davith staggered as his eyes rolled back into his head. He put a hand to his throat, then collapsed to his knees as bloody froth began to pour from his lips. Cathiel gasped, and turned away. Alistair put a hand on her shoulder, and she buried her face in his chest. Maker's breath. Jory cursed. Duncan's face was pained. I am sorry, Davith. Davith twitched, and jerked once more before going still. Duncan poured more of the black liquid into the cup. Step forward, Jory. But. Jory stepped backwards instead. I have a wife. A child. Had I known. There is no turning back, Duncan said. No. You ask too much. Jory put a hand to his sword. There is no glory in this. He drew the blade, and started to swing. Duncan's own blade drove up under the man's ribcage. Jory gasped once as he died. Duncan withdrew the blade, then turned to the others. His face was grim. I am sorry. But the joining is not yet complete. He looked over their faces. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. Jaroth stepped forward, and took the goblet from Duncan. He drank, and started to hand it back. He staggered, and Duncan caught the chalice. Jaroth's eyes seemed to go white as he collapsed to his knees, and then fell bonelessly to one side. Duncan smiled. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. His eyes went to the dwarven woman. Setida, step forth. Jaroth opened his eyes and stirred slightly. Duncan came over to kneel beside him. It is finished. Welcome. He offered a hand, and Jaroth let him pull him to his feet. 2 more deaths. Alistair shook his head. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was. He shuddered. Horrible. How do you feel? Duncan gave him a concerned look. I'm over. It's fine. Jaroth nodded to where Setida was starting to stir, and Duncan immediately went to the dwarf's side. Jaroth could see relief on the older warden's face as Setida's eyes opened. Alistair went to assist Cathiel. Broska started to stir, and Jaroth went to offer him a hand up. Brehon sat up, shaking his head in confusion. Lenore put a hand up over her face, and groaned. Alistair gave her a sympathetic look. Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining. Such dreams come when you begin to sense the darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come. Duncan looked them over. Jarath looked around. The fire had burned down, and the bodies of Jory and Davith were nowhere to be seen. They'd been unconscious for some time. Alistair dug into his belt pouch. Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us. He sighed. Of those who didn't make it this far. Take some time, Duncan advised. Duncan began walking back towards the Warden camp. Setida caught up with him, and grabbed his hand. Duncan, about Ser Jory. She looked up at him. Are you okay? Duncan nodded. He didn't leave me much of a choice. I know, she said. He smiled down at her. Thank you, he said. You didn't eat, earlier, she said. She pulled his hand. Come, I think you could use a drink. He smiled, and walked with her down the stairs. Burhan stared out over the ledge, his eyes unfocused. There are so many of them out there. Huh. Braska concentrated. All I'm sensing is what I think is you guys. That's. The sensation was vaguely disconcerting. Kind of interesting. He suddenly frowned. How the hell am I supposed to sneak up on any of you now? Alistair laughed. I'm told the range we can sense varies somewhat from warden to warden. Burhan shook his head. It's like having a foul taste in your mouth. Well then, I ain't gonna envy you, Braska said. Lenore gave Burhan a worried look. How are you feeling now? No more bugs under the skin. I think that's good. Burhan frowned, then nodded. I can block them out, a bit. That's also good. Cathiel shivered. So, we are wardens now. Yes, Alistair said. Great, she said. She fingered an arrow in her quiver. Great, she repeated. Now what? Now, we kill Darkspawn, Braska said. Save the world. Be big heroes. Let people buy us drinks and tell us how wonderful we are. A soldier approached. Wardens, he said, giving them a nod. Do you have a moment? Alistair nodded. What's wrong? I've been asked to let you know that a Darkspawn may have managed to get into the camp. Alistair raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that? A soldier was killed. Torn up something awful. Alistair glanced at the rest of them. Shall we do a quick patrol, see if we can find anything? Lenore nodded. Might as well. Better than just sitting here. Alistair nodded. Braska, you, Jarath, and Burhan go north. Cathiel, Lenore, and I will go south. We'll meet back up at the campfire. How come you're taking the pretty girls and I'm stuck with the elves? Braska asked. I'm senior warden, Alistair replied with a cheeky grin. Lenore followed Alistair back to the campfire. She was almost standing next to Duncan before she could sense him. A dejected sigh escaped her. Duncan raised an eyebrow. Something wrong. Alistair started sensing you from all the way back there, she said, waving her hand. Cathiel only had to take a couple more paces. If I step back 10 feet I won't sense you at all. It varies for each warden, Duncan said. He looked up as he sensed the others approaching. Lenore caught the action. You sensed them, and which way they were. She kicked a rock and sat down on the log that was serving as a bench. I guess you'll have to content yourself with being able to rain lightning down on everything, Setida said, patting her on the shoulder. Lenore let out a long-suffering sigh. I suppose. Alistair chuckled, then looked up at Duncan. Despite the report, we've sensed no Darkspawn in the camp. Duncan nodded. He waited for the others to arrive. What of you? Sense anything? Jarath and Braska shook their heads. Burhan smiled. I can pick out which of you is which, he reported. I hate him, Lenore said. I'm going to set him on fire. Duncan just shook his head. Setida, When you are ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king. Setida stood up. What kind of meeting? The king is discussing strategy for the upcoming battle. The meeting at the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you are able. Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault. You risk too much, Kaelin. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines. Kaelin shook his head. If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlshian forces to join us, after all. Setida saw anger flash on Loghain's face. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlshians to defend ourselves. It's not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlshians are a thing of the past. Kaelin drew himself up, for a moment reminding her of Trian when he had his back up. And you will remember who is king. How fortunate Merrick did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century. Loghain folded his arms. Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Kaelin's voice was almost petulant. He turned towards her and Duncan. Duncan, are your men ready for battle? They are, your majesty. My lady, Kaelin inclined his head to Setida. I understand congratulations are in order. Thank you, your majesty, Setida replied. Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks. Loghain pinched the bridge of his nose. Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kaelin. We must attend to reality. Kaelin all but threw up his hands. Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines and then. Loghain gestured at the map on the table. You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover. To flank the Darkspawn, I remember, Kaelin interrupted. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Who shall light this beacon? I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital. Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Wardens to make sure it's done. Setida blinked, then glanced at Duncan. Duncan narrowed his eyes slightly. She had a feeling there was more to the king's order than he was saying. I'll do my best, your majesty, she said. You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise? Loghain asked. Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight, no matter where they're from. Duncan gave Kaelin a respectful nod. Your majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing. Loghain shook his head. There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds. Kaelin shrugged. Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan? Aye. Duncan's face became resigned. Yes, your majesty. Setida watched a brief argument between a mage and a cleric, and idly agreed with the mage. Sending 7 wardens to light a fire seemed foolish. Enough. Loghain's voice put a halt to the argument. This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon. Thank you, Loghain. Excitement shone on Kaelin's face. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil. Yes, Kaelin. A glorious moment for us all. Loghain bent over the map again. As they walked back from the council to find the others, Setida sighed. Hammer and anvil, fairly basic stuff. But the supply lines aren't positioned right for it. The anvil is woefully undersupplied, especially if the Darkspawn manage any kind of siege position. Duncan frowned, and played the battle through in his head. I see what you mean, the anvil won't be able to hold out very long. But it's a large hammer. And no archdemon in the field, perhaps they are holding the supplies in reserve. You'll be with the king. Yes. In the anvil? Duncan glanced down at her. Yes. Surely not all of us are needed at the tower. I'd feel better if. The king has given an order. Setida sighed. The king is young. Duncan raised an eyebrow at Setida, who smiled. Dwarves grow up fast. Her smile became a frown. The last time I got sidelined like this, I ended up exiled. Ah, but we are far from the politics of Orzammar here, and you have no brothers to interfere this time. True. She started up the stairs, and Duncan took advantage of the height they added to kiss her. She ran her fingers through his beard and murmured softly, "Okay, maybe I could braid it." He laughed. "You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit," Duncan said as they reached the other new wardens. Alistair's face grew confused. "What? I won't be in the battle." Broska wrinkled his nose. "What kind of sodding beacon needs 7 wardens?" Duncan laid a hand on Alistair's shoulder. "This is by the king's personal request, Alistair." His tone was almost fatherly. "If the beacon is not lit, Tairn Loghain's men won't know when to charge. So he needs 7 grey wardens standing up there holding the torch. Just in case, right?" Cathiel shook her head. "I agree with Alistair. We should be in the battle." "That is not your choice," Duncan said firmly. "If King Cailan wishes grey wardens to ensure the beacon is lit, then grey wardens will be there." He looked them over. "We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn." He narrowed his eyes. "Exciting or no?" Alistair sighed. "I get it. I get it. Just so you know, if the king ever asks me to put on a dress and dance the Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn or no?" Cathiel gave him an appraising look. "I think I'd like to see that." He grinned at her. "For you, maybe. But it has to be a pretty dress." Burhan laughed. "I don't know. That could be a great distraction. Me shimmying down the Darkspawn line? Sure, we could kill them while they roll around laughing." Duncan and Setida exchanged an eye roll. "At least morale is high," Setida told him. Duncan sighed, and nodded to her. "Once the beacon is lit, you can join Loghain's lines. The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the king's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley." "Sounds easy enough," Broska said. "We will signal you when the time is right," Duncan said. "Setida knows what to look for." He nodded. "I must join the others. From here, you are on your own. Remember, you are Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title." "Duncan," Alistair said. He nodded. "May the Maker watch over you. May he watch over us all." He looked at Setida once more, then walked off. "All right, people," Setida said as she watched him go. "Let's go light a fire. Check the description for the links to the author."